Hello. Okay. Getting a sweet potato. A delicious sweet potato. Yeah. Why is Stream Elements my chat? Thank you. Ah! Okay, let's drop. Yeah, I'm good. I'm going to drop that. No. Excuse me. Hey, Rashi. What is my wisdom? What is life? What is beauty? What is grace? There are certain beautiful things that really can't be classified by any word in English or words really in the English language. So it's more of a philosophical question that will honestly never be truly answered, I think. I think you guys will like today's meme.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh no, I don't think you sent this to me. No. Thank you for all your hard work and educational content. You've been an awesome positive force for the Overwatch community. Cheers! I appreciate the kind words, mate. I'm glad I've been able to help some folks out. I really do love my job. Hello, Super Melly Moo. Hello. What leaks? Personal leaks. All sorts of leaks. Rachel, is the leak stream.
Oh, I thought you meant like some big announcement.
No. Moist stream today. Why are you saying moist? Can it be classified as an SR number by an SR number? No. 5,000 is too low. Isn't that you in the car? No, you're funny. You're funny there. You're a funny little fella there, Varashi. Sorry, guys. I gotta eat. I've been coaching for over 2 hours. Then I coach for another another hour and a half, 2 hours, and then we have to do the league stream. So I'm not gonna be able to eat lunch. So this is my attempt to try and eat lunch. When is it appropriate to add a message in Discord for a coaching call today? You can do it now if you want. If you're talking about the ELO mastery call, you can do it now. Yeah, juice and leaks. Yeah, obviously. What's the coaching call about? The ELO mastery coaching call? It's just a part of the ELO mastery product. It's like a coaching service that I do. I do free coaching calls, and I don't only do the free coaching calls. I sometimes do the premium calls as well, but I generally get the free coaching calls because that allows people that are in the stream to join in for free. The king is back. Yes. You lurk for a bit. Okay, sounds good. Free. Today it's free. If it's the first come first serve, I generally go like an hour and 15 minutes. I go a little over, but yeah, free. That I'm not gonna lie, I'm not eating politely, but in the sake of expediency. This is delicious. Thank you. Well, anyway, yeah. Okay. The correct channel is coaching call channel. I think. Let me actually check. It's coaching call chat. I think. Yeah, it's so it's in the Elo Mastery Discord, exclamation mark Elo Mastery, and then it's this channel right here. Right here. So you drop your code in there with a timestamp.
Oh boy.
Predo! Thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it. It's a cool name. Thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it. We're about to get into some coaching, and then we're going to get to a coaching call, and then we're going to have all sorts of leaks about what? Actually, Juice leaks stream. Let's actually add a command for leaks, so people will stop asking me that question, because it's actually really stupid that I say leak stream and don't actually say exactly what the leak's about. My bad, guys. Let me try and address that. Leaks. Overwatch, League, Tier 2, Path to Pro, General, Good, Bad, and Ugly, Fun Stories, and such. Stuff behind the scenes. Turbo tax free. Oh, how do I compare basketball and Overwatch? I'm not as familiar with basketball macro, but I imagine a lot of it is probably about like court control system and allowing space for creative interpretation, because basketball, at least in its current state right now, is very athlete dominated, where like if you have a really good athlete, so you try and like give space for that athlete to do their thing, you know? Nice. That's awesome, Fredo. That's awesome. Thank you so much for the... Why is Stream Elements all of a sudden piping up? Like, what? I never added Stream Elements. Why are Nightbot and Stream Elements having like a duel of the fates moment in my Twitch chat? Like, what is going on? I don't think maybe I'm just dense. I don't think I've ever, like, Stream Elements is just like piping off today. Hello, boss. Okay, let's do this coaching call, or coaching session really fast. This is a replay review. I need to get my ducks in a row here and pull up the phone. Delay. Okay, so let's look through this form really fast here. Diamond, tank. It looks like Junkerqueen at the start. Is it Junkerqueen all the way through? If so, I will be thrilled. It's been a long time since I've coached some of the queen. It is. Lovely. We got some Diamond Queen, y'all. So let's get our rank. Can I check if you are dense? No. I appreciate the offer. Okay, let's add the rank there in the bottom left, and let's take a look at this form here. Okay, Diamond Junkerqueen, Sigma Winston. What do you hope to get out of the session? More clarity on which areas of my gameplay I can improve on and how. Long-term, short-term goals in Overwatch. No real long-term goals. I just want to improve and have something to work towards. Okay. What do you feel is holding back for improving? A bit of using my cooldowns too randomly. Timing and not changing positions when I need to. Awareness probably too. Mentality is fine, I think. Okay, sounds good. So we want to look at our cooldown usage and position changing, maybe awareness. Okay, form's relatively simple, so we can get right into it. If you're in chat, Jahan, if you just have any questions that come up during the session, feel free to ask me. We can take a look. Masters now. Oh, yeah, I see you're in chat. Nice, mate. Well, let me go back and edit the rank here. Let's, congratulations on the Masters. You are now officially very good at the video game. The only bad news is surely you could do better than this skin. Surely you could do better than this skin. Come on, man. You could do better than this. Don't go. No, you're not a Karen. You're better than this. Come on. You can do better. You can do better. So Junkerqueen is all about fishing. Fishing is the way I like to look at Junkerqueen, where she is a situational brawl, or what I would say is a situational dive tank, where you can commit really hard with your abilities and get big dive value, get kills, all sorts of stuff like that. The problem is that it's something that you kind of have to have the situation lined up for. You need to wait for CDs to be used. You need to hit a knife to pull somebody in. You would like to have your carnage. You like to have your shout. You like them to be low. There's a lot of things that can enable you to go in with your abilities. But you need also the cat on the battlefield to be right? So the nice thing about Junkerqueen, as opposed to some of the other brawl tanks, like say Reinhardt, and to a lesser extent Ramattra, is while she doesn't have as much punching power on the committal, and she doesn't have the ability to get in and out like a wrecking ball, she has better poke. So there's something that you can do to force those CDs. There's damage that you could do in the meantime. So you look at the enemy composition right here. I would love to be able to dive Cassidy and Ana and Moira. But if I just go, 3, 2, 1, shout and go, ha! And just run in, you're going to be freaking dead instantly. Sleep dart, nade, they're going to fade, they're going to hinder, they're going to punch, you're just going to die. So what do you do in the meantime? Well, you need to force sleep dart. You need to force biotic grenade. Well, how do you do that? Well, you shoot the freaking Doomfist in the freaking head. And the Doomfist doesn't like that, and so he has to engage on somebody. Or you shoot the Ana in the freaking head, or you stick her with your Gracie and you pull her in so she panics and uses a cooldown and dies. So you have ways, it's not just about waiting for them to use a cooldown. You could get value while you're waiting for those cooldowns, or you could force them directly. And that's what makes Junkerqueen unique, is that you are fishing every time you use your knife or peeking for an opportunity where you can hard commit. Shoot, Doomfist, block, understand. Yes. So it's a little quiet here. Yeah. See, this is a fish. This is what I like to call a fish, where if you had fished on the Moira, you would have forced fate and gotten her low. If you didn't hit the Moira, then you unsuccessfully fished. The biggest problem that most Junkerqueens have is they don't know when to commit. They don't know when to hard commit. Yes, today's the free coaching call. Or they don't put enough focus on fishing. Because if we talk about how are you going to get an opportunity to hard commit on Cassidy or Moira or Ana, the only way that you're going to be able to hard commit on those characters is if you hit these knives, if you hit these shots. Now you're like, well, it's a mechanical issue. Yes and no. One of the best things that you can do as a Junkerqueen player, and the same way, I think this applies to Sleep Dart and Nade for Ana, this applies to even things like Damage Orb for Moira, Virus with Sombra, anything that's a skill shot. It's really easy to just kind of press it at a squishy and see if it hits and see if it doesn't hit. Do not do that. Treat it like you're gotta hit a Widowmaker headshot. Don't overthink it. Don't freak out, but put effort into it. This knife needs to hit. It needs to hit because you know what this knife needs to do? It needs to force hinder. It needs to force fade or orb or sleep dart. So the reason why it's important to put that level of emphasis is not just because the ability is important. It's because if you miss the knife, but you really tried, you gave it full attention, full focus, and you just didn't quite hit it, then that's good practice. If you miss the knife, but you just were kind of throwing it out there, that's not good practice. And so you're not going to improve your mechanics as fast as if you put full effort into them. Putting effort in your CDs is definitely a weakness. It's normal. It's one of the most common Junkerqueen errors there is. It is crucial to put effort into your CDs so that you can get better mechanically. I think that's what people don't understand is practice alone isn't going to make you better mechanically. It will, but it's not the most efficient way to do it. The most efficient way to do it is to put actual effort. There's the nade, so just live. So thankfully that Ana nades you a little early, so you don't even have to fish. It's just there. And you guys even see it with our shots, right? You're low masters, right? But look at this mechanic. Or these mechanics. Hello? Come on, mate. Right? You're better than that. I know you're better than that. Would the same go for Sigma's Rock? Yes. Yes. You cannot get lazy with your shots. You cannot get lazy with your fishing. Now, what did you guys just see? I hope you guys saw this, because this is what you need to be looking for as Junkerqueen, is looking for these dive opportunities when they present themselves. Now, you normally have to earn them. You were nervous? Don't worry about it, mate. We're torching you, but you're doing fine. You're masters. You're doing something right? What did you guys just see? So normally we have to land our CDs. Normally we have to hit our shots to force CDs. But somebody just fed on the battlefield. Do you see this? Uh-oh. What should we do right now? What should we do right now? Think about it. Should be pretty obvious, right? I get nervous being golden. Yes. Don't even think about it in terms of CDs, but you're right. Yeah. You need to, your whole mindset is dead. She is dead. I will shout if I need to. I will knife. I will carnage. I will commit. She is dead. She's wasted a CD. She just handed you a dive. It's not going to happen very often. So yeah, she's cooked. Get her. Ah! Okay, that's good. But you know what? Right decision. Right decision. I think that's the most important part here. You recognized it and you went for it. You whiffed it, but that's okay. You did it. You did it. You did it. The intent was correct. Exactly. Exactly. So let's see here. I would have liked an animation cancel shot into the carnage. I would have liked a shot here. And I would have liked the knife to hit here. But you know what? It's still a good play. You know why it was a good play? Because crap. Pocket the Moira. Full heal pocket. Moira heal. Doomfist peeling back. And you're still not dying. So you should have gotten the kill, but you're still, because you did the right play, you're still peeling 1, 2, 3 people's attention and 0 chance of death. So, nice job. Not 2 thumbs up. That's only if you hit the the shot or the knife. But you get 1 thumbs up. That was good. That was good. You recognize the opportunity to dive a squishy. You took it, you failed, but it was the right play, and you're still going to get benefit. So doing the right thing, if you don't mechanically hit it, is still often the right thing. Now, again, right there, that one was close, but that one needs to hit. You know why it needs to hit? Because I need this Moira out of here. And if I hit this, I force fade, because she will be forced to fade. If I get her out, then I can walk forward and maybe go for the... What the frick is going on here? What is going on? Okay, well, there's a Widowmaker on card, guys. So again, it's just like the level of effort is just not quite there, you know? Like, you're doing a fine job holding space here and playing cover. Like, you're doing a good job playing cover here. Oh, that was weird. You got punched out of it. It was odd. But yeah, okay. Yeah. Anyway, so the big thing to look at that is it's like, the tricky thing is like, I didn't feed and yet we still lost. Well, because the Doomfist doing, essentially just basically using cooldowns on you, was doing more than you. You missed your opportunities. You missed your opportunity once, you missed your opportunity again, you missed your opportunity again, you missed your opportunity again. We're sitting at what, 0% Gracie accuracy, right? You know, so anything's going to outvalue there, right? Even that Carnage right there, or that Gracie right there. You could Gracie, he engages in, he tries to engage out, you pull him as he's trying to engage out, you force nade, you force sleep, you force heal orb, and then you go into this next. And so now all those resources are gone. So in this fight that's about to happen, you can just go right and kill backline right away because no cooldowns. It's a game of fishing, tanking is. It's a game of looking for opportunities, using our cooldowns to force resources, and then hard committing at some point in time. The problem with what you're doing here is obviously we get punched in, right, chat? That's not so great. But this may not feel like it, but this is kind of a hard commit here, right? We're out in the open. We're out in between 2 members of the enemy team. What about the situation right here demanded this level of response for us? It's obviously a rhetorical question because the answer is nothing, right? There had to be a better way for us to fish there. So where's the safest fishing spot, guys? Is it in the shark tank? No. Where should we be fishing right now? Where should we be fishing? Where's the safe angle for us to force CDs and do good damage? And look for opportunities to hard commit. On land. Thank you, KJ. Idiot. Where should we go? Chat? Window, yes. Go here. Fish from here. Go for your Carnage here. If you hit the Carnage, maybe you commit. Maybe you don't. Maybe you force all the CDs in the world, right? Yeah, exactly. So why are you saying Mr. Beast? I'm not. You're a freak, dude. You're a freak. I can't believe I had to ban you, man. I'm so disappointed. You're better than that. But yeah, anyway, that's going to force a lot of CDs, and it's a commit of sorts, but it wasn't earned.
Bye, Spillo.
Bye, Sal. Bye, Sal. Thank you for the sub, Sal. But yeah, it wasn't earned. It wasn't earned. And so because it wasn't earned, you demand Suzu, and also you just have to pray that they miss their CDs. Like, look at this Ana here. You get very fortunate. You get very, very fortunate. Right? And so it's that you don't want to leave things up to the enemy team making a mistake for things to work. Nice. Nice. Good. You're all right, Sal. Don't worry about it, mate. Don't worry about it, mate. I accept your apology. I appreciate you apologizing as well. I don't like having to suspend my mates, you know what I'm saying? Makes me sad. All right. See, this is good. Now, I'm not gonna lie, you need to be careful. Nah, it's a long story. You need to be careful with your cover usage here, but this is what fishing looks like, right? You're holding cover. You're not hard committing in theory. Obviously, you need to be careful because you're far in spawn, but you're not hard committing. You hit a knife. You pull. What happened here? Did it just break? What happened? Chat, am I awake? Did you not pull it? Am I missing something? You did pull it. Wall? It just kind of like didn't really move. Did he just like roll? I guess he like rolled to break it. Okay, that was weird. But yeah, this is kind of what we're talking about, right? Where it's like, you know, it's a little bit unfortunate. So we'll talk about that. Thank you for the anonymous gifted subs. That's very generous of you. But yeah, so it's a little bit unfortunate. Congratulations to Timothy Santer, Jacob Bender, and the Wii Force Cell. But yeah, thank you so much for the gifted subs, mate. But yeah, anyway, I think like this is kind of what we're talking about. Like the reason why hitting knives is so important is because it's what forces the resources that lets you to actually dive. So good. Yeah, he didn't move. That was weird. The weasel. Oh, it cut off for me. It cut off. It was like, it's like, because my thing isn't big enough, it like cuts off. Weasel. Yikes, dude. Now. Oh, shoot. With the anonymous gifted sub, it does the shouting over there. Okay. That should be enough for elite speak. Yeah. Yeah, this is just a little bit silly. You're down one, sadly. Your far is still in spawn. And there's nothing about this. Like, you don't have enough HP. You don't have enough cover. You don't know the status of the CDs. This is how you get hindered. This is how you get nade. This is how you get slept. The Moira fates it anyway. The Sigma rocks it. You're essentially going for opening with a high-risk ultimate without fishing. It's a lot. Okay, so here's the thing with Junkerqueen Ultimate. You guys have to understand. Junkerqueen Ultimate is an ultimate that will literally team wipe if they don't have a cooldown. If they don't have a nade or a sleep dart here, it will literally team wipe. It will kill everybody. They're all done. It's over. They're going to cry to their mamas, right? But if they have a cooldown or two, you will die. Does that sound familiar? Because there's a couple other ultimates that are just like that. Death Blossom is the big one. Dragon Blade is another one, which will team wipe, but needs setup, right? So anything that's high risk, high reward is going to involve an element of patience, right? Where you don't need to wait out every cooldown. You just need to wait out a few. You need to fish a little more. You need to back up, play cover, find somewhere, try and hit some more Gracies, see if you can fish out rocks, see if you can fish out Sleep Dart or Nade, then go. Now, some of you guys are going to be like, bro, the tank experience. Well, I'm sorry that you're not allowed to press Q and just kill 5 people whenever you like. That's not fair for them. People have counterplay options for you. And you can force those counterplay options by your own counter to their counterplay options. So you need to be careful. You need to be careful. This is just dumb. It's dumb because you didn't do any fishing prior to a high risk, high reward play. And that's something you need to be going for. Now, if that was Flux, Flux isn't a high risk, high reward. It's a pretty low or medium risk, medium reward ultimate. You could have Flux there probably relatively safely. Obviously, you might have been scared of Rock or Sleep Dart, but it would have been okay for you to open with Flux there. No hard commit, force some CDs, maybe get a kill, maybe not, and play. But not with Junkerqueen Ultimate. But see, the thing with Junkerqueen Ultimate is it freaking kills people. It freaking kills people. So it's higher reward, but a higher risk than Flux. Cheers, Glad Vienna. See, now you don't even care. Nobody's looking at you, so you just dive. You just go. You just go. That knife needs to hit. It's so easy to blame mechanics for what a lack of mental acuity or a lack of focus can be blamed for. You don't live in Vienna? Are you scammed, mate? That was close. That was close. Okay. Okay, it was a good try. It was a good try. I appreciate the attempt. Now, chat, where should we be? What is Junkerqueen's optimal range? I guarantee you, most of you are going to get this one wrong. Window, I like window. That's a good one. What is Junkerqueen's? Yes, very close. Very close. The reason why a lot of people think Junkerqueen's optimal range is mid-range is because you're thinking about the enemy tank. And in that instance, you're right. I don't necessarily want to get point blank onto Orisa or Reinhardt, at least early, right? But the difference with that here is that I don't have to worry about the tank right now. I can go into any squishy that I want to, in which case there's no reason for me to play mid-range. I want to get on top of them. You see what I'm saying? You need to poke out tanks often as Junkerqueen. Winston's, Eva's even to an extent. But if the tank isn't a fat part of the factor, you want to get on top of people. You want to be you're a dive tank. Like I said, you are a brawl dive hybrid where your job is to get on top of people using your mobility cooldown. But it's something that you have to kind of earn. So right now, you fish out, there it is, and this guy should be dead. Unfortunate. And it's things like this that, like, okay, so let's talk about the micro here, right? Yeah, so I guess Ana doesn't have a cooldown, so I don't want to go there. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I just think you didn't know the Cassidy was there, that's all. You see Soldier, you go for Soldier, that's fine. My only problem here is, okay, you guys want a philosophical question? What is your speed boost when you don't have speed boost as Junkerqueen? Think about it for a second. Why do you want speed boost? What does it allow you to do? What does shout do? Mercurial. Yes. Yeah, you're way ahead of it. Right. Knife is what allows you to close the distance. So when you don't have your shout here, you need your knife. So right here, your mistake obviously was you misjudged your carnage distance woefully. But you needed to be knifing right now. You need to knife because he's going to run away. He's too far away. So this is a mistake even before you misjudge the carnage. This was never going to work. Now, if you guys are getting the importance of carnage or Gracie here, I hope, I certainly hope that you are by now. You know? Well, what do you guys think of this? Is this earned? Is this earned? Have we earned our dive yet? No, you haven't. You know, I had a great session earlier today with a top 500 Team Portugal, actually, in the World Cup. Their main tank, right? And I've worked with them before. And we talked about how, like, it's very easy as a dive tank to just, like, go dive backline, right? But if it's not earned, it's bad. A lot of people watch my videos and they think that, oh, I should avoid shooting the tank. I should go for backline. And that's true, but you always need to earn the engagement, right? I wouldn't just jump right past and just jump the backline a million miles away. And right now, the problem is that we haven't earned this engagement. So how would I earn this engagement? You tell me, chat. How would I earn this engagement? And the reason why earning the engagement is important is because you should get slept and naded and hindered and you should just die here. Right? You wanted to stop bot. I to be honest with you, I understand, but I don't care. You could stop bot from here. You can't hard commit beyond this. So let's just say, for the sake of argument here, that you're hard focusing backline. So how would you do it? Close the distance through gem. That could work, but you still have a distance to close, right? So how do you earn it? How do you earn it? Knife on soldier, great. What's another solution? What's a more basic, lazy, silver solution? Think carefully. Shoot the Orisa in the face. Do it. Shoot her in the face. Shoot her in the face. Right? Hide here on the cover, knife the tank, shoot the tank, win the cooldown trade, find an opportunity to commit past her. Stall until Cole runs out, maybe trade tank to get support opportunities and then go past Orisa. Right. Now, the question is, if I was trading tank as a Winston, what would happen? If I'm trading tank here as Orisa, how does this go? Answer, poorly, obviously, right? If I stand here and shoot the Orisa in the face here, what do you guys think? If I'm Junkerqueen here and I'm shooting the Orisa in the face here, what do you guys think? Neutral, right. I would say you hit your Gracie. I don't know how to commit Carnage here. Hit your Gracie, 80-80 strafe, shoot her in the head. She's got a pretty massive head. You force Fortify, you force Javelin Spin. Then look for an opportunity to go past her. It's okay. I would say it's more of a neutral trade, but it buys time and it gets you an opportunity to look for an opportunity. How many World Cup teams did I coach? I helped out with a few individual players, but I did not coach any World Cup teams. I was supposed to help Team USA, but that's a long story, which we'll talk about later. Yeah, this is tank experience, right? Because you forced it. Nice knife! Look at that, dude. You went fishing, my man. Well done. Well done. Or my lady. I guess technically my lady here. Nice shot, mate. Really well done. Good try in the fish. That was actually a pretty reasonable knife. Like, I don't care if you miss, if it seemed like you actually put effort in the aim there. Well done. That peel shout necessary. Understandable. Painful, but understandable. I appreciate your attentiveness to that. Now, I want you guys to think here. What are our options? What are our options here? There's two things that we can do. Only two as Junkerqueen. These are the things that you have to think about when you're a mobility-restricted tank. Rotate top, fish on backline. Exactly. High risk, high reward allows you to skip the tank trade and immediately get to point-blank range on the squishies. Has counterplay, though, but it's an option. What's your other option? Ult into mini room? Maybe. Maybe. Ult from mini room, maybe. Poke tank from cover. Right. Again, same thing. Fish, fish, poke, poke, poke. Win the cooldown trade. Maybe. If you win the cooldown trade on this Orisa, guys, where does she go? If you fish on the tank line and you win the tank trade, where does she go? If you win the tank trade on any back, so then what does that allow you to do? What does winning the tank trade allow you to do? Flank. Yeah, kind of. Kind of. If she has to back up, that allows you to get closer to her backline. If you win the tank trade, you can go for backline. That's an option for when you're playing characters that don't have a lot of mobility. I want you to be very careful and read my lips. Do not try to win tank trades as Winston if you're playing into Orisa, because you're not going to win them. But if you're playing a mobility challenged tank, winning tank trades might be part of how you go for backline. And it's not an accident that the mobility restricted tanks like Junkerqueen, Orisa, Zarya, even Ryan to an extent, have better tank trades than other characters like Winston and Ball. Won't the backline fall back with her too? Potentially, yes. If they do, unlucky. But guess what? You all got free robot push. You get free robot push and you rinse and repeat. Great question. Because in theory, yes, if they're smart, they will. They will. But also, they might have to use CDs to keep their tank alive, in which case you could just cheat and run right at them. Hog has the best tank trade, but no mobility. Yeah. Definitely the best naked tank trade. I think when you factor in support on both sides, maybe a Hog doesn't have the best tank trade. But yeah, you're right. He's definitely the best. Ignoring other supports and DPS, he is the best tank trader, right? But he has no way of, yeah. So here, you could just sit and trade tank if you like. There's Fortify. And there it is. You're so close, mate. You're so close. No rush. Don't rush it. Shoot, 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 walk forward, shoot, 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 go. It's just a little bit rushed. It's too early. There's too many cooldowns that can shut you down. And that was one of them. Nice shot, though. Good enough. I might stay on him, actually. Ah! I mean, understandable. Understandable, to be honest with you. Let me see if there's anybody else close here. The power of hindsight, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, maybe going for backline here better, but it was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. D.Va's an interesting case. Yeah, D.Va's one of the exactly like middle of the road characters where she's not terrible in tank traits, but it depends on the tank. And she's not bad at diving, but it depends, right? So that's where I think D.Va struggles, is because she's so middling that she's rarely the best pick for the situation. But she's also rarely the worst pick for the situation. Fish. Fish. Keep shooting. Shoot, shoot, shoot. And now, chat, what could we be doing? What could we be doing right now? We force fortified. Nice job. What could we do? Rotate left. Now, remember, we've not necessarily seen the cooldowns here. But you know what? We could very safely fish from here, or even hard commit from here. Go. So you're tunneling, right? This is where focusing tank is bad, because you don't have to focus tank anymore. You have an easy, clear path to backline, and you're still looking at a fortify. Ah! I don't know. Mechanical failure. However, well done. Shoot the shot, shoot the shot, shoot the shot. Ah, how low does it get, chat? How low does it get? Any bets? I'm guessing 12. Oh, 11. Ah, that's gross. That's saddening. That's okay. You know what? But again, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, you failed, kind of, but it still forces Cole, still takes the soldier out of the fight, still forces Hinder. You're about to get naded here. Oh, okay, yeah. Where's the nade? Oh, she didn't have it. Okay, but yeah. I mean, it's a good play, just poorly executed. Remember, if the only complaint that I have is that you made the right play, but you executed poorly, then that's a good news. That's a good news, I swear. That's good news. That's good news. Good job. Really, really. If the only problem is that you missed the shots, it's a good job. And it even didn't feel like you were too lazy with it. It's fine. Go next. Fish. I wouldn't have shouted here. Because why are you shouting? What are you pushing here? You're not pushing, you're fishing, right? So don't push. Don't push. Shoot. Good knife. Shoot, 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 shoot. Then you could chill here. You could shout even now, right? But yeah. You need a good reason to shout. You need a reason either to disengage or to engage. Uh-oh. Remember what I said about Junkerqueen Ultimate? Remember what I said about Junkerqueen Ultimate? It's the best when they don't have CDs. They don't have CDs. This is a very, very late fight. I think you win this fight now. Even though I think you have somebody in spawn here. Okay, you don't have somebody in spawn. Yeah, they're cooked. It's over. Nice, mate. Really nice job. Beautiful ult. There's a fortify. Now you can walk. I probably wouldn't have shouted there, but yeah. Nice job, dude. Nice job. Shouting at full HP isn't an issue if you need the speed. It can be a preventative action, right? Rather than a reactive action. But you need, I guess even calling it a preventative action, it can be a bad way. And you need a reason for that speed. What is he doing? Unlucky. Nice. See, like that's what you need. There's an opportunity and you're there for it. You needed the speed there. See, now we're feeling ourselves now. Now we're feeling it. We're in our flow state. We're in our Karen state right now. In case anybody doesn't get that, we're in our Karen state, you know? Karen state. All right. Anyway, that's all. Get him, yeah! Yeah, buddy! Now remember, fish. I don't know that this is earned, right? This is too far. Shoot. If he's low, shout commit. If you hit the little sticky, Gracie, then commit. Too far. It's not a bad play. It's not an optimal play. And there you go, right? Right? We'll exhale through. I don't even know what you guys are exhaling through or why. There's wasted hinder. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's okay. Shoot. Nah. Are you planning on pushing here? Are you planning on kiting here? You don't know. If you hit this carnage, maybe. But even then, I still think there's a sleep and a nade to worry about. Shut up, Artifice. So why shout? This is where shouting at full HP, yeah, this is the one where it makes no sense. Well, all we would be doing is holding this corner and either fishing for Gracies or shooting tank. This is bad. See, now we feel the need to commit, but we shouldn't need to. That's a disgusting combo. Oh my goodness gracious. Holy mackerel. And it's frame perfect, guys. It's frame perfect. Oh. I'm not usually a guy for ult combos, but EMP is not the most powerful ultimate in the world. And okay, that was juicier than cheeks. Too far on the open. Too far on the open. Again, unnecessary shout. Why are you shouting? Why are you shouting? Why are you shouting? What are you doing with this shot? Ah! Okay, we're good. Good, but don't commit. You know, I was gonna say, don't commit because you still don't know the status of the CDs. Yeah, exactly. You don't have to wait for cooldowns if you EMP the cooldowns, right? So. Oh dear, that's unfortunate. So again, just be patient on cover, fish for opportunities. I think this was a mistake, but this one at least makes sense. So I want you guys to look at this shout. The reason this shout actually makes sense is because this shout is necessary for us to quickly and safely close the gap to get to the Kiriko. Now we get body blocked, so we don't actually make it, but that's where like a shout, even though you don't need it, is understandable because you need to get offensive value out of a shout or you need to get defensive value out of a shout. And some of our shouts have gotten neither. This one at least has the potential for offensive value. We just fumbled back. And then obviously that Gracie is just offensive. Good. They have to hit. They have to hit. We'll have time to look at a few more. What is going on? What is going on? Shot, I assume, was for your Mercy there. Good combo right there. Love to see it. Find the next target quickly. Oh, that's stinky. Find a squishy. Find a squishy. Or the turret. You're getting a little lost in the sauce here, I could tell. A little lost in the sauce. A little panicky, so to speak. It's important in these situations to try and maintain some modicum of control and not to panic. Goodbye, you're dead. You're dead. It's over. Yeah! Good, there you go. Oh dear. No, we're not good. Oh, we are good. We're so good. We're not good. Oh, our blizzard was eaten. All right, go, go, go. Good. Shoot. Fish. Stay in the corner there. You could have lived in that corner there, I think. Do it. Here it comes. Yes! Unfortunate. We didn't track Suzu. Understandable, but difficult nonetheless. Okay, well, we might even have time to get through this. Let's try and get through this really fast. And then chat, you can start accumulating points of practice. Let's start with that. So, John, whatever you feel like. What are you seeing here? Ooh, that's a nasty combo here. What do you see? Oh, the Tor Bolt. This is very intense. Stop shooting tank. Stop shooting tank. Stop shooting tank. You're on point blank on top of supports. You've earned the right to fight supports because they're completely depositing themselves on top of you. Stop shooting tank. Stop it. Stop it. The difference between the tank trades earlier when it was the only thing available and what's available now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now move on to the Kiriko again. There she is again, right? There's Suzu. She's dead. Nice. Took us about 7 years, but we did it. So what do you guys think that this Kiriko needs to practice? This Kiriko, oh my goodness. Junkerqueen. A few things, right? Meaningless shout. We're not moving anywhere. You didn't even try to push the Torb. Composure. Well, this is definitely a little bit of extreme. That's it right there, right? Yes. What do you guys think? John, effort into CDs. Effort into CDs. Specifically, racy. Give yourself opportunity to aim properly. And ... Before shouting, shout for push or pull. Don't just shout to stand still. Knowing when to tank trade versus dives. Looking to fish for opportunities for CDs or dive by tank trading or hitting Gracies. I think those are the main 3 points for me.
I don't need this tip.
Yo Spillo, I'm finding a ton of Mercies in my games lately. She has to be the most popular hero in the game. I feel forced to play Bap or Rana, but who else can work with Mercy and in what circumstances?
A lot of characters I think can work with Mercy. I think it's more important to know what your tank is. If you're running a Mercy, I think you can run a lot of supports with Mercy, but like let's say if you're running like a Reinhardt, it might be difficult to run a Mercy plus a Zenyatta. I think really Mercy's fairly flexible. It's just more dependent on your tank. Even Lucio Mercy can work if you're running like a Roadhog or something, right? Or a Brig Mercy can work if you're running like a Roadhog or like a Sigma, right? So generally, Mercy is a lower heal support. So you want to, or the character that doesn't want to be doing a lot of healing, so you want to be running something that complements her depending on your tank. Pay more attention to your tank. Okay, Jehan, do you have any questions? Those are the big 3 that I would be working on for right now. I think Weaver could be okay with Mercy, but yeah, definitely lacks a little bit of utility there a little bit. Nah, Queen is really fun. Any questions, Jehan? Lots of good stuff to say. Lots of good stuff to say. I think when you were in the moment, your ults looked pretty good. Some nice knives when you put some effort into it. Those look pretty good. Seem very attentive to your teammates with how you're using a shot, which is good. Okay, well, let me know if you have any questions. You can message me anytime, and I will send you the post-coaching checklist and all that shenanigans tomorrow. Chat, we have a cat, and she's gonna settle now. Whoa, she's tail in the air. Become the kitten, Sun Tzu, yes. So how good is Queen in the meta right now? I think she's strong. I think she's okay. I think she's all right. I think the only reason where Queen might feel a little bit bad is with the prevalence of poke DPS. She doesn't do as well in the poke DPS. More of a map situational thing. Okay. Chad, hi, pretty girl. Let's get our Elo Mastery call started. And then we have leaks. No, not leak time yet. Not leak time yet. It is coming. It is coming. Not yet. So exclamation mark Elo Mastery. And we're gonna get rolling. Leaks, but that's what I'm most excited about. I'm not gonna lie with you. I'm gonna be what I'm most excited about as well. Hey, pretty girl. Welcome, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Happy early Thanksgiving for those of you in the United States, aka the greatest place on earth. Imagine living in the United States where you have both Disney World inside the United States. So you have the best place on earth inside the best place on earth. It's best place on earth inception. And if that doesn't make you want to shoot some six guns into the air out of raw excitement, I just don't know what will. So today we're going to be looking at some submitted codes here in the coaching call chat. You guys all know the voice channel right above it is the coaching call chat, and we'll be taking a look at those. Please make sure that you have a timestamp, preferably just one, at most two, because we generally have a lot of people, and so we want to make sure that we try to get to a little bit of everybody if possible. But yeah, let's start here. Oh dear, no sec. Elo mastery moment. Just one moment. I forget how this always happens with Elo mastery. Every single time. Can you guys hear me? Testing. Yep, every single time. Every single time I join this specific voice channel, it bugs out. So, well, at least we're here. I was all talking about patriotism, the importance of firing shots into the air, and how to please add 1 or 2 timestamps if you haven't already. And we're good to go. Let's take a look here. I think it's Fleem. If you'd like to, Fleem, you may jump inside the voice call with me. Let me get the stream started as well on my end on Discord. Hi, Spilo. How do you do? I am doing well, thank you. You don't have maple taffy, though? Of course you have maple taffy. We just have a lot more sugar involved. You don't know how to join? So check this out. You look at my stream, and there should be a call going on down here that you can join into. And then all you need to do is jump in the call, and then I will ask you to speak, and then you'll be pulled into the talking section. Oh, you're already in there. Okay, let's go. Okay, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah.
Okay, let's get this pulled up here. So, oh my stupid thing. Okay, High Masters low GM playing Zarya into Doomfist. Let me get the code pulled up here. Okay, so 230. Zoom to that, and then I guess you're here, so you can just tell me what you were thinking.
Yeah, so this was honestly this entire point. We touched point like one time and then immediately got it taken away from us. Looking back, it was a Hanzo. I think that was more of an issue than the Doomfist that I thought initially. But we struggled to get through this choke afterwards. For basically after 20%, we just didn't get to touch point.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think when I look at the compositional issues here, the more important issue that I see, like you said, is not so much the Doomfist, it's the double poke DPS.
Yeah.
And that's just a problem with Zarya because it's not something that you can really shoot, right? Consistently. So your focus here is really to be obviously pressure on a Brig, Hanzo, Ashe, if you can access them.
Yeah.
But I think more than anything else is to just really make sure that you're winning the tank trade as much as you possibly can. And then obviously like peeling is as necessary.
It seems like it's really stuttery for me. I don't know if everyone else is seeing this. The stream is like
Stuttery or like glitchy?
Glitching back and forth, yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can stop and restart. Turn down the resolution just a little bit. See, mind you guys need to leave and rejoin to see it, but I've restarted it if you guys can see.
Yep, I can see the stream.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of particle effects, which might not be doing you any favors,
Yeah,
but yeah.
it's a lot better, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is all fine. Peel the engage. I wouldn't necessarily hard walk forward right now. It's kind of like the previous session we were talking about, like Queen, where it's like you haven't really earned the right to walk forward here. You don't have either bubble. You don't have a lot of charge. You're in the middle of active rally. Just hold space and poke, and see an opportunity to push. Because nothing about
going good.
right, nothing about this screams W, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Crow. I appreciate the summit.
Yeah, I was just like, I'm stuck there for so
Yeah,
long.
yeah. Now, would that have changed the result? I don't know, but that certainly would have preserved you some HP, which would have obviously been played out a little bit differently here. Now, you had another question. Was it another timestamp here?
It's on a different code, if that's okay.
Yeah, you know what? Let's. Do you even have a time to recontest this?
I think.
You want to look one more?
Sure.
Hot pocket thing for the sun? I appreciate it, mate.
I think, yeah, we cap this and then it gets taken away.
I mean, this is all good, right? Just spam and
Yeah.
obviously the problem is that
clear this left angle, I think, was.
yeah, definitely hold this here because it's just closer for you, right? Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Here is where you shouldn't be chasing Doom, right?
Okay.
So the reason you're focusing Doom is because he's close.
Yeah.
Now he is no longer close, and in fact, you have a squishy that's here. This is where you get your kill, right? So by giving up space to this Doomfist, you've given up space to the Brig. When that kill should have happened, I don't even know, like 3 seconds ago, right? Yeah. And you would have also been in a better position to actually deal with this on it. So good target priority here. I think Hanzo's probably going to be a faster kill. I mean, this has been mostly okay, besides giving up the space unnecessarily. You're gonna win it, surely, right?
Yeah, no, we do win this one. Oh,
really?
No, we don't. Sorry, no, we don't. We won the next one. But...
See, do you see how you're chasing something across the map, but in that circumstance, it makes sense. It's a squishy. She's close, right? I would never do that to a Doomfist is the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, just hold.
Yeah.
See, this is too much. This is too much. You need to hold Brig. You need to hold Hanzo. You need to hold Ana. You do not go backwards here.
Okay.
Because in that very act of giving up space is you're opening yourself up to that Ana, you're opening yourself up to that Brigitte and all that, right? It's like your mindset, Ben, is too much on the Doomfist here and not on what is behind the Doomfist. The thing that you can actually reach.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to that other code really fast then. Does that all make sense?
Yeah. The other one is just a much quicker question.
Sure. 320. Okay.
Yeah, I struggle a lot with the tank matchups of when I need to mark the tank and like be in his space, and when I need to ignore him and like control backline.
The same answer as Zarya. It's when it's easy. When it's easy. So like right here, just shoot the freaking hog.
Yeah.
You know?
Here he starts to go around, and I'm on this high ground. I'm thinking, okay, do I control the backline snipers from walking forward, or do I just go chase the hog now?
I would control backline. But I think that you can have a little bit of both here. I don't necessarily see the need to rotate to top, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's fair. I was trying to avoid getting hooked. He kept hooking me. I mean, that's kind of a skill issue, but he kept hooking me into their team. So I was like,
hold the corner here. Yeah, hold the corner here and save your CDs, right? But I do think, like I said, skill issue a little bit. Because you need to put a lot more pressure on this guy so that if he does get out for free, you've been able to whittle 220 and 300 more damage to him on that rotation. Because like that's mean, he's gonna get that rotation if he wants to.
Yeah. But that's kind of like I duo with my friend the Anna a lot, and he's constantly upset at me for not like always marking the tank. Like he's like, if Hog walks point, like I can't heal you, and you need to turn around and like look at the Hog every single time. And I know
If Hog walks point and you're on his
yeah.
position, not like a bot with all due, is this the Ana here?
Yeah.
All right, I'm a little bit of tough love here. Your Ana should never be here. I have no idea why your Ana is here. If your Ana's here, she's going to be able to capitalize off of you controlling backline, and there's no way this Hog is a threat at all.
That is so funny because that's exactly what I told him to do, and he said no because they have snipers, and the snipers have a good sightline on him here. But I told him if I'm doing my job, I'm controlling those snipers.
Yes. And also the snipers really don't have a good sightline on him. Not here. Like they have to walk all the way out to here to get a sightline, right?
Yeah.
In which case, okay, sure, you're going to rotate that way. But at that point, you've probably already lost the fight.
Okay, so
you're right.
That's kind of all I want to hear. Yeah.
Yeah, because you look at this. There's 4 people that can't walk out of this choke, right? And it's a real threat of dying. I mean, obviously, I think you could have been a little bit more proactive with that shield there.
Yeah.
And maybe mechanically there, like a little bit more punishment there. But the Hog is not the problem here.
Yeah.
Hog is doing what he needs to do, but the problem with Roadhog rotating here is everything's still so freaking far away, right?
Yeah.
That in theory, that it should still be fine. Okay, makes sense?
Yep, I appreciate it.
Okay, no problem, mate. Let me move you down, and then we'll move on to the next one. Okay, let's keep moving on here. So just the TLDR, guys, is blame your teammates always, especially if you know them. Gabe, you here? Do you want to jump into a call? Raise your hand if you'd like to, and I will get you in. If not, I will jump onto the code here. Yeah, all right, let's do this. What's up, mate?
What's up?
All right, let's take a look at this. So, timestamp 3 minutes. Low jam. Sorry, you guys are all just high ranks, making me feel bad about myself. All right, let's take a look at this here. So, you are. What are you playing? Well,
I'm playing Echo.
Echo, right. Okay. Question. What do you got for me?
I think it was kind of like where I should be playing, like in these scenarios where like we're holding close, because I felt like window was probably the best play, but then like they started pushing out, and like it kind of gets like a little weird on like whatever position. I guess the parts say it's like happening in front of the choke.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little awkward. This choke is always a little bit awkward where it's like it's really, really bad for the enemy team, but it's also kind of awkward for you too. I would say hold window here with a threat of dive bombing this way, but also then if they just walk out of the choke, you could just spam them here, right? It's still good value. Okay. I do think that like if your team is fighting on this choke, you need to be comfortable holding here. Now, I do understand your concern given where your team is positioned, but I still think you're probably okay. Worst case scenario, heck, you could even ask for your BAP should be able to bank heal you here, to be honest. And given the fact that you guys have a few ultimates here, I don't think it's unreasonable. I don't think it's unreasonable. Now, if you do kite out, where should you go here?
I think my general idea was kind of like I started playing towards like this area of the map, so I kind of like have like an opportunity to go on their backline and like also provide pressure from above.
Yep, I think this position is okay. Obviously, you just get diffed there, which is obviously a big problem. But I think this position is in theory relatively okay. I mean, you're just playing a tough comp to play on second point. Let's not, and they had beat, and you got diff. That's pretty much it. But I will say this angle here, and then holding window here. At least in theory, your idea is fine. Your idea is fine. The only problem with holding this position here is if your team is going to kite back, then you got to get caught with your pants down. That's pretty much it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, let's zoom ahead here. More echo. So what was your question here? Basically the same kind of thing, how to position at this point?
Yeah, it's kind of like attack. Because I think this is like the part where you mostly struggled. Because like I couldn't really go anywhere without getting like hard marked.
Yeah, it's tough. Well, okay, so why is that?
See, I assume because
describe their comp. Describe their comp. What's difficult about their comp for you?
Probably the Ilari and the back.
And
Surge when she is real.
And the Symmetra apparently. Right? And what's problematic about this point?
It's kind of like it's kind of pretty linear, other than like the high grounds.
A lot
right
of very open too, right? So
Yeah.
something that you would love if they were on like Sim Bastion, but all of a sudden they add some hit scan characters in here, and this doesn't feel quite so good. So what's your advantage then? What's your advantage of these compositions? Like you're talking about like your spam, right? But that's not something that you can really leverage versus these characters, right? But what is your other advantage? What is something that Echo has over, say, an Iliari, over a Baptiste? What do you have that they don't have?
I would say like probably more spam, and also like ability to get to like high grounds.
But you're thinking about ability to get to high grounds. That's just mobility, no?
hmm
Think about it from a turn the verticality sideways. What about your ability to get from point A to point B, or point A to point B, even if it's not vertical? You're faster, right?
hmm
So watch this. Ready for this?
Take it off angle.
You get what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
if a hit skin character took this, there would be an inherent sort of risk to Symmetra TP, a bat pushing you, Reinhardt pushing you, and so on. But your Echo, that risk is significantly lower. Why?
Because I fly.
You fly. So you're thinking, oh, I want to take a high ground and spam. But your brain is locked into that. But it shouldn't be. Your brain can also take a lateral angle and just shoot. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And the best part about it too is like you could sit here and spam and spam and spam and spam and spam. And if you see an opportunity to, you can also use your mobility to sneak up and murder one of these guys in the back. Because you're right. What you're doing right now is going to feel tough, very difficult. It's not a skill issue. You're at a disadvantage. Right? This feels terrible, right? What on earth are you supposed to do? But also, who's going to stop you from doing this? Who's going to stop you from just sitting here and spamming Rain Shield, right? Nobody. Nobody can. Short question, really. And even this, right? Like, I don't know how well this is going to go given the status of your HP. But in theory, this is what you're really good at. Just wish you were full HP. That's all. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So leverage your spam, leverage your mobility, one or the other. Early on, you were leveraging your spam, but you got stuck in the leveraging spam mindset. And so and by spam, I mean sightlines, like sniper almost, right? And so then when they out-snipered you, you didn't know what to do. Whereas your mobility was also a strength. And that's something that would needed to be this Overwatch moment, by the way. What is this? Where your mobility needed to be the next option. Any questions?
No, that makes pretty much sense.
Okay. Well, GG's, man. Appreciate you dropping in. Okay, let's keep going. That was a good question. Gabe, moving on to Iwatoda. Iwatoda, you want to jump in the call here? Raise your hand if so. Yeah, the leaks will be in 1 hour. 1 hour, y'all. 1 hour. Okay, let's do this. What is up? Hey.
Yeah, so I sent a VOD from the Flash Ups tournament that just happened.
Yeah.
And we had a match against Muma's team, which was Gorilla and Victory. I think we're both on the team that came third in Dive Party, and then Muma is obviously an Overwatch League player. So
yeah.
I'm just wondering more at on the last point of the map around 9.5 minutes, what we could have done to close at that point, because we got it to 99, but then we lost 3 fights in a row on that point.
Sure. Which point again? Sorry.
It's at around 9 minutes
9:30.
and 30 seconds, the fourth point.
Yeah. Okay. Let's take a look here. Nice. The goat. I think you have this one in the bag, surely. Why are they on Junkrat?
Surely we don't lose this.
Why are they on Junkrat? So are you looking for team play, your play, or a little bit of both?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
But, our team kind of disbanded, so
Okay, makes sense.
A bit of both, but how could we have won that as a team?
First things first, I see no reason for you guys to be quote-unquote setting tempo in this location here. Where's the best location? If you want to set tempo, what's the worst position for them to take a fight?
Probably where Genji is, or like
Yeah,
where the
exactly.
Fury is, kind of.
Anywhere in this, like, I hate to use the term, but we're gonna use it here. Kill box, right? Anywhere past this line here, anywhere past this choke here, whereas now you're the one pushing past the choke, right? So I don't love this engagement location, mostly because there's not gonna be a lot of follow-up beyond you and your Genji, right? I would prefer to be a little bit more patient because poor Slick over here, you know. Okay. Thank you for the sub, Brett. I mean, it's a good fight win, right? We'll take it, but you know, my job to be nitpicky here. Nice. Okay, reset. Should be okay. Should be okay. Okay, maybe not okay. This is just a feed. That's all there is to it. Not a whole lot to it. That being said, apparently Slick is Sir Magic incarnate. Oh no. Wait, I guess we're gonna be looking at the rest of this team here. Oh no, Flups. I take no responsibility for anything that he does. Oh, you guys lost to the Gurk. You guys lost to the Gherkin. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, you guys just fed. That's it. It ain't that deep. It is very funny though, I will say. Nice. I mean, it's kind of stupid for them, but hey, we take it. Nice work. Now, is this just mechanics? Why is Clups over here? Ah, yeah. Clups just gets smoked. I don't. So here's one little detail for Clups. So I don't really see a huge benefit for taking a super deep flank in a dive mirror. I think unless you have some sort of follow-up from your team, like unless your Kiri's going with you or unless your Lucius going with you, the risks just far outweigh the rewards. Because what's Clup's goal here? What does Clups want to do from this angle? You know, I know I'm not coaching Clups here, but right?
He probably wants to like force a fade or a TP from the Kiri.
Right. So why go all the way around this way when you could stack, rotate with your team and split here? You know what I'm saying? You lose a little bit of the element of surprise, but you're much more likely to be supported. Even like rotating here and then taking a split here is much better. I think it's much more risky for him to do something like this. And that's, again, it's just like an individual end, and so that's going to put you guys way in the back foot. And it looks like these guys are very willing to push the advantage. They are. I swear, Gurk is like, okay. You want to see something funny? Right? Look.
Yeah.
There's no way. There's no way. It's like a freaking ball pit at Chuck E. Cheese. What is going
Bro has
on?
lineups for it.
Look at this, guys. They just die. They just don't bounce. They just like, oh my gosh. I'm like, okay, well, that's this guy definitely touches grass once a year. I mean, that is unreal. There's just no way, man. Every time I think Junkrat players have hit rock bottom, they whip out the backhoe. So yeah, that is another individual int or just a skill play, I guess, depending on what way you look at it. No way he does it again. Okay, to be honest, mate, you just got completely rolled by this guy. You overextended 2 fights ago, and so you're unable to get back to your team. So your team operated down one. You remember that fight?
Yeah.
Then on your retake, your Tracer splits early, unnecessarily, gets scouted, loses the matchup, and dies. Then freaking Gurkmeister does something ridiculous. Then here, to be honest with you, like, I think the only takeaway here I could say is maybe there was not as much urgency here for you guys to touch. You could be a little bit more patient here to pocket your Reaper out, because you guys are touching at 87, and I understand it's Flashpoint, so there is a little bit of fear, and it's also the last point, so I'm sure you guys were terrified. But you guys could have been a little bit more patient on this rotation and not felt quite as much urgency. That may have allowed you to get Suzu here, and I mean, I don't even think Slick gets Suzu. Okay, Suzu off. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's just a bit of a disaster. So if you guys are a little bit more slow in that rotation, Slick has Suzu for you. It doesn't have to Suzu himself.
Okay. Like, So like first two were individual mistakes, and last one was like our rotation was bad.
Yeah,
or
just
too quick, I guess.
just force the rotation a little bit too quickly, given the time. Because they're taking a 4v5 here, knowing that you guys were going to keep running, but you guys didn't have to keep running. Could have sat there, broke bubble, and then Kitsune or whatever. The only other maybe thing that you could have done is we could have gone even faster here. But sadly, that's one of the reasons why the Reaper. I mean, honestly, mate, I don't love the Reaper. I will say that.
Yeah,
I don't love the
it was
Reaper.
like the last match, and they had already been up 2-0. So like, if we lose this fight, we'd like lose the game. So I think it was like everyone was just like, nervous.
I can see that. I can see that. But yeah, that's mostly it. Sorry, there's not a whole lot more to say. Sadly, you got gurked.
Yeah.
All right, mate. Any other questions?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Thanks so much, though.
Yeah, no problem, mate. Cheers. Wow, that was the an anticlimactic review. Tragic, I guess. Genty, are you here? Would you like to jump to a call? Raise your hand if so. Yes. Okay. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Did I butcher your name?
I bet it's fine.
Okay. Thank you. You have to pardon the American attempt at culture. Okay, so let's look at your bot here. So support Baptiste 725. Wondering is where she position play. Okay. All right, let's take a look here. Okay. This the fight here? Around here?
Yeah.
All right. So you were asking specifically about positioning, particularly, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think this is mostly fine. The way I like to look at it is this. Is there anything on the enemy composition that's going to blow your head off, like snipe you?
Not really.
Not really. So you need to be shooting people as safely as you possibly can, but you need to be shooting people. So the problem with your positioning right now, obviously you got to get your Cassie out of here. But I don't want you inside. I want you on a sight line, shooting people as much as you possibly can. So here, it sounds crazy. It sounds crazy, but you know what? I would not go inside. I would hold this angle here, or maybe even rotate to here. And what could you do from these positions?
I could heal in the room.
Heal?
If the cast goes out.
Yes.
And then I can shoot the enemy if they go out of the room.
Exactly. And also, you see it, right?
The Pharah.
Right. Now, you might be like, well, obviously that's the power of hindsight, is that we didn't know she was going to barrage, but the thing is it doesn't even matter if she has barrage or not. If I'm playing any DPS, Genji, Bastion, Kiriko, if I'm playing any tank, and I see a convention of supports and DPS all huddled into a small room, I'm going to take an angle on you. I'm going to surround you, and you're going to die. So this is kind of where you need to think of your character. This sounds corny, but think of your character almost like a sniper, where you control a sightline. You're a supportive sightline, but you control a sightline. As soon as you enter in here, unless you have a really, 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 really good reason to, this is not where your character is most effective. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like
you need a sightline.
Sightlines, yeah.
Yeah, you need a sightline, either for support or for DPS. And sometimes I've realized this when I was playing Baptiste, is that sometimes I have to not sacrifice, but I will let people not die, but risk death if it means that I can keep a better position for myself to be able to do damage and do healing. Now, if you're doing nothing, your position is bad. But right now, you would not be doing nothing. You would be healing, you'd be shooting, because the problem is that you're in such an urgency to kill your Cassidy that your Ana's going to die, that your Diva's going to die, that the Pharah is going to live or could have lived. And honestly, even for you selfishly, is this really a safe position for you?
Not really.
No, I mean, look at that. Really, we don't need to say anymore. You're point blank. You have no vision, no nothing, right? So think more selfishly with your sightline. I could do damage, I could do healing, and then obviously cover from there. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
because opportunities will present themselves to you. The Bastion will push up, the Mercy will push up, the Pharah will push up, your team will be able to be supportive, think more selfishly, and opportunities will present themselves. Any other questions?
That was wondering about, like, if I go into a small room, what should I do? But the answer is just don't go into small rooms.
Avoid going into small rooms, right? Exactly. Control the sightline outside of it. Now, if you have to go inside here and go inside a small room briefly, understandable, but you can't stay here. So it's like here, heal, and like as soon as you start like DPSing the queen, it's like I get it, but like, oh my gosh, man, you're so dead. Like this just feels terrible, right? And then obviously, as soon as you can get your HP back, where should you rotate to immediately, like as quickly as you can?
I should go close to the room.
Right. It's just, but you see how like this entire fight has essentially revolved around this tiny little sightline where Pharah's playing Ring Around the Rosie and ruining you. Whereas if you take this position out here, Pharah, Bastion, Junkerqueen, all of these characters have been controlled more. Now, there's exceptions to that rule. Let's say that you're playing into a Widowmaker Hanzo. You get what I'm saying? Now what sightlines are you thinking?
Then I have behind cover.
Right. Then you're maybe the one that's playing in the small rooms. But for most of the time, as Baptiste, you're going to be kind of wanting to set your feet, hold a sightline, and play more of like a medium to longer range. Make sense? Okay. No other questions?
That was all.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's keep going. Oh, hey, Em. Do you wanna hop in a call here? Raise your hand if you do. All right, let's do this. What's up, mate? How are you?
Hello. How are you?
Good. Let me get your call pull up here, or your code. Looking for comments. Okay. So you just want feedback on first fight to start, and then a fight later on, correct?
Yep.
Okay, sounds good. Tricky map for D.Va. Tricky map for a lot of characters. Because one of the things you're thinking about with D.Va is obviously like closing the distance, controlling space, and so on. But as it is right now, there's really not a whole lot that you can close the distance on. So I think as D.Va, the best thing that you could do is push cart, hold cart, push cart, hold cart, push cart, hold cart as far as you can without taking too much damage, without getting demacked. And then once you get to around here, then you can start to kind of like play high grounds and dive and set up off angles. Does that make sense?
Yep.
But it's tricky for sure. Good. You can use those missiles if you want. Obviously getting pinned is not optimal. But you had the right idea, just needed to not get pinned. Okay, go top. Yep. Wrap around. Get on that Hanzo. Or even this. Like even this is good, right? This is really, really good.
Yeah, so actually I wanted to ask, is this better or going on the back line is better?
That's a great question. I would say this is better if the backline is too far away. So if this backline is over here, like let's put it this way. Like let's say this Ana rotates to like here. Going on tank is better. However, given how close this Hanzo and Soldier is to under your, do you see how close they are to your high ground? If you peek here, this is better. Does that make sense?
So just peek and shoot from above, yeah.
Yeah, so what I would do is I would peek, I'd be like, oh crap, they're all the way over there. Never mind, I'm gonna turn around and shoot the tank. But if you peek and you're like, oh, they're right here, then shoot these guys instead. Make sense?
Got it. Yep.
So this is fine. It's good damage, but you know, it wasn't optimal considering how close the squishies were. And this is where things are gonna get tricky. Good. You see that on your screen? What is that?
No idea.
Like blue. Did you see that? Am I crazy?
Yeah.
Are you Sonic? Oh, you're Sonic. You're Sonic.
Oh, is that what it is?
You're Sonic. That's so annoying. Okay, you're Sonic. That's crazy. Well, there you go. See, like here, you're doing the right thing, right? You're taking an angle. You're shooting tank. Why is shooting tank the right play here?
I cannot shoot anyone else.
Right, you can't shoot anybody else, and you're playing cover. You're not peeking the backline here, so this is good. However, from here, you get the opportunity to, you go for backline. I think this is fine. Whole matrix, whole matrix, whole matrix. Yeah, I mean, that was reasonable. That was reasonable. Again, you're just playing a really, really hard character. The only maybe tiny detail I might add here is that you needed to use missiles on this engage. I think if you use missiles here, this guy has a really, really high chance of actually getting like just straight up dying. So like we see right here, use missiles right here, stay on his head, and obviously a little bit more mechanics. And I'm telling you, this guy dies. 110 HP, like missiles does a lot of damage. So that guy needed to die is what I think the main thing is. Make sense?
At what point should I press E, actually?
Because it's a relatively low cooldown, anytime that you're threatening a kill on something, use it. Anytime.
No, I meant distance-wise.
Distance-wise. The spread is tighter. So before I would have said here. But honestly, with the new spread buff, you could probably get away with using it like even as soon as here. If it depends on the target, like if it's a tank, you can use it a long way away. But versus this guy, this is probably fine right here. Okay, alrighty. And then you had another timestamp here. So I think that was pretty reasonable, but I think the key thing is like the missiles and then prioritizing backline when your angle allows you to shoot backline up close. If not, shooting tank is okay. But I think the overall, the way that you approached that fight was okay. The details were a little off, but you had the right idea. It's just, like I said, it's a very, very, very tough map for D.Va. Okay, and then here, what was your question here?
Basically, first of all, my positioning here, pre-fight. What do you think about that?
Okay, let's take a look. It's okay. Might be a little far, but let's see where they rotate to first.
You're on Reiner, so we're not gonna jump.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the only thing I would say here is that this positioning is kind of an angle that's too far away from the backline. You see? Just a little too far. It's not terrible. But what I might do instead is watch this. Start here. Start in main. Shoot. Tuck this way. And then utilize this angle here. Do you see this?
Yeah.
Which is slightly closer, which is going to allow you to do more effective damage. So you could do that. Like sometimes it's okay to start on main. You just don't want to stay main. You want to look for opportunities to take an off angle or take a position off. So you'd start there and then mid-fight reposition up to that high ground, which is going to allow you to get close. Because the problem is that you're like, I appreciate that you're thinking about an off angle here, but you're losing so much HP and doing so little.
What do you think about starting on the bush platform? That's right on the left now. This one, yeah.
Like just starting here?
Yeah.
This would be okay. This would be all right. You would still need to be careful about getting poked out. Like if they swing out this way and they start shooting you, you would need to kind of duck in behind and then retake it later. That's the overall key thing, is that you don't want to be taking so much damage before the fight starts. Because then now this is when you could be killing backline, but because you've taken so much damage before the fight starts, sometimes it's like the two things you have to consider with D.Va is something of an angle and proximity. And that fight, you had the angle right, but you had the proximity wrong. You're too far away. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions?
I guess my timing, but then again, like it would have been different if I had positioned.
Yes.
So.
Yes. The only reason that your timing was a little bit early is because you were positioned out in the open a little bit more. But it was okay. It was okay.
That's all.
Okay. GG's, man. Good luck with your practice.
See ya.
Yes, no. Thank you for the sub. Eridu, do you want to jump in here? Hey.
Can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
Okay, good. Good, how are you?
Doing very well. Thank you. What are we looking at here? Let me look at the timestamp here. Wait, no.
It's 14:20, I think.
20. Yes. So what was your question here?
There's just a lot of things I think I do, like a stupid mistake, because I'm trying to play with my Reinhardt. I shouldn't do that, I don't think. Because we're going low ground and they've got like everyone on high ground.
No. Especially with the Mercy pocket. Bless me, no.
Yeah, and I tried to get that underneath the shield, but
Yeah, you need to ego this angle by yourself. You know, even if they have I do. Like, you have a Mercy pocket. You have a Mercy pocket, right? So
Yeah.
what rank is this?
it's
Masters 1. You're gonna keep the Mercy pocket. You're gonna keep the Mercy pocket, right? I would be scared if this was like silver gold because Mercies are kind of dense, right? But if you take this angle here, go ahead.
You'd be surprised.
Okay, yeah, right. Maybe it would be.
I'm not sure if they play Mercy. Yeah,
but I'd at least start here, right? I'd at least start here and see what happens,
okay.
and then at the very least you mirror their DPS. Which you know
think
what?
The last fight or something, I did that, and the Sojourn just tapped me instantly. But,
skill issue.
yeah, skill issue, exactly.
Skill issue. Because I would rather lose to a skill issue than I couldn't do anything else. And this is what we have here. I mean, this is miserable, right? Your team can't even freaking rotate.
It felt so terrible.
So this guy's free. And if this guy disengages, well, then now the Sojourn Mercy have to be looking at you. Here's the way to look at it. If you mirror their matchup when they have a positioning advantage, their positioning advantage is wasted on worrying about you.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, because then they have to be looking behind them. And
right. So then your Ana and your Cassidy, who have crappy positions, don't have to worry about those crappy positions because you've got their back. Right. And you don't even necessarily need to kill anybody. I mean, it would be nice to kill anybody. You should try to kill somebody. But at the very least, you can at least prevent this high ground advantage from being an issue for your team. Yeah. And the thing is here, it's like it's a good shot.
Yeah.
But
and then
this is still a
we called to stop res, but I don't think I should have done that in the first place.
You just control no space. You control zero space.
Yeah.
You have no high ground control whatsoever, which is hard. It's part of ISO, but it's miserable. I mean, what are you supposed to do? I mean, obviously, I would love a disruptor shot here to at least control the space, but you know. And do you feel the fear? You can't relax, and it doesn't matter. So it's like, why does your you want to guess why your Rhine dies? You want to guess why your Rhine dies?
There's probably other people rotating to them.
Where's your Ana? You see your Ana's positioning? Do you see your Mercy? Do you see your Ana once again? Do you see your Ana turning around again?
Mm-hmm.
She's turned around. She nanos the wrong. She nanos. Oh my gosh, I'd be so tilted if I was wrong. Disaster. GG's.
Yeah, it all just collapses.
That's it. I mean, there really isn't a whole lot else to say here. So I think in general, play for your selfish angle. Don't stack on the middle of cart. There are certain advanced level macro concepts that allow you to like push cart as much as you possibly can, but at some point you have to make a push for top. And I think if you have the Mercy pocket, you have the DPS, that is something that you should be comfortable doing. Not necessarily to diff them or ego them, but just to control and contest that space.
Right, yeah.
Make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Cheers. Okay, Skitza? You want to jump in? Yeah, hands already raised. All right, let's go. What's up?
Yo. I'm sorry for not having a timestamp for it. It's just that I literally finished the match and then
no, it's fine. It's fine. I figured you gotta. I wanted to look at second round and second point. Okay, second round on second point. So defense.
It's probably like.
Or no?
No, it wasn't an attack.
Attack. Yeah, you're right. So.
It's first point. Yep. And.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah,
it's
annoying. Like what I felt is that they held us there for way too long, way longer than they should, and I just don't really had an answer for it.
Sure.
Sombra kept following me around.
Okay, we'll take a look. Angle's fine.
I just tried to hold this angle because if they try to push, I could go for the back line.
Well, you don't give up the angle.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened there. I just panicked
okay.
because of this thing, and I just ran away.
Too much suffering. But yeah, I mean, this is really, really good, right? So you mess that up, and you're like, right, and you run away, and it's like, oh man, you should have just stayed here. So that's a bit of a mistake. That's all right. A lot of suffering.
A lot of suffering.
Nice blinks here. Good recall. Gotta force him out. Love to see it. Crispy. Very well done.
Yeah, and then it's just misery right now.
That's all right. You got the kill. You needed the kill. Go get her. Go get her. Ah! You just forgot.
That's. I just got one shot. I don't know what happened.
I mean, he just looks at you, and I don't think you're quite aware of it. That's all. Okay, that's all right. Good rotation.
That's just
Nelson.
Blizzard.
Yeah, there you
Just
go.
Blizzard.
Nice. So you're late.
Yeah, I was kind of afraid of making that rotation. Like, I had in the back of my mind, I should be flanking, but that Sombra was just lurking on my ass the whole game. Like, on defense,
Skill
I
issue.
couldn't lurk anywhere.
Skill issue.
She hits the hack on me, and then the.
But why
virus
is she hitting
and
the
half
hack
my
on
health
you?
is gone.
Why is she hitting the hack on you?
Well, a skill issue, I guess. I guess it's a skill issue.
If the thing is, it's a skill issue when you know that she's going to do it. Because you should be able to.
After first round, I was well aware that she was going to do it.
So your finger's hovering, like, especially right now, because there's nothing else. Like, I get it mid-fight, right? That's the easiest hack to land is mid-fight because you're thinking about other things. You know what you're not thinking about right now? Other things. You're thinking about walking up, and you should be ready to smash that blink button or whatever else, and then either she misses the blink or she's more likely to miss the miss the virus, right? Yeah. So, you know, there you go. Because this is fine. This is great. It's just I would have liked to have been here, you know, half
a little bit
earlier.
too late.
Right. Still fine though. Still okay.
Suffering.
Yeah, more suffering. Yeah, just shoot. Unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, see, you are smart. Keep going. Go. You got recall. Go. Mechanics.
Yeah.
A lot of mechanics.
Yeah.
More mechanics.
That's just some tryharder 50.
More mechanics. That's all mechanics. Mate, you should, honestly, besides getting here a little bit late, this fight was brilliant from you. Really.
All right.
Yeah, it's perfect. You're just missing shots.
It's like you were saying in a lot of your videos, it just doesn't feel like value, you know?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. The reason why it doesn't feel like value is because you're missing all your shots. That doesn't exactly help you.
Yeah, that's true.
You took a good angle. You timed it well. You got a kill. You then failed to stop the res, which, to be fair, she was valking. Very, very difficult to do that, right? And then you're not getting any dopamine from this because you're missing all the shots. You take the duel, fine. Just failed to miss all your shots, and then you can't even interrupt the hack, right? And so then you die.
Yeah.
It's fine. Really, it's totally fine.
All right.
Do it again. Good angle here. Winston's in. Let's go.
This one is funny. I don't know how she does there.
I think her GA she just messed up her GA.
How though?
I don't know.
She
just didn't do it.
No, I guess when she tried to GA, but then Anna got too close, so it wasn't in range to proc GA. This is all.
Yeah, this is all good. This is all good. There's the mechanics. This is great. There's nothing to say here. You gave up an off angle, remember, on the left, and ran it and panicked into the Ramatra. Then you tunneled on the Sombra and got punched twice by the Ramatra and freaking died for no reason, right? That was just goofy mechanical panic errors. Then you had a great engagement, great timing, everything. You just missed every single shot on the Sombra. And then you actually played the video game. And then you win.
All right.
That's it. Nice job. Nice angles. Nice timing.
All right, I'm still gonna be a deception because I lost that game.
Ah, jeez.
Yeah, rough. It went to overtime, 4th, 6th round. So
that's okay. That's kind of one of many games that you will lose and one of many games that you could win. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right, man. Any other questions?
No, that's all.
All right, GG's, mate. Good to chat with you.
Bye.
All right. Well, we move right along. Analog, are you here? Would you like to look at the call? I was doing couples counseling now. I just realized what stupid Elon Musk. All right, and along this roll. What's up, mate?
Yo, what's up?
How are you?
I'm doing good. I also rushed to get this one, so I don't have any like specifics, but that's kind of the general of how I felt. My bad. We played this game like
shameless
30 minutes ago.
All right, you said attack mostly?
Yes, yeah. And I was also dude with the Sojourn.
All right, I'll try not to hold it
And,
against you.
I mean the Cass.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Greg.
Any particular section that you think is probably going to be a priority for you?
Probably second half. Well, first was just also felt very hard, but I feel like maybe that was just like a team issue.
Could be, yeah. So let's look at the second half here then. Thank you, replay viewer. Okay, let's just look at this one. That work for you?
Yeah.
So you popped off, you kill 6 off screen, and we win. Nice job, mate.
Real.
Wow, well done.
Yeah, it felt like our team was overall stronger, which is why I was like very it was harder in the street phase.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was very scary.
Yeah, I think it was fine, but did you know that he didn't have his shift?
No, I did not.
Okay, that needs to be a priority for you, because if he shifts there, I'm breaking my monitor. Now, it turned out, coincidentally, that my brother did not have his shift.
He did not.
But you need to track that. There's a few cooldowns you need to track. Track your Orisa's Fortify. You need to track your Sigma's shift.
Yes.
You need to track your Ram's Nemesis form, so on.
Mm-hmm.
The good news is that if you look at your composition, that's all you need to track.
Yeah,
you know that you don't need to track your Bastion form because it's irrelevant if he's crit. You lamp him anyway. You don't need to worry about his Soldier Slide. You don't need to worry about Amp. So it's like, I know it can be overwhelming, like tracking cooldowns, but you only need to track one, and you only need to track one on specific tanks, right? So this is pretty fine, but it's lucky.
No, yeah, very true.
So I want you to get in the habit of tracking Sigma Shift or whatever, the Orisa Fortify, whatever.
Okay. That works for me.
Good pocket?
Yeah, because luckily my Bastion lived there because I didn't have lamp.
Yeah.
The armor. It would have been better if I had it.
Probably not necessary to shift that, given the fact that he's just out of crit and he's a tank. He's fine. But it's not the end of the world. Okay, nice fight. I like even a little bit of the aggro you had going on there for a second there. It seemed well timed. It was well placed. Your Bastion is... Okay, there we go.
Yeah, it was this specific fight towards back here.
Okay.
I felt like we could have probably won. I did like lamp during our Lucio beat when the Sig fluxed, but that was the biggest thing I felt like I had issues on.
Well, the window looks good.
Yeah.
So, and now he doesn't have shift.
Like this flex. I should have saved my lamp.
Yeah, and okay, so one other thing. There's a little bit of micro here.
Oh yeah, the shift, right?
Well, maybe. Because can he shoot you?
Yeah.
Right. So when you're getting flux, there's only one decision that you need to make. Am I going to get shot mid-flux? In which case you will probably need to use your regenerative burst before you land. If the answer is no, then you should not use a regenerative burst until you land. Then you can shift afterwards. Make sense?
So
or not even shift at all.
Towards Sig.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, the main takeaway here is the beat track. You needed to track beat. That's the big thing. But besides that, now again, are you noticing whether it comes like to the ult tracking or the the cooldown tracking?
Seems like more the cooldowns.
Yeah, it's just like the one. But what I'm saying is, it's just the one thing. Like you only really need to track. Hey, do we have beat or not? Okay, that's it. You don't need to track all these other Sojourn ult or Bastion ult or even your own Sigma's flux. It's not as important for you. So just focus on like the most important stuff and then don't worry about it. Because even if you track like their Sigma's flux here, that might even shift how you position. No pun intended, right? Because if you know that he has flux, what should you do with this window here?
Maybe when they're lower or when they're more to the right. Like stay separate with my Sigma, or stay separate from the my Sojourn.
Yeah, you could angle yourself over here, or you could freaking window right here.
Very true. Very true.
Where if he fluxes you, you don't even you're totally fine, right? You just create more distance where you guarantee that he can't shoot you in the flux. So then maybe you don't even need to use a single cooldown. Something to consider.
Yes. Okay.
Something to consider.
All right.
It's more about like the micro of how you're playing around that, because this goes back to 2020. Don't BAP window when they have flux. Don't BAP window close when they have flux. That's like some of the old fundamentals, right? And so it's like it's good to revisit.
No, yeah, I think getting back, I've been getting back into Overwatch more lately, and I think I just have bad habits of I haven't like played the game in ages, so I've been not tracking that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean that was really all there was to it, to be honest with you. Let's keep watching a little bit more.
Fair enough. I think this we just have issues touching, I believe.
I mean, I think it's a little aggressive, but I don't really think it's out of the question.
Yeah.
Like your Sigma just beefs, to be honest with you, right? He just beefs. That's on him, not you.
And I think the guys are.
It's a mess. I mean, it's a little bit aggressive from you, but this is just your Sigma trolling, and then your Sojourn gets smoked, and then that's pretty much it. GG's. So the main thing I would say is track the one tank cooldown if relevant. Not as relevant for Ryan, not as relevant for Queen, not as relevant for. I mean, Winston, for example, maybe I can't imagine you ever played BAP Winston, but like Primal Rage, right? You need to know if he has Primal Rage or not. So you don't lamp a Primal Raging Monkey, right? But I think the other thing too is like on the flip side, like thinking about your ult into the enemy ults, maybe like the one low hanging fruit for you, because we talked about flux here, but what if you BAP window and they nanoblade, right? What if they BAP window and they I don't even know, Sojourn ultimate. Like there's a lot of things that you can worry about.
Yeah.
So anyway, any other questions?
No, I think that was pretty much it.
Okay.
Thank you.
GG's, mate, no problem.
All right, GG's.
I'm gonna move you out, and then we're gonna keep going here. Yiska, did I read leaks? No, heck no. No leaks. Not just like half-baked stuff. Like esports journalism is a total joke. Nothing that's particularly hot, I'm sure. Goldfish toast. I need two news tomorrow. Please help. All right, stay tuned. I got you, mate. Okay, so Goldfish toast isn't here, so we'll just zoom through the VOD really fast here. You're F5ing for another story anyway. Oh boy. Wait a second. This isn't even Oldfish Toast. This is not Oldfish Toast's normal account. Wait, where's the Therapod 10 minutes? The Reaper. My bad, guys. The Reaper. What a thug. You're in chat. All right, in chat. Welcome. Let's take a look here. First fight. Soldier Mercy, Moira, Doomfist Genji. Definitely characters that you could shoot. Good shots. Really nice shots, actually. Almost as good as my mechanics chat. Am I right? Good shots. Good shots. I like this little off angle we have here. I think this is really good. A lot of good space control from here. I think with Reaper, it's like obviously like backline DPS squishies are always really, really good to get. But like the thing with Reaper is like you just want to get freaking close to somebody. It doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter when. I mean, actually, it does matter when. But like it doesn't matter if it's Doomfist. It doesn't matter if it's Genji. You're fighting close range here. This is a lot of value. The only thing I would say here is be very aware. As soon as he departs, he's not really your responsibility. So then you need to reevaluate and be like, okay, where am I being shot at? What is my next target? Because that's going to cost you your Wraith. Yeah, this is fine. Mechanics. Because it's like, I was just praising you about your mechanics and then you kind of fumbled here. Which sucks, but it's fine. It's still a good play. Good target swap here. Ooh, back this way. Thank you. So very important that like when you're in this deep, you go, where's my escape route? Now, one of the common mistakes that I think a lot of Reapers make is that they think that an escape route, and I'm not saying this is necessarily you, but I'm using you as a springboard to talk, is all the way back to my backline. But that's not really what you want to do. You want to go back to cover where your supports can see you. Because the difference between going all the way back to here and the difference between going here where you can still be shot, this is Masters, or you can still shoot people is really important. So I think this is good. I just think this is like, I hate to use the term awareness here, but first off, be careful about peeking this far without Wraith. In addition, this Doomfist is right on top of you. I did not say, I'm not French. Stop fake newsing me. And then even here, there's a Doomfist literally on top of you, and you're chasing, and you're TPing on a Moira in the backline. It's too far. She could just walk away from you. So it's fine, I guess. But I think you were unaware. This is probably the second time now you've been unaware of who is the closest to you. French ancestors, this guy. Unfortunate Wraith there. I mean, I felt like it was needed. Yeah, I think that's mostly it. Goldfish Toast. I think really sometimes here chasing targets when you didn't realize that how close the other targets were right next to you, and then honestly just a little bit of mechanics on some of these shots. Maybe even just slowing down your fire rate just so that you can line up your crosshair, because that soldier earlier should have died. Some of the shots on the Moira earlier should have died. So I think just being a little bit more patient with those shots, not mashing mouse 1 might be helpful. I'm not maining Hog. My Hog playtime doesn't. You guys are straight capping me right now. I'm even pulling out the Zoomerisms just to defend myself. You know I'm desperate. But yeah, I actually think what you did overall, your playstyle was fine. Mechanics not quite as good, and a little bit of a lack of awareness of who's around you. Nothing super fundamentally wrong with your Reaper, though. It seemed like you had a decent idea of what you're supposed to be doing. Okay. Xeno, do you wish to jump in the call? Xeno is not here. We will do Xeno's time stamp. Wait, maybe Xeno is here. Oh yeah, Xeno is here. Jump in the call, mate. I'm sure Spilo's Hog is beautiful. Oh, you are here. Okay, I will invite you to speak. Try it again. Hey.
Hello.
Second point attack. What Progenitor is better to contest in the spaceship? Okay, let's take a second here.
Yeah, basically I didn't know how to contest their presence on the spaceship.
Are you?
I'm the ex-God's lyrics guy.
Yeah, so we just flip.
Yeah.
Okay, finally. Let's take a look here. You get the cap? Lovely. Oh, Bastion Junkrat. The real gentleman's composition.
Yep.
If you haven't told your lady friend, hey, we should play Bastion Junkrat, I don't think you can consider yourself a real man. So, key thing versus their composition. Matching them toe-to-toe is a death wish, right? You need to basically pull them apart, because they don't have the mobility, so I'm assuming at some point you guys lose this.
Yeah.
And this is more about the question of retake.
Yeah, we're gonna see later on. I can explain.
Okay, so I assume it's like right here. Okay.
Yeah, like they all just set up on high ground, and I just don't know what to do. I tried to contest them, but I feel like I'm not doing anything.
So you're very good with ultimate to go out here and contest. Now, obviously, you're not going to have a lot of follow-up. Your team will maybe get a headshot or whatever. You have ultimate here, so this is reasonable. I would say I would prefer you to go for Baptiste instead, because Bap and Mercy are just going to double pocket, right? Yeah. And I know you're scared of junk, but like you need to go for the Bap instead. But there's a little fun fact. You're having a hard time contesting on high ground, right? I understand that. Mm-hmm. But let me direct your attention to this. Why is your team having a hard time following up off of this pressure?
I mean, the tank is pushing them, I feel like.
Right.
Yeah.
What is the objective of this map?
Push the cart.
Do you see a potential weakness of their composition?
No, wait, what do you mean?
Think about it. What's a potential weakness of their composition? What does their composition lack?
I actually don't know.
Huh? What happens if Zarya falls down to the floor?
Kinda isolated.
What happens if Bastion Drop falls down to the floor?
It's dead.
What happens if Junkrat falls down to the floor? In theory.
Probably dead.
Okay. Who can match you on cart?
Zarya.
Okay, stop it right there. Zarya matches you on cart. What does that mean for your backline?
Yeah, I have to deal with the Zarya.
So, well, hang on. Just follow me one step at a time. We're going to get there. Trust me.
All right,
touch cart.
Right.
Touch cart. Who marks you on cart?
Zarya.
Okay. Can the Zarya get healed from airplane?
Yes.
From cart?
I mean, yeah.
Hard though, right? Difficult.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
If Zarya marks you on cart, can she stop your team from walking onto the choke?
Nope.
No. So now that you're touch cart, Zarya comes back. Zarya has to get support from plane, which is awkward. And your backline walks out for free. Great. Now Zarya's on cart. I can't kill a Zarya as Doomfist. I may not even be able to kill Zarya with my team's help because she's freaking Zarya. So what can you do now with Zarya and cart and your team out of these nasty little chokes?
I go back high ground.
You go back high ground. Why is it now more effective?
Because Zarya is not stopping my team.
Right, because Zarya wasn't peeling, but Zarya was pressuring and controlling the follow-up from your Hanzo, your Baptiste, your Sojourn damage boosted, all that kind of stuff. But now that she is on cart, you're like, all right, see ya slow, and you just leave her behind. And you go contest the high ground now.
Right.
There's two ways to leverage mobility. You choose whatever target that you want, or you choose whatever location that you want. Pulling people to cart pulls them away from their power positions, and that's why compositions like this don't work very well in this map. They can work, but they don't work very well, because yes, you could take this powerful position, but who stops cart? And to stop cart, you have to give up positioning, and that's why it's a struggle. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah.
So you're forcing high ground here, which is fine, but you need your backline's follow-up, but your backline's getting gate kept by Zarya. And so by the time that you're now ready to be helped, you see this? Do you see this? I bet you didn't even know that she went there.
No.
But you went too early. You went too early. You could have just forced cart first.
Right.
That's one of the most important things to understand in escort maps, not just in this map, but this is also very relevant in Route 66. It's very relevant in Dorado. It's very relevant in Eichenwald. It's very relevant in Blizzard World. Escort and hybrid maps is when you have dive, force cart to make somebody drop or give up space, then contest top, unless you have team follow-up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hey,
first the card.
Okay.
And I think this higher drops. Yeah, they both drop.
Check kill feed.
Yeah, my
GG's, you know? That's not your fault. You did the right thing. Why did she die? She's an idiot. Okay. You know what? Look at this. I wouldn't have used my power punch there. I would have saved it, right?
Yeah,
that's fine.
True.
I mean, that's fine. But see, what you could do there is now you force him out. You force the junk to use his conk to go back up top. Now use your cooldown. Go back up top and kill her. Stop. You see this? You see how this is a total throw? A total throw. Go back up top. Kill this guy. Force resources because your team can actually help you now. Your team can actually help you now. You're focusing Zarya, but like, you do not win this matchup. Man, come on.
I thought she could die. I don't know why.
I mean, but because 3 people of you are shooting her.
Yeah.
I mean, she could have died maybe, but like, it's. I mean, come on. I mean, look at how easy this is. 1, 2, and look at that. That wasn't hard. That was hard. That was hard. You know what I'm saying? You use like 1-2 cooldowns in a Junkrat and he's already almost dead. Whereas you've been spending like 17 cooldowns in a Zarya. It's like, make the Zarya give up her space and then she feels really useless.
Right.
Because you started correctly and then you got sucked into the Zarya. No. This is not going to work. You need your team. You need your team. So go back to cart. Go back to cart, make her drop, let your team walk out, then go. You got me?
I got you.
Because again, you're cashing out full in. And then they're also blowing, the motherload of ults. Yeah, this is not going to work. We'll look at one more fight. Yeah, see. But by the way, it's exact same thing with D.Va. It's exact same thing with D.Va. Nothing has changed, right? Nothing has changed whatsoever. Okay, does that make sense?
That makes sense. So I just, against this type of composition map thingy, I forced the cart first.
Yes. Forced cart.
So my team gets space.
Forced cart, make somebody match you, then take the space that they've left.
Right.
Makes sense?
Makes a lot of sense.
Okay. It's obviously not as simple as that all the time, but that is the theory down all the way up to the Overwatch League. That's why people run Tracer in this map. They'll literally just push cart. It's very, very, very important part of the escort and hybrid strategy. All right, mate. GG's, mate. Cheers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Let's do maybe one more, sadly, and then I sadly have to go. I apologize if we're not able to get to everybody today, but we're already running a little over, and we do want to try and wrap this up. If the enemy has too strong positioning, force them to change it. Yes. Greg, you here? You want to hop in the call, Greg? It's replay code pulled up here. Greg is here. Hello.
Hello.
So, any particular fight that you want to look at here?
So the time on the timer left, we're at 3:45 and 45 seconds. I think these were good examples of fights where we kind of just like beefed the macro. Like it felt like it took forever for us to close out fights that we really should have won. And I was wondering so I feel like my job as a Cassidy is like I kill things, and I feel like it's on me to close out those fights faster.
Yeah, that's fair. Obviously, that's kind of annoying, right?
Yeah.
Now, little detail here. I want you to hold right here. Right here. I don't want you to put more people behind a BAP window that the enemy team is already avoiding anyway. It's redundant. You see what I'm saying? Whereas value in controlling the Lucio from this angle here, or just shooting the soldier here, or stopping the ball from engaging from this angle is really good. The other reason why I like this better is because this sightline is fine, but it's in many ways a little bit too long for your character. And it feels weird saying that, but welcome to the Cassidy rework, right?
Yeah, he has piss for range.
This is more along, this is where you're juiced up. You got me?
Okay. Yeah,
I get you. Yeah, so controlling that sightline there, I think is a lot more attractive because you kind of snowballed yourself a little bit here. That's good. See, honestly, I wouldn't even worry myself with the ball. If I don't have mag grenade, I don't care about ball because I can't kill him fast enough. You can't headshot him fast enough. So here, where should you go instead?
So should I be peeling back to the right, trying to control
you sure could. Rotate back around this way, and look who's here.
Try to kill soldier. Oh yeah.
Kill soldier, and then from there, you deepen your angle. You take an angle on Moira, you rotate the backline, you kill Torp, you break turret, and so on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you got me? That was hard.
Okay, I get you.
That's it. Good. Very good. Yeah, this is good. And then 45, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. A little further here. Give ourselves a little bit of context, and then we'll go here. Oops, I'll go back a little bit. You rat.
Alright. Yeah,
don't chase.
Yeah.
Don't chase. You see, so why don't you chase? Everything is about your angle and your effective range. What's the problem here?
So I'm never gonna kill that Lucio, realistically.
Right. And even if you did, what would you give up to do so?
This high ground angle that I can control their entire backline from.
You see this? Like this is perfect. Like this is exactly the distance that you want to be playing from. But by chasing this kill, You've screwed yourself over. And you should be dead right there.
Yeah.
You should be dead, respectfully. So now you need to control that angle and then deepen the angle from here. And even if you just hold here, or if you drop and play like ring around the rosy with these guys, so much more value. Because this is terrifying. Yep. I mean, this is good. I'm glad that you adjusted to deal with that, but this is obviously. Do you feel how chaotic this fight has felt?
Yeah.
Because you've placed yourself kind of in the center instead of on the periphery. And again, I think little tiny other detail as well. When I see this here and I see ball sleeping,
yeah,
it's not your job.
Not my job. Okay.
Because you can't reach him. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime, you know what is your job?
Cassidy.
Or
who's gonna kill me here?
Right?
Yeah.
I think two things really. I think you need to think more about controlling your angle, right, and playing the sideline, but and be careful about countering the enemy tank. Great when it's good, terrible when it's not.
Yeah.
If you have mag grenade, if he's accessible, do it. Give him your full attention if you'd like, but be careful about getting stuck, no pun intended, on him, because this is going to kill you. You see me?
All right.
Okay. Make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I think that makes sense. I just gotta play my angle smarter. Sounds good.
Yep. All right. Cheers, mate. I'll talk to you later.
Appreciate it, man.
No problem. All right, y'all. We will we'll wrap things up. I greatly apologize for those of you that I was not able to get to your call. Give me 1 second, because the good news is that tonight at 10 p.m., Natter will be doing a free coaching call. Tonight at 10 p.m. So if you weren't able to make it, drop your code or even just ping Natter and be like, yo, I put mine early in line, Spilo said. So you're more than welcome, Freddie and Romulone, and then I think Romula1 and Suji. You guys can just drop your code and be here tonight, or even just remind Natter and he'll take a look at it. So he'll be doing a free coaching call tonight. Yeah. But yeah, we'll call it. I appreciate everyone for hopping in here. Loves and kisses. Have a wonderful rest of your afternoon. And GG's, y'all. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Okay. That was our ELO Mastery call. And we're going to be doing our leak stream. Now, I've thought a lot about how I want to structure this. I really feel like having a lack of structure is just going to be the nature of this discussion. But, let's. I guess the best way to look at it is probably to have Liquipedia in the background. I feel like that's probably the best background to have, because I think the best way to structure this is like having some sort of chronological, just like story here. And I do want to also be open to like questions and answers along the way through. This isn't going to necessarily be like the typical Q&A stream or the leak stream where I just basically like, this is all the cool stuff that was happening behind the scenes. I'll talk a lot about that, but also just want to kind of talk about like a lot of funny stuff that happened along the line and maybe pull up some fun pictures or videos. Is it bad to flex too much? Yeah, I guess so. So I guess I could talk a little bit about like what got me into coaching, and then some of my first early experiences with coaching and some of the crazy things that happened. So obviously, I'm not going to go really deep in my history. I have a big background of coaching and doing all that shenanigans. Even going back into sports and gymnastics, mixed martial arts. I taught mathematics for a long time. So I was very interested in coaching. I was very interested in Overwatch. My brother-in-law got me into it. And pretty quickly, once I got around gold plat, I was interested in doing one-on-one coaching. And I just started coaching other people, even though I was garbage myself. Now, the funny thing here is actually, guys, you guys want the juice here? Isn't really the real juice, but let me see if I can find this. Shoot, where is it? No. Crap, where is it? Hang on, guys. Oh, there's all sorts of crazy stuff in here. Hang on. Wait.
Or anything else except yourself.
This is me getting coached by IOStux. And I won't show the full VOD here, but this is me getting coached by IOStux. Back in 2018. I feel like I might have been even earlier than that. And this is a true story. The funny thing about the IOStux here, this session, is that he knew that I was doing like some one-on-ones. So he made me do a verbal non-disclosure agreement that I wouldn't use some of his coaching terminology and some of the one-on-ones that I was doing. I literally did a verbal non-disclosure agreement that I wouldn't use his positioning terminology. And I'm going to be honest about IOSX. Guy totally really helped me a lot when I was first playing. And I have nothing but good things to say about his coaching me, getting over my competitive anxiety, and just telling me to just shut. The best thing that IOSX ever told me was the importance of cover and just shut up and play the game. Just shut up and play the game. That was like the most important thing that I ever learned from him. So I got nothing but good things to say about his help. Oh gosh, this is an old video from John Galt. You guys remember John Galt? I actually had an hour and 20 conversation, and this is something I did right around Uprising Academy, where I was really, really trying to like do well. I was really trying to perform, really trying to pop off, really trying to improve, and I contacted a lot of coaches, and John Galt was gracious enough to spend like over an hour with me going over his like communicational structure, his leadership approach. And I think it was really insightful. You know, say what you will about his results, but he was really good at communicating his vision and what he felt like about the game. And I still learned a lot from this call with him. So there's a whole call I had with him,
Players themselves, if they reach that level of play that
which was really cool. Blade, thanks for the sub. Let me see if there's any fun ones in here, because I'm quite certain that there will be. I got some juice for you guys. Actually, I might have to headphone up for this one. I have my London tryout. I have my Boston Uprising interview actually recorded. I'm not going to play like the full thing, obviously, but there are, let's see here.
Okay, so we're just going to look just at your copies and this will streamline the process. And I did this with,
oh yeah, this is my,
with his communication.
yeah, this is my trial for London.
Yeah, we just lost fight. You know, you never had in a fight at this corner.
So that was my London, part of my London tryout.
Do you want to stream it or do you want me to stream it? I don't care either way.
I don't have the game open.
That's Molfig.
Oh, well, that makes things different composition, completely different map.
So this is me coaching Molfig back in 2021 for my tryout.
You know, nothing. It's frustrating. It's like,
and this is me coaching Shax. I freaking love Shax so much.
Kind of go over, trying to min.
For pressure, it's Steve.
Right.
So this is my trial. This is my Shax review.
Oh, I was getting killed when we like won up.
And Calyx. This is me coaching Calyx.
Here's why. So it's like details. I'm gonna call out.
Geez, that's quite a throwback. Now, here's another really funny thing. Do you guys remember the Overwatch Dojo videos? I'm about to unlock something in you guys. The Overwatch Dojo game guides. You guys might remember some of these videos. Way back in the day. Let's see if I can pull up one of these.
Or did clickbaity title here. But we can promise to give you a good foundation.
So I actually helped them with a video a long time ago, but I was in their community and they had like the free VOD review things and some of the people, and 2017, guys, I got coached by some random in there named Scare Hawaii. Scare Hawaii, if you're out there.
So basically, from what you and he were saying, my positioning wasn't great. I was obviously standing right in front of Bastion.
Do you see that rank, guys?
Restricting his field of vision.
Oh my gosh, bro, what a throwback that was. So back in 2017, Gold Rhino. So shout out to Scare Hawaii. And then we keep going here. Spitfire interview.
Thank you for coming by. Since we haven't had the opportunity to talk to you yet any time outside of
Gold.
this interview, could you give us a small rundown of you as a person and your.
So this is the London interview, which, by the way, my trial with London was the best trial I've ever had for any team in Contenders or Overwatch League.
Coaching history so far.
Sure. So I've had, I kind of grew up as a kid. My dad.
So yeah, I mean, this is the whole thing, right? Like,
Ash.
so we talked, I mean, a lot about that. That was obviously great. In the Uprising interview, dude, do you ever see something more terrifying than this? You guys want to see something really, really terrifying? Check this out. Freaking the president, Mr. Hawk, is calling you guys. Will you answer? Will you answer the call? The president of esports is calling you. Will you answer the call? President of esports is freaking calling you right now, y'all.
And so right from the get-go, like we were able to, I felt like I was able to show that, like, this is what I bring here to be able to.
So this is the interview that got me the Uprising Academy job with Mineral and Hawk. I'll talk about those guys later.
And then present them and be like, okay, what do we do? This needs to be fixed. And then we.
So that was super fun.
Right, that you don't want to say yes or no when a player is asking for something.
Mineral. And then the fun thing is, like, Mineral is we hung up on the interview, and then Mineral wanted to talk for like another like half an hour.
Unreasonable.
So this is Mineral
when he's in a very agitated and emotional state, right? Like he's not.
So that was a fun interview. And then this is a great story. Check this one out. Check who's calling me this time, guys. Check who's calling me this time. Check it out, guys. It's the wizard himself. Wizard Young. So true story with Wizard Young. He was looking to get into content, and I was in his Discord, and he was asking people if they wanted to be coached for free, because he was trying to publicize his content and give feedback on his coaching. And so Wizard Young coached me on Zenyatta. And you can actually still find, hang on one second, this session on his YouTube channel. And I recorded it for him, gave him the video so that he could use it on his YouTube channel. In exchange, he coached me for free. I don't even know if it's still on his YouTube channel anymore, chat. Oh no, is it gone? It might be gone. I still have the video. So it was on his YouTube channel. And the funny thing is that he actually had to promote my streaming in the description. He actually promoted, dude, I don't see it anymore, y'all. Crap. Maybe I'll upload the session so that you guys can enjoy it. Because actually, I really enjoyed his coaching.
Any reason that you like playing Zenyatta?
Well, I was a Genji. It probably is.
But it's not consistent. So
Right.
let's take a look at it.
Okay.
So here.
You guys remember Visor.gg?
Game started.
The old coaching session thing?
And you orbed Reinhardt here, right? And I kind of noticed your basically your default orb target can be a little better.
Okay.
For example, let's take a look at this here. So
anyway, I won't bore you guys with the full session, but anyway, I got coached by Wizard freaking Hyung. And it was fun. It was great. Like he was really nice. And this was before I was even coaching in Contenders at the time. I was just doing like these little stream things, but it was super, super, super funny. But yeah, I have a couple other. I feel like maybe I have a couple other things. And there's one video of me and A10 dominating the Mystery Heroes lobby. One morning we just got up here like, let's just play some Mystery Heroes. So me and A10 just played a bunch of Mystery Heroes. That's me and Torbjorn. And we just freaking dominated Mystery Heroes for like 7 or 8 games in a row. Yeah, so that was fun. Oh gosh, if there's anything else up in here. Oh, this is when I got a performance coach.
Yeah, that should do.
I guess we'll cross that road a little bit later. We'll talk about that one a little bit later. Oh gosh, that is a little too cringe. I think my first coaching session. I think my first coaching session.
Yeah, no. If you ever can find his stream on Twitch, it's one of the best streams on. It wasn't because it was a bad idea. That's risky. One direct and you're dead.
Well, first coaching session, I'm fairly certain. Plat Tracer.
All right. Yep, go around the back, see what you can pick up.
So there's all that. There's all sorts of stuff here. So I kept some of this stuff just because it was pretty fun.
How are you?
Actually,
pretty good. So did we just
actually casted like a Plat tournament a long time ago? But yeah, anyway. Okay, so that's most of the fun there. Let's talk about like moving on from there. So I started off. There was a team called Quack Attack. This might have been 2018. Yeah, 2018, mid 2018, maybe early 2018. Coached for them. I was kind of interested in getting into team coaching. And so then I actually I went into like all the Discords and just dumped my credentials. Like, hey, I've coached this. I'd hit Grandmaster, or I was almost Grandmaster at that point. And I got picked up by a team called Lividosity, which is like some no-name, low tier 3, like 4.4K, 4.3K team. And they had a university team, which was like high masters, low GM. And I tried out for them and I coached them. I'm still good friends with those players. That was a lot of fun. That was really like my first venture into like the whole family team environment. I worked with them for about 3 or 4 months. We improved a lot. We were started to scrim like 4.2, 4.3K teams. We not invented, but really perfected our Protect the McCree composition, which was a huge comp right before GOATS. And then at that point, I was ready to move on because I had the goal of getting to Overwatch League at some point, or at least contenders. And this is when we get into the legend of Chicken Contendies. Now, for those of you guys who might not be familiar with Chicken Contendies, you're going to love this roster. The roster was Tanner from high school, if you guys remember Tanner from high school. Harblue, yes, that is indeed Harblue. Harblue. Salty, Chazzy, a.k.a. Gig. You guys might remember Gig from Overwatch League. Zolik, he's actually in Elo Mastery. Suppose, and Spylo. And I believe Temporal, if you guys know Temporal, might have been assistant coaching. I believe he's assistant coaching at that point in time. Now, let's talk about Chicken Contendies. So I tried out for a lot of like high tier 3 teams at the time. And Chicken Contendies was the best. And they, I did pretty well with them in the trial. I always hated coaching trials, but I did okay with them in the trial, and they offered me the position. Now, there was some writing on the wall. And I was a little bit stupid, guys. I was very inexperienced. I was okay at coaching, but I didn't really know. I thought that teams were like, you have an organization and you run it, and because I think with Lividosity, one of the funny things about Lividosity was like this crappy tier 3 org, and it was like run by a bunch of teenagers, but they were like actually really professional. It was like I was not, I was like, oh, so I thought that that's how teams were run. No, it's not. It's not at all. And really, with these unsigned orgs, you're just essentially a volunteer. So, a ham sandwich was the previous head coach. Literally, immediately afterwards, my good sir was the coach, and he was let go. So there was one other coach. I don't remember who it was. But there were 3 coaches prior to me within 3 months. So this team had burned through 3 coaches in 3 months. And guys, let me emphasize, I'm an idiot. I don't see that and go, whoa, wait a second, what's going on? Why are there 3 coaches in 3 months? What's going on? And I was so stupid, I didn't even talk with these guys. So I joined on, and I had been working with them for a little while prior to this point. And I walked into the most toxic team environment that I've probably ever been a part of. Easily the most toxic team environment. Now, Harblue was old and was crusty, because there's nothing worse than having a player who's pretty darn good at the video game and old, because it's just awkward to have people that are younger than you tell you that they know better than you, right? And I want to be very clear, Harblue was a really nice guy and wasn't particularly toxic. He just was old, which means he was just kind of set in his ways, and an upstart isn't really going to be. And to be fair, like I said, he followed feedback, but there was a lot of discourse whenever Harblue was getting feedback. Let's put it this way. Gig, also aka Chazzy at this point in time, was a little bit toxic here and there, but overall, I don't have as much of a problem with him. Now, the major problem with Chicken Continues wasn't just the toxicity. It was that Gig, or Chazzy, and Harblue were both, and Tanner to a lesser extent when he was in, were both very, very high resource. He was old compared to those guys. Were very, very high resource players. So you had a lot of cooks in the kitchen. You gotta get what I'm saying? And so a lot Chicken Continues when we were firing in all cylinders was easily mid-table, if not top-table contenders. One of the best GOATS teams in the world, but tended to devolve very quickly through the exact same issues. Now let's keep going. So Gig, Harblue, the Reinhardt, Zarya, whatever. Salty was a tool. Salty, if you're watching this, I love you, man. I hope you've matured because you were a total douchebag. Probably the most toxic player that I've ever coached in my life. Super disrespectful, super rude, has a terrible reputation in the entire Tier 2 community. And it makes me sad because he was actually really a good player. He had a lot of potential, but he was a total tool. I have no idea what he's up to nowadays. I also know that he freaking really ticked off Get Amazed. Get Amazed freaking hated this guy because of some of the shenanigans that he pulled. But it was actually a shame because he's actually a really good D.Va player. And then Tanner, Tanner from high school was a pretty good mechanical player, but was one of the typical DPS players victimized by a Brig meta who just really didn't want to put in the effort on Brig. And so wasn't good at Brig, and then also got scapegoated by the team. Zolok, I got nothing but good things to say about Zolok. One of the chillest guys I know, really good player. And then there's Suppose. Suppose was one of the strangest players that I've ever worked with. Because Suppose, and this is true story, Suppose refused to talk to me. Refused to talk to me from day one. The word on the street was, from the manager, that he had never worked with a coach before. And he just was flat out talk to me, wouldn't talk to me. I had to give him feedback through short videos and send them to him and pray that he'd watch them. Bizarre. Was bizarre. And this was not because he didn't like me, because I never gave him any reason to. This was like from day one, wouldn't talk. Was bizarre. Talked to his teammates, super chatty, just wouldn't talk to me. Wouldn't talk with me. So this team, basically the TLDR is that we had, I can't remember all the details here, but the TLDR is that we had a really, really tough game where Tanner, who had been actually trying to apply himself on Brigitte because of the motivation from myself and Temporal, got scapegoated. He played okay, but he made some mistakes along with the rest of the team. So the coaches reviewed it and said that, Tanner's doing fine. Well, the team didn't want that. Team wanted Tanner out. And this is when I was young and foolish, because I'm thinking, oh, coach makes roster decisions. No, coach doesn't make roster decisions. Not in this. So the team wanted him out. I met with the team. I said, listen, we've talked to the coaches. We've reviewed the footage. Tanner could be playing better, but I don't think this was a Tanner problem. Nope. They want Tanner out. So I'm like, okay, well, this team is, first off, a total toxic dumpster fire. And not only that, but they're also trying to kick Tanner out, who I thought was an unfair move, given what Tanner had done, actually applying himself. And so at that point in time, I was kind of over my head. Like I should have been like, okay, fine, whatever. I'm going to make it work, whatever. But at that point in time, it was almost like an ethical thing for me. So I said, I'm not, okay, then I'm done. Like I'm gonna coach you guys into contenders, which I did. I got them into contenders. It was like 2 or 3 weeks later, and then I'm gonna resign. And that's exactly what I did. And oh gosh, guys, what a weird, messy thing that was. And what ended up happening is they go to contenders, they underperform, and they basically disbanded, and they reformed under Grunto Esports. I actually think that, funnily enough, they reformed, and I'm pretty sure Get Amazed played for them. Yeah, they had like Onigod. I swear Get Amazed played. No, he coached. Zenith actually coached. This was like the beginning of I think this might have been the beginning of moving into what was known as Third Impact afterwards. But yeah, I was done. I resigned. I was like, this is stupid. This is really, really garbage. And so I just left the team. Now, the funny thing is that I leave, another coach takes over, and Dark Zero only lasted like 2 months and then also left, who was the Spanish coach, if I remember correctly, and he also had done. He was also done. Total toxic dumpster fire of a team. Total misery. Really, really disillusioned me about like the path to pro. Yeah, and it is. Now, it was like one of those situations where like, Tanner definitely needed to get his butt in gear earlier. That was definitely a big problem. But it was ugly. It was ugly. Rob Dab was in the team too. Yeah, Rob was actually a freak of nature early in his career. I thought he was for sure overwatching material earlier in his career. The funny thing about Tanner from high school, I am 99%. No, I'm sure he's actually voiceover narrated a few. Oh crap, chat. What is that one YouTube channel that does all the tips and tricks? Overwatch tips. Game Leap. Tanner actually did a few Game Leap videos at the start of Overwatch 2. Somebody linked me and I was like, because I'm like for my own editing, and I was like, dude, that's freaking Tanner from high school. I used to coach this guy. Why is he the Game Leap guy? It's like 4 years after I've heard from him. Do you know why they dumped Hardblue like the day before a tournament as Grunto? Probably something to do with drama. Yeah, like probably to do something with drama. I think Hardblue was pretty much like. Hardblue was like, it hit his ceiling. But honestly, I don't know like the full story behind, so I don't really want to talk. I do know that there was some drama behind it. I'm fairly certain. I do remember that, but that was when I'd already moved on. Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, credit to Hardblue. I don't think anybody really could be at fault here. I think Salty was a tool. I think Suppose was a little bit off the goop, but I think like overall it was just too many big, weird, ugly personalities in one team, and so it was like really good when it was good, but really bad when it was bad. No, Tanner from high school was basically what people used to call him by. The funny thing is that we actually competed in do you guys remember the James Tournament of Future Champions? Does anyone remember this? Because this was a hero band tournament. I don't know if you guys remember this one. This was the hero band tournament, and we came in second. I think. Maybe we didn't. I don't remember. Yeah, we came in second to first gen. Who, by the way, you guys might remember some names. Naga was on this team. Tensa. You guys might remember some names. Now, the funny thing about this is that the hero bands did not work out so well. Because what ended up happening is teams would ban Rhine, and we played Orisa Goats. We literally played Orisa Goats, guys. We actually beat, who did we beat playing Orisa Goats? I don't think, was it the Dogmen? No, it wasn't the Dogmen. You, by the way, recognize some names from these guys? It was this one. It was these guys. Path to Poverty, Dove, Jolf, Ultraviolet. We played Orisa Goats. Man. They kept banning, like they banned Mercy, and then people would just play Goats. They just banned Ryan, and they played Goats. It was fun in a way, but it was kind of like, it was a sad commentary on the state of Overwatch balance at that point in time. Yeah. I wonder if I can actually find the clip of us winning versus that team. I bet I could. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure I have it here. I'll give it like 10 more seconds if I can. It's yeah, it's in there somewhere, but I'm not really sure where. Wait. Yeah, maybe not. We'll worry about it later. But yeah, anyway. So then I resigned from that. And I know that was a bad look, but I at that point in time, I was too naive to know or care. But it is what it is. So then at that point in time, there weren't a lot of teams that were really trialing coaches. And I trialed for a couple of actually Australian teams. Like I just wanted to be in contenders. So I ended up reaching out and ended up working out with got a trial with Sydney Drop Bears, who were at the time the champions. Like they had been the repeat champions. To be fair, Australia was not particularly competitive. And Order, which was one of the orgs in that team at that time, was on their way up. Now, big thing for the Sydney Drop Bears was the compromises I had to make to coach that team. So I was still actually working at that time. I was still coaching mixed martial arts in the afternoons and evenings. So I would go to bed at around 10 or 11. I'd get up at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I'd go to bed again at like 9 or 10, get a couple hours of sleep, then get up and coach. I really messed myself up. After a few months of that. I had a lot of health. I still have health issues from that. I'm still getting over those health issues. Was rough. Was really, really, really rough. Really messed up my circadian rhythm. I wasn't getting enough sleep. I developed a lot of health issues. Overall, the team was relatively chill. Obviously, like pretty competitive at the very, very top end, but I think we did okay. I tried a lot of really weird things with that team because that was one thing I always did. I always tried stuff. I was always like, I had a huge document, like 50, 60 pages of different goal points of things to work on per map. And I had this idea of where I wanted to try to give feedback before the round started to remind people of what to work on. Kind of went hit or miss. That roster was a lot of fun. Wait. That's not what. That's not the right. So it was the team. I don't know if you guys might not remember all this. I don't know if you remember how familiar you are with teams, but it was Haas, CKM, Shoyo. It was Tita Watt, Kraken, and Bertlog. And it was myself, Noxious, and Temporal at that point in time. And it was an okay season. It was okay. I really enjoyed the personalities on the team. It was a total breath of fresh air from Chicken Contendies. Australian Contenders is way more lax, way more fun. And like still relatively competitive. On hindsight, I think I was a little bit too. I think there was some points where there was some like personal conflicts within like, I had to do this, I had to do that, and I think I was a little bit too lax, and it ended up showing in our final result where we only came second. Which, to be fair to Order, like Order was freaking stacked. I mean, look at that. Signed was amazing. Adam, Jordation, Hunter. That was a really, really stacked team. But most of the good things to say about Sydney Drop Bears. Also, freaking Dave Harris was the org, the guy who ran Sydney Drop Bears. Where is he? Where are you, Dave? I don't even know if it's on the thing anymore. That's sad. Dave Harris was a total class act. Total class act. Love that guy to death. I actually think that he was working. He was working with Cloud9 at one point. Super class act. But anyway, long story short, we sadly finished in second place. Should have done a better job. True story. Tita Watt was the Thailand main tank, and he got signed by Uprising Academy the day, like 2 days before the grand finals, like 2 or 3 days before the grand finals. So we're going to go to grand finals with Tita Watt, who we've been playing with the whole year. He gets signed Uprising Academy. I mean, what are we going to? We're going to feel bad? Like, good for him, right? Academy team, love to see it. The problem is that we're 2 to 3 days before grand finals, and we don't have a main tank. So at the last second, we had pulled up Chronodota. I don't even remember what Chronodota played before City Drop Bears. I think it was like occasionally played on some like low tier 3, low contenders teams who did a lot of the content, right? And true story, I'm flying to Sydney. And in the LA airport, I'm sitting with Chronodota going over our macro, what we needed to do. Because he'd scrim with us, I think, 1 scrim block before that, or 2 scrim blocks. So I'm sitting in the Los Angeles airport with Chronodota, trying to crash course what he's going to have to worry about in the grand finals. So that was a bit unfortunate. Overall, though, I think we did okay. It was a great experience. I got to meet a Kraken who was I think one of my favorite players that I got to work with. Very intense person, very young, very intense. And I was flattered at the time because he told me I was his second favorite coach. And he said it was really close, but I was his second favorite coach, and I was a total scrub at the time. And his first, could you guess who his first favorite coach was, who he'd worked under Team Australia that very same year or the year before? Gunba. So at the time, Gunba, that was a huge compliment. That was a huge compliment at the time. Because even at that point in time, Gunba was relatively well known. And so, okay, I've been trying a lot better. Hey, cheers, man. I appreciate the kind words. So yeah, that was fun. Bertlog was a really good guy, really nice. Krona Dota, Kraken, Shoyo, nothing but good things to say about these guys. Obviously a little bit disappointing, but really good. But anyway, I talked with Dave. No, we were in second place in the finals. Order was just really good. Yes, Commander X, agreed. Freaking love Dave Harris. Love that guy. Super, like you guys talk about all the horror stories of manager, of like corporate, garbage. Dave was just super communicative, super generous, super kind. He actually gave me, so the coming back the next year, he gave me free reign to build the roster as I wanted to. But at that point in time, I basically was like, listen, I'll help you build the roster, but I'm done. I can't do this. I can't do this. Like, it's ruining my health. Very gracious, very generous. I actually think that I scouted Dreamer for Sydney Droppers. You guys remember Dreamer? I'm pretty sure I scouted Dreamer. And we almost got Patafan. In fact, the only reason that we didn't get Patafan, if I remember correctly, was because their org, was it the Thai org? I can't remember what org it was. Were total scumbags. Were super slimy, very, very dishonest with how they handled things, and it really threw a huge wrench in things. But yeah, that would have been a stacked roster. I mean, freaking Dreamer and Patafan. But yeah, I think Bertlog is the most contentious house. I believe it. Yeah, I know he's been sticking around the scene for a long time. It might have been Talon. I don't think it was Talon. Hey, coach. But yeah. Anyway, so I basically scouted and then sailed into the West. And at this point in time, I'm really kind of scared because I'm like, I'm basically 2 seasons, not even 2 seasons with 2 teams. It's like, I felt like I'd learned a lot, but I made a lot of mistakes with Sydney Drop Bears. I made a lot of mistakes with Chicken Continues. And you guys have heard me talk about this before. One thing I've never been ashamed of is like the number of mistakes that I made as a coach, because I always went out of my way to like really push myself. Oh, one other thing with City Drop Bears, at the LAN, I got to hang out backstage with Hanny, who works for the Washington Justice, the translator, the player manager. I think she was with Boston this past season. Really, really great. She's actually my Korean tutor when I was learning Korean for a while. I got to hang out with Unter, who the first words that Unter ever says to me in person, I've said this story a million times, but I'll say it one more time, is, wow, I didn't know that your arms would be that small. So I hate that guy. Screw that man. And then I got to hang out with Avril and Pixie in the back, who were, amazing. I've been a huge fan of theirs since then. I really think that they were the goats when it comes to casting. Really, really great casters. And the whole LAN experience was a lot of fun. Like, actually getting to coach with the guys in person was a lot of fun. So it was great. Now, true story about this LAN though, I can't remember the guy who ran it. The most straight-laced, pants on a wad guy ever. Esports guy. I forget at the event. And you guys aren't going to believe this. We were not allowed to take pictures, videos, or record freaking audio backstage. Nobody knows why. Nobody knows why. So I'm back there with City Drop Bears, and I gave them literally a pep talk, dude. I was like screaming and yelling and smacking. And I remember who was it? It was CKM. It was Felix. Love Felix, man. He looks over like, yeah, like this, we're getting pumped up. And Hanny was actually, I think she wanted to record it, but then the guy swoops in like a freaking vulture and says, "Rah!" It was such a cornball. Such a cornball. But yeah, that sucked. But it is what it is. I also got to meet Sword there. I don't know if you guys know Coach Sword. Really nice guy. But overall, it was a fun event. Anyway, so I'm thinking like, crap, what am I going to do next? I ended up trialing with a couple of NA contenders teams. One of them, you guys might be familiar with, by the name of Phase 2. So this is mid-2019, and Phase 2 had been around for a little while, but had frankly done quite poor. They had not won a single game, actually. So they had not won a single game. So that they reached out to me, and shoot, they had been around for a little while, actually. Let me actually see what some of their early rosters. So I believe. Let's see. Even before I was on here. Yeah. Let's see season 1. See who was on there with phase 2. So I think they went. I don't think they won a game. Might be wrong, but I don't think they won a game. Yeah, they didn't win a game. 0-7. Who was on that roster? King. You guys remember King? Pika, Nishik, Faz, Gunther, Staff, Solheim, Ronald Dingle. They might have had, I swear they had some other people later on. But anyway, okay, so I joined, and the roster was A10, should sound familiar. Dons, if that name doesn't sound familiar, just subtract the S. Okay? Pika, who was, I actually think, a pretty good off tank. I have no idea where he went off to. He played with Atlanta Academy and then disappeared off the face of the earth. Lep, Buck, Sox, who was as old as I was, maybe older. He was just a good player. Sox is such a strange situation because he was just like a 27-year-old guy that just wanted to play Flix DPS, and he was like really good at it. And yeah, Tanner from high school, full circle, late. And Nishik and Lep. Okay, so we talked about that. And then freaking Salt Shaker. You guys know Salt Shaker? This guy was the ultimate goon. The ultimate goon. The original Orisa OTP way back in the day. I got some funny stories about Salt Shaker. Don't remind me. I say actually funny, so don't remind me, guys. So I joined the team, trialed with the team. And I like the dynamic. It feels like a good balance of like a little bit more intense than Sydney Drop Bears, a little bit more not so toxic as where Chicken Contendies. And we started winning. And we did pretty good. We actually won some games. We actually did fairly well. We actually beat Gladiators Legion in a match. And this was a pretty stacked overall. I mean, Atlanta Academy was literally top Overwatch League level skill. Uprising Academy was quite good at the time. Like a lot of these rosters, you're gonna be like, check this out. Saucy, Sugar Free, Hawk, Gator, Funny Astro, Kodak, Legit RC, Dalton, Water, Emil, Penker, San Juan, Luddy, Rolf. Sky Fox is just Who Are You, Boostio, Attitude, Hoon, Clone Man, Lastro, Karkar, Dove, Hot Date, Jolf, Angelic, Trispirit. They weren't as good. Third Impact, which is basically Grunto, Onigod, Wub, Apply, Salty, Zolik. Uprising Academy had Mirror, Punk, Moofin, Tito Watt, Scalar, Swimmer. So there was a lot of pretty good teams here. And we did well. We actually did really well that season. I worked really, really hard on our macro. And there was one player in particular who was a lot of work. And this player was just as toxic as Salty. Just as toxic. Third Impact is Grunto Esports. It was a weird transition point. So this player was just as toxic as Salty, but the only thing that saved this player was how much this person really cared about. It's kind of hard to say. They did not have the best control of their tongue, but they cared a lot. If that makes sense, does that make sense? It's kind of hard to describe them as toxic. They were very toxic, but they cared a lot, and so very passionate. Okay. Does anyone want to guess who that would be? That would be not Lep. No. Lep is the very opposite of that. Although Lep definitely had a little bit of spice, and I'll actually share that story. One of the biggest mistake I made in my professional coaching career. Not Nishik, no. Not Buck, no. It was Don. It was Don. Don was a total turd. Absolute total turd. Now, I'm only saying this because I freaking love Don. I have never gotten into a shouting match before phase 2 with a player, and I've never gotten into a shouting match with a player after phase 2. I got into shouting matches with Don. He was so disrespectful to his teammates when he felt like they weren't putting effort in that he would absolutely spit roast them. And that's not appropriate. And obviously, this is when I'm still learning things as like how to manage these kind of personalities. And we had a very intense relationship. Let's put it that way. Now, again, I'm only saying this because Don is one of the closest friends I've made in Overwatch esports since then, and one of my closest friends that I've ever made. Period inside esports. And it was definitely on the forges of intensity. So Don was just a very passionate person that had very little patience for lack of effort. And so there was a lot of keeping him in control. Obviously, there was a whole nother Tanner situation, which we'll talk about in a second. A10 was totally chill. I have got nothing but good things to say about A10. Very competitive person, applied himself, worked hard, very intelligent, good guy, no real complaints. His only problem was his hero pool was quite bad. Like, he wasn't as good at hit scan. He was more of considered as a Zarya Reaper 2 trick, which obviously ended up working because goats, but yeah. Pico was fine. Lep, okay, so true story, you guys with the juice on Lep? He's gonna kill me. I love Lep, but the first conversation I had with Lep, I had to talk to Lep's mother over the telephone because Lep's mother was very concerned about Lep's discipline with school. Lep was struggling juggling a contenders in a school schedule, so I had to have an extensive conversation with Lep's mother over the telephone about Lep's discipline and applying himself. Which was fun. But as far as I know, I think he did a pretty good job of it that season. No, I think he did a good job. I think he unironically did a great job in terms of school afterwards. I think he applied himself, but it was just obviously very funny. I mean, I told her exactly what you think I told her. You know what I'm saying? I told her that, like, balance is important. You and I will establish, like, we kept in touch and, like, make sure that he's applying himself in his end. School is priority. I mean, the usual stuff. There's nothing really fancy here. So anyway, long story short, we had a pretty good GOAT season. So I've told the story before, so I'll run it over really quick. One fun story. So we were playing Square One, and we're doing well. I think it was 2-0 or 3-0. And I'm gonna pull this up really fast. Phase 2 Square One Overwatch. Does it sit here?
All about bringing them out.
I'm gonna dig it up.
Screws at what point?
No, this is the wrong version of Phase 2. I think this is it right here. I think I found it, chat. I found it. So freaking Don's Dutch internet goes boink. And so we lose Don midway through Numbani. And so we have to fight on the map 4v5. Don doesn't get his internet back. And so we're fighting 4v5. Where is it here? Yeah, so we end up having to fight 4v5. Now, needless to say, we didn't win. So Don is distraught. 5v6, sorry. Freudian slip. Not really Freudian slip, but yeah, distraught, needless to say. So we don't know what to do. We're thinking we only have freaking Salt Shaker, the Orisa cornball goon. And Salt Shaker does not play Reinhardt. At all. Okay? He doesn't play it at all. He might be Masters or Diamond on Reinhardt. I don't even know. But A10 goes, Coach, please let me try. I can handle him. He literally says it like he's handling a dog. He says, I can handle him. I can do it. I will take care of him. Like, I'll call the bubbles. I'll call the engages. So I'm like, all right, A10, all right, go for it. So chat, Square One is not a bad team here. And the good news is that it was really close. The bad news is that we still lost. We actually did really well. A10 managed the beast, and it was really, really freaking close, actually. It came down to essentially the final team fight here, actually. Actually, it was, literally the final team fight there. And we ended up losing. They actually ended up going Somber Goats, and we ended up losing. Salt Shaker, of course, goes Symmetra on the recontest because it's Salt Shaker. But yeah, long story short, we lose to Square One. Guys, we're about to get reverse freaking swept. There's no way. So then somebody else asks me to trust them. Somebody else asks me to trust them. And this person is significantly less trustworthy than A10. it's Salt Shaker. Salt Shaker says, "Hey, coach, I have an idea." And I'm like, "Oh no." He says, so there's a little story called Phase 1. So Phase 2, what was Phase 1? Well, Phase 1 was a Tier 3 cornball team of one-tricks and goons. Orisa, Torbjorn May players, Pharah players, Bat players, everything. In a GOATS meta, they were destroying other Tier 3 teams, refusing to mirror GOATS. Yes, like all yeah, yes. And they were our academy team, all right? So Salt Shaker says, "Hey, I've been," because Salt Shaker didn't scream with us much at all, because, you know, he's a Orisa OTP. So he goes, "Trust me." And I literally was like, "Salt, listen, I don't care what you want. You tell them what to play. You tell them what heroes you want them to play, and let's have some fun." And so, ladies and gentlemen, Phase 2 and our best friend Salt Shaker and the awful Tier 1 team, or Tier 3 team, Phase 1, came up with the abomination that you see on your screen right now. And in the middle of an intense GOATS meta. And guys, we won. We won the freaking match. We played Reaper, May, Torb. We ran everything, freaking Lep with the Baptiste out. To be fair to Square One, they made a good fight, but they didn't know what to do. So now it gets worse. Check it out. Yes, Matt.
See, we are looking at this again.
So then Square One's lost. Like, they don't know what to do. So they're like swapping. They go spam, and then we swap up, and then Buck is actually going to swap to Hanzo here at some point. He's going to pop off. But this was the beginning of the end, because after this point in time, this is when, like, this is right after this, the roll lock was it, and then we win the match here, by the way. So we freaking win off of Salt Shaker's shenanigans. And this was the start of, we started the Orisa Diva Reaper May, and we got really freaking good at it. And that basically, we started that awful composition that everybody hated, the double shield stuff. It started in part at this exact match. And it started with even Phase 2 playing Reaper May. We were really good. We should have gone to we got unlucky with a bracket. Because here's what happened is we did well, so then we go to our bracket, and guess what team we had to play to go to Gauntlet? Not Gladiators Legion, who had already beaten, not Empress Academy, not Grunter, freaking Atlanta Academy. Yes, this is before Clockwork Vendetta. We had to play freaking Atlanta Academy. And the funny thing is we actually drew a map on them, and we almost beat them on a map. I won't be able to beat the VOD, it was a long time ago. But we did the best, so much so that legit RC actually messaged me and was like, "Oh, you guys were really impressive." Like, and to be put in context, Atlanta Academy wasn't almost losing to anybody. Not anybody. They didn't lose a map, I don't think, until the actual Gauntlet itself, playing versus like Talon and such. But yeah, crazy time. Now let's keep talking about Phase 2, because there's a lot more to talk about here. So we had another Tanner situation, guys. We're going full circle. We're going full circle. Because the problem is that A10 and Tanner were both hit scans. And if we wanted to play DPS, A10 wasn't as good at the DPS. If we want to play GOATs, Tanner wasn't as good at the GOATs. And so, again, we had a situation where the team trusted A10 more, didn't trust Tanner as much. Does that sound familiar? And I had to make a decision. And basically, long story short, this was one of the worst moments of my entire coaching career. I didn't know what to do. We had to end up going with A10 just because the team wanted it. I remember we had all these coaching calls with the team where it was like, I remember Lep specifically saying, "You guys want to make fun of Lep?" He's like, "Is this a dictatorship where you're telling us like who we have to put in and put out?" And dude, it was just, I freaking hated. I do not miss Tier 2 drama at all. And again, I just was not as well equipped to deal with it. I'm going to take a lot of responsibility myself. I didn't realize that the level that basically you were of like a recruit coach. And so there was a lot of great things about Phase 2. I have nothing but good memories of so many things here, but it was tough. It was tough. Now one final thing, with Phase 2, if you guys want the juice, I ended up wanting to kick Nishik, and I made the decision to kick Nishik. And I also made the decision to kick Dawn. Now, Dawn ended up getting, I believe, picked up again. I honestly don't remember. I remember he was very upset. Because team was basically tired of dealing with his crap. And while he had improved a lot, he was very upset over it. And to give him credit, he basically turned over a new leaf and applied himself again. Now, the Nishik was a different story, where I had felt that he had not applied himself all season long and had not applied as much feedback. And due to my, to be honest with you guys, I also I made the mistake of not basically pushing him enough and not communicating with him enough and then deciding, okay, you haven't applied yourself, then you're getting kicked. It was 2 from 0 to 100. And this is where you could really see my inexperience as a coach. Because that had not been something that I'd been pushing and not something that I talked about with the team either, is then the entire team threatens to leave. You hear me right? Spilo makes no mistakes, right, guys? The entire freaking team, besides Salt Shaker and like a couple of other guys, were like ready to just drop it and leave. So you ready for the most awkward conversation of all time? I had to get in a voice call with the entire team, including Nishik, and eat crow. I didn't back down and be like, oh, I'm an idiot. I was like, listen, I made the wrong call. I'm trying to dominate this too much. I had to sit in the entire voice call and eat crow and basically admit that, fine, whatever. Now, Nishik, I do believe, was not healthy for the team environment, but I went about it the total wrong way. And the entire team almost mutinied at that point. And keep in mind, we had a really great team environment too. All those guys liked me. We worked great together. This isn't like, a lot of tension like chicken continues. It was totally fine. So, what a disaster that was. So uncomfortable. And I deserved it. And it was a train wreck. So, long story short, team was like, appreciated it, because obviously it took, my point was like, I made a huge mistake, but I was going to stand up and own up to the error, which was really uncomfortable, but I did it. The team appreciated it. We stayed together, but Nishik got his feelings hurt and decided to leave, which turned out to be a good thing. I don't think that Nishik belonged in tier 2 at that point in time. Not that he wasn't good enough. I just don't think that he had like the same level of drive as his teammates did. And I believe he actually got re-signed and then got released immediately afterwards. But it was especially good in hindsight because the person that I scouted to replace Nishik was, I'll be the best. It was obviously quite good. And he was kind of a little bit of an unknown entity in EU at that point in time. And we picked it up. And true story, I actually scouted him. You guys aren't going to believe this. I scouted him from his Moira play. I was so impressed with the level, like how he had applied himself to his Moira, that he actually got picked up. So anyway. So that was that. I'll be the best. Yep, that was that. And at that point in time, I was getting trials from Uprising Academy. Dawn and Pika were also getting trials from Atlanta Academy because the majority of that roster was moving up to the regular Atlanta roster. And the ship had sailed. Now, this is where the juice starts to get kind of syrupy. Okay, it gets a little thick here because we're about to move into the darkest point in time of my entire coaching career and some of the strangest things that I think I've ever heard of in the Path to Pro scene. Yeah. So I get interviewed by Boston Uprising, who had just picked up Mineral, and the president, Huck. So I remember, I think they were looking for assistant coach. No. I remember. I got trialed by Uprising Academy briefly before phase 2. And I actually got complimented. I was not their first choice. I believe they had their other staff. Yeah, Colsty. But I was their second choice. And they were like, hey, we liked you a lot. Keep up the good work. Maybe we'll look at you in the future. Fine. So then I got trialed again and did a lot of I actually have a lot of the trial work still. And they liked me, but they liked the other coaches better. But they wanted me for their academy team. Now, mistake. Because I don't know what the plan was with the scouting, but it was a total train wreck. Absolute train wreck. Now, again, I want to emphasize at least a decent portion of this is my fault because I was honestly just ignorant. I had never scouted and built a team from the ground up. Okay, you guys want a true story? I wasn't even familiar with how Liquipedia worked. So what happens is we go to build the Boston Uprising. Now, if you guys remember this is at the start of the 2020 season. Boston Uprising had an open trial. open trial. I think it was like 4.5K plus, right? And they have found players like Myunbong from there. Obviously, a lot of other things as well. And when I successfully was signed on to Uprising Academy, Huck wanted me to use people from the open trials. They didn't even give me the pool. We didn't even look at Liquipedia, guys. We didn't even look at Liquipedia. Now, I want to point out how unbelievably stacked these trials and contenders were. Let me pull you guys up for just the context here. Third Impact, I mean, a lot of it is hindsight here, but even at the time, Tayo, Decod, Icy were really good. Iris was also available. False was really good. Obviously, Lep. Iced was good. Sugar Free, Caden Frill, Juby Ultraviolet. Dalton was also briefly available. Guru, Kevster, Onigod, Celere, Fenzi, OG, AFOX, Hydran, Milky Man, Chalcorn's Awkward. I mean, Awkward, by the way. You could literally go through here. And we signed Krondop, who is a relatively unknown entity. We signed Tap, who is a relatively unknown entity. Fat, who is fine, but not the best main support by any means. And Dragon Eddie, who was, again, fine, but we had Punk. And I have Lethal, who had not even hit 4.6 yet. We had not even hit 4.6K yet. And was barely even tier 3. And then we took this entire collection of wild cards, essentially guys that actually had really high ceilings, and we threw them all into one team with almost no strong veteran presence, no low risk, low reward, medium reward players, and then proceed to get zero visas. 0 visas. So everybody is playing on a 150, 160 ping, and our hitscan player is playing on 230 ping! 230 ping! And, we talk about like choking and all this stuff. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. We weren't even in the top 5 or 6 when it came to roster strength. And we were the only freaking academy team in North American contenders. We were the only one. We were the ping more than all of these guys. And we had not even, and so I want to be very clear. I love these players. And to be very clear, they all had massive potential, and many of them reached that potential much, much later. But what we were doing was the equivalent of putting players with super high potential and throwing them to the Sharks. And so it wasn't a question of development. It was a question of drowning. It was way overwhelming. And so it was really discouraging for everybody involved because no coach could have made that situation work. Nobody could have made that work. But certainly not me. I wasn't good enough. And so not only was it unbelievably challenging, but it was extremely disappointing. Like, guys, for context here, I'm not going to say the name here because I don't want to throw this person under the bus, but the only other person that we were trialing besides Hitscan, besides Lethal, was a 4.5K peak hard stuck mini streamer. Those are our Hitscan options. When there was at least 7 or 8 other better options available. All we had to do was pull up Liquipedia or pull up the other contenders teams. Now, I'm going to take some credit for that, for not pushing back on our trialing process more, because I just assumed that, they know best, that we're going to take from the open trials. I was an idiot, okay, for lack of a better term. I was the ignorance is mine, and I will take, but it was just embarrassing. It was embarrassing that's who we got here. So this is the real problem though. So the real danger wasn't just that we had a bad start, right? The real problem is that obviously nobody got visas at that point in time, which I don't want to talk about that as much, but that should not have happened. Let's just put it that way. But the real problem was that because we crapped the bed so badly, confidence down the toilet, including mine. And now nobody, even now, so I go to Huck, I'm like, so Huck, okay, I'm got this one step at a time. So now nobody wants to join us anymore. Because if we have one bad start, and now everybody thinks, oh, Uprising Academy is garbage, it's a place where players go to die, it is just a disaster. And so it's a joke. And so now all these players that I'm now reaching out to, not only are they not interested, but most of them are just straight up ghosting me entirely. It was a disaster. So it was awful for me. It was awful for the players that we signed. I felt terrible for all of them. They were legitimately players with a lot of huge potential, and they got thrown into a terrible thing. Lethal, obviously, a lot of potential. Obviously, his career developed quite nicely. Tap, I think, is the one I feel the most guilty about, because I think Tap legitimately was phenomenal attitude, phenomenal player, easily Overwatch League level if he had been in the right environment and not completely had his confidence and reputation completely ruined. Kron, I think, as well, phenomenal player, a huge potential. Obviously, he's doing really well streaming right now, which makes me very happy, but I feel really guilty about that. Dragon Eddie, honestly, it's hard for Dragon Eddie. I don't think Dragon Eddie was quite there yet. Now, the true story about Dragon Eddie, so Punk was in the trials, but I was told that Punk had some attitude issues the previous season, and that heavily affected our decision to re-sign him again, which ended up to be mostly hearsay and really not an issue at all. I don't know, guys. It makes me just sad just even thinking about it. It was a total disaster. It was a total disaster. Total disaster. The only really, really strong player on the roster, and the only player that was actually in Boston with me, was Scalar. And I really felt bad for Scalar, because Scalar was, again, another one of those Overwatch League potential players. Actually, quite a good player, a veteran, one of the strongest mechanical players I've ever seen. Really good attitude, good communicator. No complaints from Scalar. But again, it's just like you can't deadlift this. You can't deadlift the lack of confidence, the ping, the lack of experience, and to an extent, the lack of skill. Just not quite ready yet, right? And this is a really dark time for me, because I think my biggest weakness as a coach was my ability to be objective with roster decisions. So I'm thinking, oh, Fat was fine. Fat was a really great guy. But I just don't know that he was he the best main support that we could have signed? No. But he was fine. I think he was fine. On ping or on no ping with more confidence in a better team environment, Fat probably would have been fine. But again, it's like, there's too many straws that broke the camel's back. You get what I'm saying? So basically, my weakness as a coach has always been like I'm not objective enough, especially early on in my career. I'm not objective enough, so it's hard for me to not take things personally. So when Huck sits me down, this was probably around March, and he's like, "Hey, we might need to consider cutting these players." I'm like I immediately not only feel like a sense of responsibility, but I also I pushed back. I didn't want to, and then we ended up having to. But at that point in time, it's like it's too late. It was just a disaster. It was a disaster. Huck had also wanted me to stay at the team house at this point in time for the team environment, even though I was the only one at the team house because all the other players were off of visas. So I lived 3.5 hours away from my wife. She would visit once every 3 weeks. I was depressed. I was stressed. I wasn't sleeping well. I was struggling with health issues. I was working 85 hours a week. I would stay up half the night trying to VOD review and figure out what we needed to do better. And again, the answer is always simpler than you think it is. What ended up happening, though, is because I had so little confidence in my ability to coach that I took all the responsibility on myself, and I would change up how I'd VOD review, and I tried this strategy and that strategy. Guys, I tried everything. I remember I would have, you guys are going to think I'm crazy. I had TeamSpeak. I paid for TeamSpeak subscription so that I could pull a player into TeamSpeak, but also have them in Discord so that I could coach them in their ear and give them live coaching mid-scrim. And then I also tried totally revitalizing, trying all these different VOD review strategies. I paid hundreds of dollars for performance coaches. I restudied the macro. I tried motivational speeches. Guys, I tried everything, man. I tried everything. And it was so depressing because it's like one of those things where it's like, again, the best coach, freaking Krusty, couldn't have made it work, right? But you know what Krusty probably would have been smart enough to do? Krusty probably would have been smart enough to know that there was just a hard ceiling with what you could do with this team, and I would have pulled back because my biggest problem with this team was that I pushed too hard. There was just only so much that we could do. We had to be honest with ourselves. Like we were operating at a total disadvantage. Let's just have some fun. Let's not overpush it. And I overpushed. And that was my biggest failing. And not only was that bad for me, that was bad for the team. And so, put a lot of stress on a lot of people. And at that point in time, those guys just needed a hug and encouragement because it was just unfair for everybody. So I'm very bitter about that whole situation, especially how it started. It was totally unnecessary that this had to be as negative as it was. The visas, the roster, everything was a total train wreck. Total train wreck. And that basically snowballed to where like the rest of the season, we were signing 6 feet, we're signing Doggo. I don't even know how we managed to sign False, who was actually another great player. I mean, that was remarkable. I felt bad that we sucked him into that contract as well. I think from my knowledge, Tap only got out of Uprising Academy by retiring and then going into collegiate afterwards, then coming out of retirement. So, say what you will about that. But Uprising Academy was a disaster. Like even after, so I guess we can keep going chronologically here. So I was also in the Boston team house, if you guys want the juice of that one. So I was in the Boston, not the team house, the facility. So the Boston facility, this is when Boston was really bad. Let's actually pull up that up. Boston Uprising. This was in 2020. This is when Mineral was a coach. And this is like the perfect storm that season. Because it was like everything that could possibly go wrong with that team went wrong. I actually have a lot of respect for Coach Mineral. I really do. He's doing like programming and stuff. He actually was assistant manager for a while. Really nice guy. I actually thought was a fairly decent coach as well. Just impossible situation. I think maybe my one problem with Mineral is maybe he just didn't have, he lacked what I lacked. I think he lacked maybe that edge, that something that like, I think Christopher is a great example. Somebody that has like that, not like that, it's not just the edge, it's just the ability to kind of detach yourself. And I think Mineral let himself get too emotionally frustrated with things. I think it took it too hard. And that team was going to be difficult. So first off, Munchkin, you guys remember Munchkin was signed. Munchkin leaves the team. I don't remember exactly what happened with that, but I think it was something to do internal, or he just didn't want to play anymore. I don't think. And then Halo joins the team. Axiom has a big health issue, has to leave. Swimmer leaves the team. Swimmer was just not that good. Swimmer just was not that good. Swimmer was a relatively good communicator, but was really didn't have it. Didn't really have the drive, I don't think it took a lot of responsibility, if I remember correctly. There just wasn't a lot to it. He just didn't have it. He didn't really push himself. It wasn't really able to be pushed. He just needed to go. Now, you guys remember Moofin, right? You guys remember Moofin? Boy, that was awkward. That was awkward. Now, it turns out he was just a total sexual creep. He wasn't actually a pedophile. But so that was, I guess that's comforting in a way. But very nice guy in person. Just obviously after I actually talked with him a lot, but obviously not the greatest. That whole thing was that was a disaster because it was the people that accused him as well were also scum wipes. So it was like the whole thing was just really ugly. Oh, thanks for the sub, Chan. So that was obviously, and then obviously he needed to go because it's not cool to do that stuff, obviously. Yeah, and then Ilka was also very emotionally invested and very frustrated. So he gets burned out. He leaves. And I remember, oh gosh, sitting in the scrims, and I thought my scrims were depressing, bro. Boston Uprising was depressing. Punk gets joined up, breathes in a little bit of life. Brucin burns out, leaves. I mean, look at this, guys. Munchkin, Axiom, Moofin, Swimmer, Ilka, Brucin. I mean, guys. That is in one season. This is mid-season. This is mid-season. These guys are gone. Everyone was so frustrated and so burned out. Brucein was scouted from the World Cup. I thought Brucein was okay. I mean, maybe a little bit of more of a... So here was Huck's problem. You guys want to know what Huck's problem was? And this really hurt us at Uprising Academy, but I also think it hurt Boston too. Maybe not Boston as much, but Huck read maybe a little bit too much of Reddit. Huck wanted the gems. Huck, I don't know if it was a financial thing or an ego thing, but Huck wanted to be the guy that scouted the crazy underrated things. And so what ends up happening is Uprising Academy is a collection of not developing some underrated talents along with established talent. It's just a bunch of underrated talent. And that, you can't start a fire with that, right? You got to have some heat. You got to have some tinder. And so what ended up happening with Uprising Academy especially, but also to a little bit to an extent here, maybe not as much, but especially with Uprising Academy, is there's too many potential talents and not enough actual talent. And it's just not good. It's just not a smart thing because it ends up being way too greedy and then you don't develop any talent. I mean, think about it. Like all of these underrated talents, Dragon Eddie, Lethal, Kronthop, Tap, Scalar, how many of those actually paid out from Uprising Academy? Not a single one. Not one. 6nab9, thanks for the sub. So it was just too much. And that I really feel like that was the issue. So Jerry, you guys remember Jerry? A little bit of a brainless player, but obviously pretty mechanically good. Axiom was fine. Halo was fine. Mikey was fine, I guess, as well. There just wasn't really any high points on this team, to be honest with you. Now, there's a player missing here. Where's Color Hex? There's a couple players missing here. Yeah, Color Hex. So Color Hex, Myeonbong was good. Color Hex I always felt sorry for. Fusions I think was okay. Fusions was like, this sounds rude, but like budget hottie, Good guy, good attitude, pretty smart player, not the greatest hero pool. But to be honest, a lot of the communicational issues scapegoated Fusions more than anything else. Where like the communication stuff was like so bad. Like I remember watching the scrims and there was like such a disconnect in all their engages over and over and over and over again. Nice, congrats on the Masters, mate. But Color Hex got really screwed up. Like I think Color Hex and Fusions like really like ended their career. Because I do think Color Hex was a good player. I think Color Hex was at least, I would say, had potential for being a competent, solid mid-table DPS player. But it was like watching my Uprising Academy all over again. His confidence just... I remember watching him pop Blade and his like hands were shaking. He was so scared with his Blade. No confidence at all. You guys might remember some of those games where it was like, oh, Color Hex Blade, right? Or Color Hex. Like Color Hex was actually such a good player. Totally ruined. Totally ruined. And I think that Fusions to an extent was the same thing where for him, it was not so much confidence, but it was like the team play just wasn't there. And it was just so sad. It was just so sad. So yeah, we picked up Doggo, 6 feet, who were fine. But again, not like top tier talent. They did fine. Nothing against those players, but just at that point, Uprising Academy, it's like our reputation was just really, really screwed up. So we had to take what we could get. We got False and we got IM37. Now, you guys might remember IM37 from The Interview. You guys, I'm sure, remember The Interview. Let's do this here. Where, actually, that might be a little bit too late here. Where Danny did not realize that he spoke English. Yeah. And he was good. Good old Jen. Love Jen. He was a good guy. Good player. Good attitude. No problems with Jen. Was one of our better players. And I think like this team was okay. I mean, obviously there was some high points here. But again, it was like some parts in the roster just were not going to be top tier talent. And we made contenders. We did okay in contenders. We managed to turn things around a little bit. But again, the expectations were too high. I think if you look at this and you compare it to some of the other rosters, we're not going to be as good as these rosters. Our rosters just weren't as good. So we got past Malibu. We barely lost a dark mode and trials, but it did mean that we made contenders finally. But obviously, like, again, that's just trials. Like that's not even getting into the actual contenders where we flopped out in contenders again. If I remember correctly, I think Kron had a really bad match here. It was just typical stuff. You know, it's like we just weren't quite good enough. We just weren't good enough. That was it. And then here we actually rebuild a couple of spots because I think I'm 37 got signed to. I'm 37 gets. Did we pick him up, right? Did Boston move him up? I think Boston moved him up. Or no, WGS. You're right. WGS. He got given basically Boston's other academy team. Hey, Epic was given the WGS, and so we're basically retrialing a lot of positions. We're retrialing support. We're retrialing hit scan, and we ended up actually, I think, with a fairly decent-ish roster. This on paper was probably the best roster that we'd had since I'd been signed on. But again, we just had the same issues with like confidence and stuff like that. And really, we needed time to develop this roster. And it didn't really happen. So like Kron was fine. False, obviously way fast, I think was actually pretty good. Aztac, you guys remember Aztac, Dredro. We were okay. We were fine. We needed time. But again, it's another one of those situations where it's actually like, I think we flubbed out in trials. Now, true story about this. One of my best friends was suicidal and was going through a really, really, really ugly divorce.
You could have told me that you spoke English, honestly.
And so I missed the match. And apparently we mental boomed in the warm-up because I wasn't there. And we miss out on making, we miss out on making trials because we lose to a team that we should never have lost to. I think it was, where is it? Where are they? Yeah, we lost to Skyfoxes, who had freaking Matman and Autumn Souls, who were like 4.5K. So at that point in time, I was burned out. I wanted out. I was done. I was very frustrated. And then I was very frustrated at performance. And I remember the message, hey, you got a chance to talk? I'm like, yeah, here it goes. Here it comes. So mental boom. We barely get squeaked out by some garbage team, mental boom. And yeah, I was let go. Now, I will always look back at this as being both the best and worst time of my entire coaching career. I have never failed so hard and succeeded so many times back to back to back. And I've never learned so much from this. It was the most miserable time of my entire life, barring none, ever. But I didn't waste the time. And I think that's where I'm most proud is that like I made a lot of mistakes. I almost permanently ruined my reputation because people looked at Uprising Academy and thought that we were bad. A lot of people trash talked me, a lot of coaches, a lot of managers, a lot of people ghosted me. I got abused on social media all the time. I had people that I thought were friends throwing me under the bus, even though they knew the type of person that I was. They knew the type of coach that I was always going full out. And it really hurt. It really hurt. But I learned more from this period of time than I've learned at any other time as a coach. And without this, I would not have been any of the things that I learned today. So, I'm sure it was worse for me. Thanks. So yeah, that was dark times indeed. And at this point, I was very close to retiring. I'd been very disillusioned about the whole thing. It's very depressing. And the bad news is about Uprising Academy that I definitely wasn't a little bit smug about is that after they fired me, they missed contenders. So we had just made contenders, right? So they then missed contenders. I think it was 5 months in a row. 5 months in a row. So we made contenders, then they fired me, and they missed contenders again, they missed contenders again, missed contenders again, missed contenders again, missed contenders again. That team was cursed. It was over. So I don't know. It was a rotten apple from the core outside. Nothing could fix it. It needed to die. It needed to totally reset. I'm not going to say a whole lot more about the org because there's a lot of other things that I think that went on behind the scenes that were really crappy that I'm going to have a limit with how much I leak here. But yeah, it needed to die. Yeah, False went to American Tato Escape Uprising. Exactly. So it was a joke. Ruined a lot of careers. Almost ruined mine. It ruined Scalar. It ruined Krondop. It ruined Tap. It ruined many more careers. It ruined Noxious, who was a good assistant coach that I enjoyed working with. Almost ruined False. And disaster. Eternals Academy was a train wreck. Yeah, Eternals Academy was a total toxic, like if you guys know, Eternal Academy did not last long at all. Super toxic. Lots of, I mean, you can look at this roster here. We've got Patafan, which, if you've heard anything about Patafan, and some of EU's spiciest personalities, let's put it that way. That team did not last long at all. That did not go through. If Visas went through, would have been salvageable. Yeah, we would have done better. It's really hard to say because, as it always is in competitive fill in the blank, it's snowballing. You start off on the wrong foot, it snowballs. You start on the right foot, it snowballs. So it's like if Visas had come in and if we'd done at least a couple of trials games, then I think it would have been a different story. But I still think that it was a fundamentally flawed roster to start with. Yeah, Patafan is super toxic. Patafan is super toxic. I'm surprised that that's not common knowledge. I'm sure that's common knowledge by now. I'm sure I'm not the guy that's leaking that. Patafan is one of the most toxic players in the entire history of Overwatch. Freaking making people cry. Bro, he made freaking Muse cry. He flamed the crap out of Muse, and he made him freaking cry. Yeah, the guy was a total turd bag. I mean, he's a young guy, right? But, no excuse. He was super toxic. Yeah, he bombs scrims all the time. We'll get to more of that later. You guys, by the way, when we get later, you guys feel free to ask me my opinion of other players. Again, I'll try to be respectful about players that are still in the scene. But yeah, Patafan was a turd. Was he better at Glads? I mean, I imagine, sure, because if he had been a turd, I think Reiner would have shoved his head in the toilet. I think Reiner would have washed his mouth out with soap. Let's put it that way. But yeah, Patafan was definitely not very impressive in scrims. Let's put it that way. But yeah, Uprising Academy. I almost retire. We're gonna move on to Sheer Cold. I'll zoom through this one a little bit because there's not as many recognizable names in here. I freaking love this so much. I almost retire. I trialed for a lot of teams. A lot of teams didn't want me. True story. You guys want a little bit of more extra juice, so I trialed with Odyssey. And I like many of the players from Odyssey, right? But that team was, talk about a hive mind. That team was, let's put it this way, was not very fun to trial with as a coach. Now, Rack is really I like Rack. Dove is a great guy. I freaking love Doug. But that team was the most player-led, inbred team ever. Did not like coaches. In fact, they didn't like me because I gave too much feedback. Was the feedback. This is Odyssey was like American Tornado before American Tornado was American Tornado. You know what I'm saying? Where it's literally just a bunch of children. It's like what's that one book with the boys on the island? What is that book? The one that everyone reads? And it's it gets political and they kill each other and stuff. Lord of the Flies. Yeah, it's literally the Odyssey is like Lord of the Flies, bro. Lord of the Flies for coaches. I mean, so many NA contender teams. I don't want to single these guys out necessarily, but so many of these teams were like that. So many teams were like that. You do not coach it. One does not speak of bossing. There is no bossing say. There is no coach in bossing say. That was it. Not even that they roasted each other. It's just a bunch of friends, which works, but it's part of it only works to an extent, and that's part of the reason why certain other unnamed players and teams have struggled at points of times. NA hates coaches, E overthinks everything. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? I did not talk with Rack Attack much, no, but I have gotten to talk with Rack Attack a lot more recently. I even got to say hey to him at the grand finals, which was really cool. Yeah, it's an echo chamber, exactly. So You know, it doesn't help that a lot of coaches are honestly pretty bad back then, you know? And I'm not even saying like me and experience bad. Like I wasn't very good, but I was good enough to provide value for sure. But really quite bad. So anyway, Sheer Cold, I tried out with a lot of teams. I was surprised. Like a lot of the European teams had heard about my, Uprise Academy, I don't want to side with this guy. But a lot of teams were willing to trial me. And I went with Sheer Cold. And actually the only reason I went with Sheer Cold was because I liked the guys. I was like very disillusioned, very frustrated. I just was like, let's just do something relaxing where I enjoy working with the players. There's no expectations. Let's just have some fun. And I mean, you guys might look at these names and be like, oh, Alex or Backbone or Grothin and, but nobody knew who these guys were back then. Nobody knew who these guys were. These were total no names back then. They'd just been in tier 3 like 6 months prior to this. So, Carrot, thank you for the sub. We freaking took names, man. We were 3rd or 4th place, like which doesn't sound like that impressive, but these teams were so stacked, and we every single time we did great. I honestly think this is the peak of my coaching career. I think outside of Overwatch League, which we'll talk about in a second, but like this is the peak. This is the peak. I felt like I was able to build a staff around EasyBot, Thor. We were able to like assign goals. I managed a lot of interpersonal stuff. I felt like I built a lot of confidence. This is the best, the glory days you can do. Yeah, I felt like we did so well as a team here. Like with the amount of talent that we had, Shade was an old freaking man. He was on the way out. Refid was okay. Lucer was okay. We really did not have the mechanics to compete with a lot of these top teams outside of maybe Backbone and Alex. Grothin developed mechanically over time, but even he started initially without much mechanics. But we were beating teams that we had no business beating. We were like 6th or 7th tops, and we were consistently taking 3rd and 4th. And I'm very, very proud of that. I'm very proud of that. And I also am proud because I've been able to I just legitimately had such a good time with those guys. Such good guys. Very, very. Now there was one thing which I will talk about. Backbone really had a hard time. Backbone was an underrated, it was essentially Dawn. You guys talk about Dawn, very passionate, very intense, very volatile. That was Backbone. And we figured it out. And I'm not going to take credit for that. I think Backbone was able to develop himself through that. And he did the same thing with London and really developed himself into obviously a pretty darn good player, right? But yeah, that was fine. This is back when we did, British Hurricane was just British Hurricane, and Obey Alliance was also ridiculous. But it was a lot. But there's actually not a lot of juice to spill here. It was mostly just good times. Yeah, Alex was, hey, Watery. Good to see you, mate. Long time no chat. Yeah, I work with Thor. I signed Thor, mate. I trialed Thor. I signed Thor. But yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot to say. It was a lot of fun. So now we get to some juice. Do you guys want a little bit of juice? You guys want a little bit of juice? All right. Because towards the end of Sheer Cold, there is a certain team that was trialing coaches, right? And really trialing everything, right? I'm not going to say who was necessarily trialing coaches. And so I start to trial with this team, and things are going well. In fact, some of the players were complimenting me like, yo, your game knowledge is like really good. Like, wow. Because Don specifically, who was trialing, messaged me, was like, yo, your game knowledge is like doing so well, like since for phase 2 days, right? And, all's well. And I'm, we're doing good. And then something very strange happened. Something very strange happened. I was told by the general manager who was trialing everybody that we are, listen guys, listen, I promise you this is the truth. We're going to be trialing you guys as units. So head coach with an assistant coach, 2 assistant coaches, I believe, you're going to be trialing as a crew, not as individuals, but as units. What? Like, what do you mean units? well, as in like you guys going to be signed or hired or fired. I was like, what? What? But it gets worse. So I get put with a unit, and I'm not going to name any names, but there was somebody that I was trying with who was one of the more not good coaches in the Western scene in terms of macro knowledge and general understanding. So that was a great start. Kind of clueless in that regard. And you guys might even know this coach, so I'm not going to say anything. So that was fun. I'm like, okay, this guy's kind of a bozo. No. There's some leaks that I can't cross. I can't cross, right? There's some names I can't. But it gets worse, guys. It gets worse. So you know how I coach. You know how I team coach. You guys have seen all of my Spylo 2 VODs. I'm respectful, but a little. So this Grandmaster messages me and says, you might want to be a little bit softer with your feedback. I think you're getting a little bit too intense. It wasn't John. I'll tell you that much. Hey, Carter. I'm like, are you for real? These are grown men! And I'm not even yelling. I'm like, all right, so we got to do this rotation here. Too intense? And it wasn't Natter. No, it wasn't Natter or John. I'm like, that's the last. I'm not going to say anything else. I'm not going to say it. And I'm like, are you for real? You're joking me. Come on. Like I was, all right, so listen, guys, listen, literally tone for tone. So we need to make sure that we're doing the rotation here. So what do you think about the too intense, too much emotion? You're kidding me, right? You're kidding me. So that was like, okay, whatever. But it gets worse. It gets worse because I'm being trialed as a head coach, which is fine. But I tell this GM, listen, I'm very confident in my game knowledge and my ability to coach one-on-one and to coach strategy. I've worked really, really hard at it. So if, head coach is one, I would like to trial as assistant coach. And you know what I was told? No. I'm sorry, what? And she said, we look at you as more, they said that we look at you more as a head coach material. What? Let me trial! Let me do it! Put me off my chains! I was so angry, bro. I was so freaking angry. And then, long story short, you guys know how that goes. And now, the people that were signed by this organization, I think, did a relatively fine job. I don't want to take anything away from those coaches. But the whole process made me so angry. It was so shoddily and disrespectfully won. It totally boomed me. I was so frustrated. And see, the other thing, guys, is I practice what I preach. When people talk to me like, how do I get an Overwatch League, or how do I find continuous teams? How do I find 2-3 teams? I say, message everybody. That was always my strategy. I message everybody. I asked to trial with every single team in Tier 2 and Overwatch League. And when I was on the way to Contenders, I messaged all these teams and half them ghosted me. Well, Overwatch League teams totally ghosted me. Nobody responded to me. Nobody. Not a single. I think maybe Nuki might have responded to me. Maybe. I think Nuki did. I don't think there was anybody else to respond. Got totally ghosted. Got error. And so I get ghosted by everybody. And then this disaster. And I'm thinking, what? I'm done. Like, I'm cooked, guys. There's no more academy teams. I've just completely popped off in Contenders. I'm running out of time here. I'm getting too old for this. I'm done. So I retired. I don't know if you guys remember that. I retired from professional coaching and I was done. I was like, that's it. So I coached here Colder there. We almost got the gauntlet. I was really, really proud of that. We almost one match away from gauntlet, and that was it. So I retired. I was like, screw this. My reputation's been ruined. These teams do not know how to scout a coach at all. I'm not going to sit in Contenders and make $300 a month, which most of which I gave the players anyway. And yeah. So then, I think it was Ex Oblivione, yeah. So then Ex Oblivione was a weird thing where I had been retired, and then Backbone messaged me and was like, please help me with this team. We're totally mentally booming. Can you come help us? And I was a mental coach to them, which basically meant that I just played damage control and budget psychologists for like a month. I didn't even show up. I didn't even coach them in scrims or anything. Because people were like, oh, that retirement lasted long. I didn't even show them in scrims. I was just trying to help. I was trying to help a friend and basically playing budget psychologist during this. And I got to help these guys. I got to develop a good relationship with Slay, who I really like a lot. Same thing with Dala. A lot of really good guys here. But just again, the typical tension. You know what I'm saying? Typical tension. I actually got offered the head coach role here, but then I declined because, retired. So now about this time, I was doing Overwatch League team, because I was mad, guys. That is my one weakness. Even going back to some of the nasty things that people said about me at Uprising Academy, some well-known people that said some nasty stuff about us. There's a certain I tend to hold grudges a little bit. There was a certain, I'm going to say it. All right. Avast is a brilliant guy. He's phenomenal at what he does. But that guy witch hunted me over a freaking Reddit comment that he's still wrong about. And so I gotta, I got people in my DMs trashing me for weeks, bro, for that. He was talking about, why is Bossa playing Arissa Ryan? These guys suck. I didn't even know who he was. So I go in Reddit. This was like, and I don't really know what he's going to say. So I'm like, well, what Avast might not know? And I didn't know who Avast was. I didn't even remember him from Overwatch League. And I'm like, well, is the Arissa Ryan? And I was explaining it. And Avast screenshots it and who mega lols me on Twitter and finds my Twitter and ats me. And so I got people telling me to kill myself. Now it's not Avast's fault, but come on, dude. Like you have however many thousands of followers, and you're gonna get your butt hurt over that. And so like that ticked me off. But that was relatively minor. But there was a lot of people that like actually said some really ugly things about me and the team, and honestly, like also the players who were like put in a really unfair circumstance, and like the Carters really took it. The players really took it to heart, like, and it really hurt their feelings. And so like. That's been always my challenge I tend to hold grudges to people that I tend to hold grudges a little bit. I tend to hold grudges, and that's not good. I want to be very clear. That is a weakness of mine. That is not something that I'm like proud of. Like, you say something against me, I'm gonna. No, that's not good. So why that's relevant. Why that's relevant is that Overwatch League, I get ghosted by everybody. Nobody responds to me. Nobody even responds to me, guys. Like I offered to do free trial. Like I would literally just send me a bot and I'll do it. I'm right here. I could do it today, and like nothing, and I already knew that a lot of these teams, like I don't want to name any names, but I already knew the quality of the coaches of several of these teams. I'm like, bro, I know I'm better than this guy. Not even head coach, just a freaking strat coach. I know I'm better than these guys. So I was like, you know what? All right. Listen, you okay, fine. I was done. So I was like, all right, if you don't want to pick me up, I'm going to scout your team. So I was like, all right, let's, I forget who was the start. Was it the Shock or was it the Gladiators? I think it might've been the Gladiators. I don't remember. It's been a long time. So I put teams on blast publicly, and I did it on Twitch, and I publicized it in Reddit. And I went through a couple of games, went through a lot of POVs. Guys, I'm not joking when it literally took me 35 hours to put these scouting reports in per scouting report. I did about 12 hours on stream and then at least another 20 off stream. Bro, it took me like 3 days straight to do each scouting report. And I put them on blast. I wrote the weaknesses and strengths of each player, the weaknesses and strengths of their macro, how to beat them, what competencies they're good on. And the best part about it was, and this was not something I did intentionally, but it was, I was like, okay, sick. Well, here, I'll tell you what a scouting report is. Let me see if I can find it. I got a lot of Twitch viewers. Especially I think with the first couple, really all of them, really. Yeah, check it out. Yeah, it was Dallas Fuel, Washington Justice, London Spitfire. What was the first one I did? Maybe the Shock. And you could see all these notes that, I took, I can't even tell you how many hours. But it was good. It was good Twitch content, right? And it was fun. It was fun for me. It was a grind, but it was fun. And it was like, well, if you're not going to scout me, then I'm going to scout you. Now the funny thing is I was doing a scouting report on London, I think, and there is crazy wind outside. Maybe it's rain. I think it's rain. Okay. So I did a scouting report on London. And to be very clear, London was not one of those teams that ghosted me. I think I pointed out earlier, but Nuki was very, very kind and no problem at all. Which has always been one of my big things about Nuki is how communicative she is, right? Which is not easy to do. So anyway, long story short, I did a scouting report on London, and was it suggested? It might have been suggested by a London player in my Twitch chat. I don't remember. I actually don't remember. Yeah, Molfig. Yeah, Molfig. Give me 1 second, chat. The rain is going crazy. Give me like 2 seconds. Okay, sorry. I just want to make sure that we're not like going crazy here. Okay. No, I think it was Molf. So anyway, long story short, London had some issues, right? Like London, I mean, this is not exactly like my story here, but London was obviously like really, really good, kind of mental boomed at the end of the last contenders, but was like honestly fine, did fine in scrims. Obviously no team house, playing on ping, had a couple of close games that they couldn't close out, lost a lot of confidence. Coach Reprise kind of mental boomed and checked out, right? Which, no offense to Reprise. I actually think from what I actually studied a lot of his stuff afterwards, like a lot of his notes and stuff were left afterwards, and they all seemed like fine. I mean, X will tell me, but it seemed like Reprise was an okay coach. Like I don't think he was even that bad. Just felt like kind of a difficult situation for everybody, So I actually got scouted from the scouting report, and I trialed for London. And I think I've talked about the London trial before, so I won't go as detailed about it. It wasn't anything crazy. It was just a good trial. It was an interview, and then working with players, and then scrim coaching, and then a team VOD review. It was just everything. Like, it was everything. Like, you just did everything, and then they graded it you, and they talked with the players, and they talked with each other, and then that was it. Like, it's not that hard, guys. It's not that hard. The bar is not that high to actually give out a decent trial. It was me, and it was Empress, who was the other trial. You guys probably know Empress. Who I think did okay, but I think the consensus was pretty clear. So I joined the team. Very excited. Cheers, Master Ann. Glad to help. I appreciate it. Yes. Yeah, London's been run by C9 for always. So I beat out Empress. I get signed. Great fun. Lovely. Love it. No, you're good, mate. Difficult team situation because Fisher, the assistant coach, had been bumped up to head coach, and which had always been a little bit tricky because he was also really good friends with like the other Danish players. So it was kind of awkward, There's like conflict of interest there, I think there. But also at this point in time, you got a kind of a mentally boomed team on ping, no team house. Not used to like taking one on the chin as much as we did here because like they were 0-8 at that point in time. And I mean, we had okay potential, but like we really needed to be able to hit on an upswing. Like we needed to be confident and obviously everything that went wrong that could have gone wrong went wrong. So I joined in and nobody's motivated. Everybody's angry. Everybody's mad. And I think the first thing that I did was I messaged every single individual player. And I was like, if you could say what was wrong with this team, if there's anything that you could change with this team, what would it be right now? And a lot of it was motivation. I think Hottie was also like really frustrated with the team, and people were really frustrated with Hottie because Hottie was like remember I talked about like the Dawn and Backbone? Hottie was not okay. Hottie was kind of like that. Like Hottie has always been a very intense player who was very frustrated with his team's performance. And so basically, I did my absolute best that season to keep the energy high, reset expectations, and coach macro as much as I possibly can. And again, I've talked about this before, where this is where like results like really don't tell the full story, because that was up there with sheer cold, if not even better in terms of like some of the best coaching work that I've ever done. And it gave us one freaking win against the freaking Vancouver garbage can Titans. I mean, like, it's kind of, you know, and that's how it goes, right? Like, I sweat my butt off and we walk away with one win, you know? And, you know, nobody remember, like, I know we talked about this before, but nobody really remembers the shot game. Nobody remembers the Toronto game. Nobody remembers the Dallas Fuel game. Nobody remembers even the first Paris Eternal game. Like, all very winnable, huge pop-off games. And also the amount of how we struggled, we choked too often as well. So it's hard, you know, it is what it is. Sorry, that's only part of the story, I think. So it's just like, you know, is what it was. I think the biggest thing for me there, the biggest juice to spill there, and this is something I've said before, so it's not really a big leak, but at several players needed to be cut from that team. If London was really interested in winning games that season, they needed to be cut. They needed to cut players. Not because those players were bad to begin with, not that those players were even bad, period. But those players didn't have the confidence, didn't have the motivation. They needed to be gone. Cheers, Lightwaves. They need to be gone. Because it's like at some point, it's like you have to like, you can't, it's too late. You know what I'm saying? It's not even fair to the players to keep them because they're not motivated. They're getting nothing out of it. Can I reveal what players or not? I prefer not to, but you could probably draw your own conclusions. There's just a certain number of players that just were not applying themselves as much. Now, I will say one thing about one player. You guys want a little bit of juice on this? I think Hybrid got scapegoated a little bit. I actually think Hybrid was a genuinely nice guy, which I sadly am a sucker for nice guys. But I do think that he applied himself. He was a hard worker, good attitude. I don't think he played particularly well, but I don't think he was a huge weak point. He obviously has that one Kings Row clip. But he was one of the few players that felt like he kept that same level of intensity. I just don't think he had enough time. I think Hybrid was legitimately a hard worker. He had good attitude. He really kept putting an effort in long when some of the other players had already given up. Long after other players had given up. And for that, I will always have my respect. And he was also legitimately competing for the starting role at points, even when we had signed Sparker, which is saying a lot because Sparker was cracked. So I have nothing but respect for Hybrid. But yeah, okay. So basically at that point, I guess we're kind of reaching a point in time. Like, I guess I could pause for a second. Do you guys have any questions or any players that you want my opinion on? The fun. Okay, so I'll bust a couple of myths here. First off, there was a myth that this season we were scrimming a lot of contenders teams and that we were losing to contenders teams. Total myth. First thing, the only contenders teams that I'm actually going to pull up. I've done this before, but the only teams that we were scrimming that were contenders was our academy team, obviously, because we could tell them what we want them to play. And we occasionally would scrim a mixed team when there were blocks where other people, like for a warm-up. So you guys want to, this is us scrimming contenders teams. British Hurricane, Toronto Defiant, British Hurricane, San Francisco Shop, Florida Mayhem, Houston Outlaws, Florida Mayhem, San Francisco Shop, Florida Mayhem, Houston Outlaws, Mayhem, Justice, Fuki Mix. This was the EU teams that we tell them to run funny comps that we wanted to practice. Glads, Outlaws, American Tornado. This was a total dumpster fire. I think it was like a 3-2. And then you guys want to see American Tornado? Check this out. This is American Tornado, ladies and gentlemen. American Tornado, ladies and gentlemen. So they get full held on first point. Now, they were tough at some maps, but we full held them. Then something fun happens. Speedily on Doom. Speedily leaves the game. And that's it. Speedily just, not even rage quits, just troll quits, decides that he's done playing and just leaves. That's it. We beat them on a map, we full hold them, and then speedily just decides they're done scrimming. And then they quit. American Tornado moment. Washington Justice, Boston Uprising, British Hurricane, Vancouver Titans, Paris Journal. Vancouver Titans, you want some extra juice this season? We actually blacklisted Vancouver Titans because they were so bad in scrims. We beat them 3 or 4 maps in a row, not even close. We would get lazy and sloppy, and then we'd mental boom. Rinse and repeat every time. So we stopped scrimming them. They were awful. Paris Eternal, Dallas Fuel, Vancouver Titans, Gladiators, Paris Eternal, Toronto Defiant, Boston Uprising, British Hurricane. The garbage second Paris Eternal game, Florida Mayhem, Falcons. We did scrim them a few times. Vancouver Defiant, Mayhem, Toronto Defiant, Boston, Toronto, Boston, Florida, and a lot of Dallas Fuel. So if you guys get the point here, we weren't scrimming contenders teams. And we actually had a fairly decent scrim win rate. I would say we had like a 46% map win rate in scrims, 45%, which isn't good, but it's not 1 in 15 bad. Yeah, super disrespectful. Classic American Tornado. That was just American Tornado. Just a bunch of, like, this is just the, give me 5 and give you an exact, please. And so we did okay in scrims. We just did not do very well in officials, and we should have been doing better in scrims, but yeah, it is what it is. Now, Hottie this year was a big scapegoat because Hottie was trying to deadlift for the lack of energy and tried to take too much ownership and so broke discipline way too many times and fed. But Hottie was always a relatively strong mechanical player, even on characters like Ball, where people would disrespect him, when actually his Ball was actually quite good. What my opinion on Speedily as a player is, I don't know. I've never really worked with him. He's a good mechanical player for the most part. I don't think he was that good at some of the other non-Echo Genji characters. And that's it. On why he's hard stuck? Is Krondop hard stuck? I think he's just going to the content, mate. But yeah, let's see here. Atlanta Rain. Any of these names that you guys want juice on? I don't think there's anything interesting here. I mean, they were obviously good. I think this is a good argument for being the cheapest team that ever, or like the lowest budget team that ever made it to grand finals. Iris, I think, was really quite good. I think Iris is really quite good. I'm very sad that he got wasted this season. I've heard nothing but good things about him. Calyx, good guy. Not a whole lot to say about Calyx. I'm glad that he's still competing right now. I'm not going to talk about Blase, obviously. Massa, I don't know Massa as much. I think he was okay. I think he was kind of like he's a system player. You get what I'm saying? Put him in the right system, put him in the right environment. His maturity, his brain helps a lot, but I don't think he was ever a mechanically good player. Kai, I mean, what's more to be said about Kai? Okay, you guys want the funny juice on Boston this season? Boston Uprising versus Vancouver Titans 2021. If you guys want to watch the worst match of professional Overwatch ever, listen, mate, my ugly is still better than your pretty. I think, yes, this is it. This is it, guys. This is it. If you want to watch the ugliest match in Overwatch League history, I highly recommend checking this one out. Memorize this. Memorize this. Watch this. Watch this. You want to see the worst macro execution ever in an Overwatch League match that I have ever seen. Let's put it that way. This is it right here. The absolute worst map control, space control, ult economy, the worst counterplay. Boston wasn't even that bad this year necessarily. I mean, 7-7, right? But I still remember their Hanamura. It was the worst match of Overwatch I've ever seen in my life. It was horrific. Horrific. And these players weren't even that bad. That's the funny part about it. I don't know what Lori was cooking. I don't know if there's something internal that I didn't know about, but this was a joke. My favorite part was the fact that we had Boston was 6 stacking their hit scans into a pharmacy the entire match. They were purposefully stacking up versus pharmacy ball. I could not believe it. I remember watching this and being like, this isn't real, chat, right? But yeah, there's your little minor bit of juice there. It's not really juice, but yeah, it was garbage. Absolutely garbage. Hope our day has been good. Thank you very much. Shoot, let me keep going on the line here. Dallas, we scrimmed a lot. We did fairly well versus Dallas. Dallas was always Rush was always super, super kind. I always very, very, very kind. Always good to scrim them. Mayhem was tough, but they were fine. We scrimmed them a lot because they were like mid-table. Houston was tough as well. Blah, 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 blah. We didn't scrim Glads as much. Opinions on Exy? I think it's a freak of nature. I think Exy is one of the Florida Mayhem victims this past season. Be nice to your players, mates. Paris Eternal, I think, was really quite good this season as well. I think Khan played really well. I think their macro was overall pretty decent. Obviously, like they had a pretty good season. Florida Mayhem victims? Yeah, last season. It was Exy. I'm smoking something, right? It was Exy guys, right? With Mayhem last season. Shock was obviously good. Obviously, FD God got scapegoated a lot this year. I just felt like he just didn't work. And Adam, yep. Be nice to your players. Toronto was okay. They were pretty good. I think Hisu was really good. Vancouver was garbage. Vancouver was hot garbage. Garbage team. I feel bad for some of these players because, obviously it's a multiplicative effect. But the staff was useless. This is the typical NA staff, with all due respect. Total incompetence. All they did was coast off of scouting like halfway decent players and being buddy. Typical NA coach. And then you actually have to coach and you're just totally garbage at it. So there's that. And the only decent player in this, like Dalton was good. I think Dalton was the only halfway decent player. I felt kind of bad for Dalton. Opinions on Nero? I don't know. Honestly, I don't really have a lot of opinions on Nero. I didn't work with him a lot. And the Justice was like fine, I guess. I don't know. There's a lot of teams that were like good at building, like new people that knew people, A lot of like tier 2 managers and coaches, but like actually were just totally garbage at their job. I mean, they almost torpedoed Psycho's career. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. The things Nero said about Striker this season are interesting. I mean, he was 100% right. Striker mental boomed in our 2022 scrims with London. I don't remember exactly what happened, but Striker was mental booming all the time in scrims. Total mental boom. What do you think con ceiling was? Not high as it should have been. Khan got signed in 2022. In fact, Khan replaced me in London because Chris wanted double flex, right? So Khan gets picked up, who was really good mechanically, but just didn't have it. Not smart enough, didn't apply himself, didn't mesh with the team. Apparently not a very smart player either. So then let's move on to 2022 here. So 2021 ends. And I remember there was a point in time where I was thinking maybe I was going to get pushed up to head coach for London, which I was open to. I know Fisher was pushing for me to be, because he had retired at that point. He was on. He had pushed for me to do it. But obviously, Nuki had known Chris from way back in the day. And Chris obviously had a phenomenal pedigree working with KDG. And obviously, Chris was a really good coach. So I think Chris more than deserved the job, more so than even I did. So basically what happens is Chris gets signed, and then he has a meeting with me and X, and we talk about like, what happened. Like we talked about like who we wanted to keep, who we wanted to let go, what our plans were moving forward. And it was basically agreed that like Hadi would have to evaluate. I pushed really, really hard for Hadi because I knew he had it in him. I knew the type of person, the type of player that he was. And I distinctly remember Chris, when we talked about like the toxicity, and I remember Chris being like, if a player goes through a 1 in 15 season, isn't at least emotionally disturbed, I question his competitive integrity. And that kind of stuck with me, right? It's like, course he's going to be upset if that's the type of. Do you think Dante was a good cut in Galaxies? No, obviously not. I mean, I don't think it really mattered, to be honest. I think Galaxies issues were way deeper than that, from what I know. So then we were going to keep our eyes on Hottie. I think Molf was an option, but it felt like I think Chris was ready to go move with Poco because of his previous connection with Poco, and he felt like Poco was going to be a good fit with the team, which I think was a good decision. And obviously Poco, like even though he didn't play a lot, was definitely very helpful for the team, and more like a lot of behind the scenes stuff too as well. And then Sparker obviously was going to stick around. We wanted to keep Shax. If you guys want to, Shax, Chris has to be kicking himself with Shax. I mean, it's hindsight here because from what I hear, Lethal was performing really, really, really well, and Scrims, not just trials, but like performing really quite well in Scrims. But Shax was by far London's biggest loss. You know, ego moment. Oh, I would have coached. Coach Spilo would have coached their dive better. First off, I would not have come back that season. That was my last season, regardless of what happened. But honestly, Shax, I think, would have been the biggest thing, and that hurts. But anyway, we knew Sparker Shax. Hottie was an unknown entity, and then really everything else was up for grabs. Okay, interesting. Only a 37% map win rate. That's terrible. That's way worse than I thought it would be. So, yeah, Shax is basically a Tracer one trick. We had tried at times to push the hero pool out, but it hadn't been as successful. So anyway. So, gosh, I want to say we trialed like Helv. We trialed Hottie. Actually, who else did we trial at Tank? I know we trialed Poco. We might have trialed Vistola. I know we trialed Adam. We liked Adam a lot. But I think he got picked up by Mayhem, or I think Poco was our first choice. I think KSA probably got trialed, I think. KSA always had some weird thing with his dad, though. Even back in like 2020, 2021, I don't know if it was... Yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise he preferred Poco, because I think he just knew like the attitude that Poco had, and Adam is always more of a X factor, no pun intended, you know what I'm saying? Which is fair. So that was that. Who did we trial for flex DPS? Not daddy issues, no. There was just like some home situation with like the visa and stuff. Backbone, I don't really remember. I have my notebook somewhere. We actually had a list. So we went through and I reached out to a lot of players. We actually did closed trials, which I think caught a lot of people off guard. People were like, oh, London, typical budget team. Crappy season, they're going to do a open trial. And we didn't want that. We wanted people that we were only really, really interested in. And so we did, I think, only 3 or 4 people per position. So it was Backbone and, gosh, I honestly can't remember who the other Flex DPS players were. Backbone, I think, pretty confidently won that. And I do know that Backbone also had a couple of other people interested. I know Glads were interested in Backbone as well. But yeah, we got Backbone. And this was coming off of where he was his flex phase. Backbone is known as the May player now, but back in late 2021, his Echo was also really good. His Tracer was quite good. His Sombra was passable. His Onzo was quite good. And so Psychotrial, I don't remember. So Backbone was pretty flexible at that point in time. And then, gosh, for support was really, I think it was Provide, Admiral, Landon. Know if there was anybody else. There must have been somebody else, but because we would have had to fill out the roster. But we were pretty Admiral pilled pretty quick. We were pretty Provide pilled pretty quickly, because this has been his whole redemption arc. Everybody in the scene, managers, coaches, players, who had said that he had really worked on himself, and he had given all obvious. Let's just touch on that really quick. All right, given every reason for us to show that he improved. Okay, thank you, X. But then obviously that whole thing came out, and that was really frustrating for everybody involved. Very sad situation. It's always very disappointing when that happens. I mean, there's not really a whole lot more to say. What needs to be said needs to be said. I will say one thing about the Provide situation, one thing only, is that I Nuki may not have put her best foot forward in terms of how she was defending herself on Twitter, but Nuki had no idea, had absolutely no idea what was going on. We were confident she really did her homework on checking him out because she did not want to sign as a scumbag. And I know it really hurt her because I know Nuki as a person. I've known her for a long time. And she has her flaws, like I have my flaws. Anybody has their flaws. But she is legitimately a kind and caring person. She really expects the best out of everybody. And it made me sad when people were like, because maybe she didn't communicate things as well as she could have, people like were thinking like, oh, she signed the player that would think they would win instead of signing an actually good person. And like that was rough. That was rough. Yeah, it was like some 16-year-old or 17-year-old. So it was like, it really hurt Nuki because she is a person that wants the best out of everyone. She's very considerate, very kind, takes care of her players. Even in letting me go, Nuki was always very kind. And so it was just, it's tough. It's like where somebody gives that's all you know about Nuki is, what she says in social media, right? But like as somebody, she's a great lady. She's a great leader. How many flex sports got trial to replace him? So actually, give me a second really quick. Let me see what X has to say here. Yeah, I got the trial list, y'all. Wait, X, what are the numbers at the what's the second picture you sent me? So this is the trial list. So Lolsish and Hottie. Oh yeah, this is Lolsish. So Hottie honestly kind of just diffed the entire tank line. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Yeah, she managed C9 white as well. Hottie, Lolsish was a smart player, but again, a system player, and he just was not near as flexible as Hottie. Like you talk about like Hottie, right OTP, but Hottie had a competent ball, Hottie had a competent Orisa, and he was also much better Winston than any of the other Western tanks. So this is our entire trial pool here, right? And Hottie was just better than everybody. Hottie was better than everyone. Yeah, what is the second pick? Is that the record? Oh, okay. So this is our short list. Okay. Oh, yeah. So Cloudy, we didn't actually end up trial. Yeah, I assume we didn't trial Iris because I assume he must have already been signed. Yeah, so there's like, yeah. Yeah. So Hottie just was better than everybody, to be honest with you. Tank trials. We liked, I think Off Tank was relatively competitive. I think False, Adam. I think Adam was very close. And then Hitscan, whatever. We actually put Shax on Hitscan a few times because obviously we had to have him fill in. Yeah, Sam was actually kind of interested. Sam was interested. But obviously when you get a shock offer, I mean, you're going to take the shock offer. EQO did pretty well. Yeah, I think Backbone was one of the few risks that we took, whereas we played relatively safe everywhere else in terms of just taking objectively the best player. Whereas I think EQO probably would have been the safer pick. But Backbone had more upside, had more potential, and he did really well in trials. Yeah, he played really well in trials. And so Backbone just played great in trials. So yeah. Flex support was really close. I think Admiral was better than Massa pretty quickly. And/or what was the deal with Massa? Did Massa just not even I don't remember Massa almost even trying at all. So that's not a good sign. Landon did pretty well in trials. Yeah, MCD trial. This is before I think the whole thing. Double flex with Backbone and EQ. I mean, we couldn't afford that, bro. Wedged organization. I'm surprised our roster was as big as it was, to be honest with you. But yeah, long story short, Provide did well, Scarippa did well, Landon did well. There was actually a moment where like I was kind of pushing for a Provide Landon backline because Landon, you guys might not remember this, was actually a flex support player that went main support. And then played main support. And there's a coaching, I actually did a collab with him on Lucio and Brig, and his Brig was actually really good. His Lucio wasn't as good, and that's ultimately why we went with Admiral. But there was a time where Provide Landon was at least kind of considered. Yeah, we trialed Landon Lucio. Yeah. So, ultimately, like Landon, I think, was in his not super confident arc. But he did very well in the trials. And so like, obviously like we cataloged that in the back of our mind. And so then when the whole Provide crap goes down, Landon was almost instantly a pickup at that point in time. Now, the funny thing is, you guys want to talk about the power of hindsight here. RuPaul was the only other player that was considered besides Landon once the Provide situation happened. And you want to hear something funny? Freaking Landon is such a humble scumbag that he tells me that we should sign RuPaul and not sign him because he thinks RuPaul's better than he is while trialing. Like, bro, have some confidence, man. And this was back when RuPaul was in contenders. And I obviously like RuPaul. It's like, oh, RuPaul, the championship. I do think the skill level was about the same at that point in time. At that point in time, I think the skill level was about equal. RuPaul was a much more unknown quantity in terms of communication and attitude, whereas Landon had been something that we'd been working with and trying with for a long point in time. We knew exactly what we were going to get, and we knew what we were going to get was going to be good enough. So obviously, hindsight, RuPaul is amazing, but Landon did more than good enough. And RuPaul was going to be a small gamble, no matter what way you looked at it. Luke Mino never considered, no. Not Luke, no. I think Luke Mino has been a passable player overall, but I never think Luke Mino has ever been a top tier player. I think Luke Mino is one of the more, this not really. How good was Skyripa in scrims? 2022, in trials? I don't know in 2023, bro. I think Skyripa is was a pretty darn good player. I think Skyripa really was not the major reason. I always feel like the dive issues with London were complicated. I actually give my opinion on some of those in a little bit. But yeah. In trials, as far as he was fine, but Provide was just better. Provide was really quite good. So yeah, we signed the roster. I think we started scrimming early on with the Overwatch 1 code, which was the thing that whole Gunba had cooked up, if I remember correctly, or somebody had cooked up. I think it was, and I know Mayhem was using it first. This was the Reaper Zarya meta in the trials. It was double bubble your Reaper essentially with Nano over and over and over again. And yeah, there's not a whole lot to say. I guess just the season goes on. I'm trying to think if there's any crazy stories that haven't already been leaked. I guess if you want the personal juice, so the whole thing with I guess we'll talk about London a little bit here. Was Shaxx or Backbone Reaper initially? In terms of the finals, I think it was a little bit of both. I think just Backbone Reaper. Early. It was mostly, honestly, it might have been both, but I think we stuck with Backbone. Backbone died with the shift all the time, but he communicated really, really, really well. Shaxx, to be fair, did communicate pretty well too, but yeah. Yeah, there was no internal cooldown. You could spam 2 bubbles on top of a target instantly. Yep. But yeah, I did a lot of the one-on-one coaching and strategic stuff, and I think the biggest if we want to talk about the biggest problem with London Spitfire 2022 for me was the distance. So I had a trip planned that ended up getting canceled early on. I was supposed to go over. I don't remember what the reasoning was, but it got canceled. And then I was supposed to go. It was a budget thing, I believe. It was a budget thing. So I was supposed to go and stay for a week or 2 weeks, got canceled. If you guys don't know, I have a house. I'm married. After the Uprising Academy shenanigans, I was not going to go live in a team house for 8 months out of the year. Commander X did a little bit of the back and forth as well, but I wasn't even interested in living a month or 2 months. It wasn't going to be my thing. I wasn't going to leave my wife behind. It wasn't going to happen. In addition, there was no place for her to stay. So I was going to have to go basically by myself, or that was the only option. Now, there was a visit planned, I think 2 weeks planned, that fell through because C9, whatever. And then I was supposed to go Hawaii. Then my brother was getting married in Hawaii. So I missed out on Hawaii. And that one really makes me sad. That one really, really made me sad. I would have loved to have gone to Hawaii. I felt really, really bad about that. And that sucked. And then the final trip, which we literally had flights booked. I got let go 2 days before, or a day or 2 days before the flights were supposed to go. because of the whole Khan thing. Now, I've not talked as much about this, but I'm gonna talk briefly about it because I think it's important to talk about. What happened with me in London, I think is a relatively complicated but relatively interesting discussion, because obviously having a remote strategic coach can have value. And I do think that a lot of our value at points in time, especially with the dive comps and even things like some of our old economy, was good, was valuable. Obviously, that's ego, of course. Naturally, it's ego. I think that I'm better strategically than the vast majority of Western coaches. That's ego. But I wouldn't have gotten to where I was without that ego. The reason why we was not able to keep going is because I just don't think Chris and I ever hit it off as much as we needed to. I think there was a certain, I don't know if it's the distance, I don't know if there's some sort of resentment at like me not being there in person. I don't know. I really tried really hard to fit that assistant coach role as best as I possibly could, where I was, you guys know me, I'm a big mouth, right? I like to domineer things, but I really worked hard that whole season. And I think I succeeded okay at sticking with his vision, following his lead, complimenting. But that was, I think maybe there's some tension there on that end. And I have nothing but for respect for Chris, and he deserves the lion's portion of credit for how well London did last season and London's ability to turn around this season. But there's a definite difference in vision and how I view the game and how I view managing leading players. I've always been more enable your players, provide a game vision, and then let the players take and the players need to develop and run with it, right? I even was listening to X's podcast where they're talking about like how he was talking with Rush and how he was kind of surprised that Rush wasn't like as strategically minded and like I'm telling you that's when you're working with especially high end players, the coach sets the tempo, the coach sets the vision, the players fill in the details, and that was not how Chris did things. Chris is white KDG. That's who Chris is. And white KDG is a freaking amazing good coach. All right, I'm going to be very clear. Freaking amazing good coach. KDG is also an amazing coach. But KDG had filled every single detail about exactly what happened and this and that. And London lived off of Chris's ability to tell the team what to do. And that was something that was really, really not something that I think I vibed with. Now, I followed that goal, but I think that mostly the non-in-person thing is why I just don't think Chris found value in me. And I will be honest that there were many points, especially in the last month of the season, where after the initial coaching with the Junkerqueen Goats, I felt really unappreciated, which really led to a lot of dissatisfaction with me of the team. Which is frustrating, but it is what it is. And I also think that it's not one of those things where anybody's wrong or anybody's right here. You're hearing it from my point of view. But and again, I want to be very clear that Chris is a phenomenal coach and did a really good job. But I think that he messed up in that regard. And I also think that I messed up in terms of, I think there needed to be clear communication between me and him earlier on about that tension. Not even the tension, just being more clear about expectations. So, isn't KDG intense? Oh, yes. KDG was a disciplinarian, not even a disciplinarian, but he was almost obsessive in that regard. Yeah, so anyway, long story short, nothing but good things to say about the players. Nothing but good things to say about, obviously, Chris and X. It was very, very disappointing for me. I think for me, because I knew my ability to coach. I knew that the things that I felt like that were quote unquote holding me back in some aspects were things I had zero control over. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be there in person. That's not how it is. And it was also frustrating to me because it's like I still felt like I could provide value. I knew that if given the opportunity, I could provide value. And there's some specific moments I think even towards the last end where I would say hey, this is. Anyway, there's obviously, I was frustrated about it, right? I was obviously frustrated about it. This was going to be my last season either way, but I would have liked to have at least finished out the season. But what happens is that you get an opportunity to sign Khan. You're looking to build, not to be corny, but a long-term Western dynasty. you got to take that chance. You know what I'm saying? Because Khan is like, was the best Western mechanical flux support in the world. Like he was better than Ultraviolet mechanically, I think. And I also know Cloud9 was going budget mode in a lot of ways. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Several players in the team took pay cuts when I got let go. It was not just Espilo let go. I know a lot of the other teams, a lot of the players took pay cuts at that point in time. And then obviously they downsized the next season to better than Magic Mechanics. I think so, yeah. So, it obviously ended up not working out, but that's hindsighty. And I think Chris and X always had like a camaraderie that I wasn't in there in person. I'm not British, and I wasn't as like in there. I don't know. So I think it's something that I think about a lot. I do think about that whole situation. I try not to be too hindsighty, but right, X, right. But to me, it's just like it does make me sad. It does make me sad. I will be honest with you. It did make me sad. It was an understandable decision, and I don't think any less of Chris or the organization at all for it. But it hurt. It hurt. It hurt, especially leading up to the fact that I felt like I was being underutilized in some aspects. But it is what it is. I think, like I said, I have to take some credit for not being willing to work, to not being willing to work in person. I can't blame them if that was part of the decision, but it is what it is. I think for me, it was always like one of the situations where like it's like the it's an ego thing. It's really just an ego thing. It's really what it is. It's like I'm not gonna lie with you guys, because it was like I look at the Overwatch League and I'm like, this coach, I'm better than all those coaches. I communicate better. I'm smarter than them. But it's just the way the cookie crumbles. So I wouldn't change it for the world, because it gave me a head start on doing what I'm doing right now. And unironically, if I'd finished out the season with them, it would have put me massively behind doing what I'm doing right now. So it ended up working out really, really well. Yeah. So that's all I'll say on that. Again, much respect to Chris, because I do think he's a phenomenal coach. I don't think there's even any argument with that. We just had, it's just a philosophy difference, and obviously a lot of the other things that went outside there too. Yeah, what was I going to say? There was something else I was going to talk about. Obviously, Khan's situation doesn't end up working out for London. And then I guess that's kind of where my story wraps up in terms of Juice. I do know like a lot of other... Oh, I guess we could talk a little bit about World Cup. So there's not a whole lot to say about World Cup, except I reached out to Gator, offered my help. And he was fine with it. So I help out, I guess. Like I was there. I gave some feedback, gave my thoughts in terms of the trials. I think it was pretty much set in stone from the get-go. I actually, and like you guys know me, I am a fly that will not go away. So I was like, I'm going to be working with these guys. I'm going to be helping. I'm not going to sit here. So I was in Gator's DMs like constantly, like, hey, like, listen, like, let me know what I can help with this. Let me know what I can help with this. Let me know this. I actually did 3 VOD reviews. You guys want to see something funny? I did not wait for Gator's permission. Not that it needed permission, but I just took the gameplay. You guys remember I streamed the scrims? So I took the scrims stream and I went back and I reviewed the footage and I sent the video clip to Gator. I was like, hey, if you want to send this to the players. So I actually did a Super VOD review. I VOD reviewed Super. And I sent it to Gator and I said, I didn't actually VOD review 1-on-1 on Super. I recorded myself giving feedback and I sent the short clip. It's like 18, 50, whatever minutes. I sent it to Gator. I was like, hey, can you send this to Super? Like, yeah, sure. I think I did some with RuPaul as well. But basically, I was like, I'm not going to wait for this to like, I'm going to be part of this process. I'm going to be part of this process. I'm going to be involved myself. And I did several VOD reviews like that. I was like, just let me know if you need anything. Just let me know if you need anything. Just let me know. Keep in touch. Keep in touch. Keep in touch. Keep in touch. And, I guess, you could probably guess where that went. That was like, oh, you're part of you're part of the team. You're in the Discord, but we're not going to ask you for any help at all. But no, you can't blame me for the US blow up, because I didn't do a thing with that team beyond trials. And it wasn't just me. John, Tensa, No Hill was supposed to be part of the process as well. And there was one other coach. I don't. There's one other. Maybe that was it. Yeah, nothing at all. So No, McGravy didn't. As far as I know, McGravy joined the Discord like a day before the last match because that's definitely gonna fix everything. So I have no idea. Now again, I'm not saying anything against Gator. It's just another one of those situations where it's like, oh geez, like, you know, we're gonna show up, they're gonna sit in scrims. I actually had I listened to a couple of the scrim VODs a little bit, and it just I know super like I just no help coach Saudi as far as I know, but there was no coaching as far as I know. Now I think No Hill's a really smart guy. The things that I hear about No Hill that are negative is because he's got a little bit of me in him where he tries too hard, and it sounds like he didn't take care of himself, so he starts to go off the goop. You know what I'm saying? He starts being way too emotional, making stupid decisions. You know what I'm saying? So I think if No Hill just took care of himself physically and got enough sleep, that we wouldn't have anything negative to say about No Hill. If Spyro told Kalush not to start eating salad. But that's the thing. It's like the one thing, if you guys have learned nothing about this session here, is the NA Mafia will run it down. The NA Mafia will run it down. I know Hydran. Hydran asked me, like, why aren't you coming down to Florida with the boot camp? Because nobody it wasn't possible. Like, it was Gator and Wheats, and that's it. Like, if you're not part of the crew, and that's kind of always been, you know, it's like if you're in, you're in. If you're not, you're not. You know, so I was technically helping, but I never got asked to help. You know, so it kind of annoyed me, to be honest, because I would have loved to have at least worked with Super. I would have loved to assist the team and offer some advice and guidance, but I was never asked about it. So, you know, that was annoying. That was annoying. What's the story of Collusion Salad? Guy went on a cut the week of the grand finals, has no energy, poops out. That's pretty much the story. Yep. Yeah, totally poops out. Has no energy whatsoever. Can't play. Oh, I guess I could talk a little bit about Saudi E-League if you guys want a couple of other juices, because this is why I need you guys to talk to me, because I remember stuff. So I coached with Saudi E-Leagues. I got asked after London to help out. Hadi messaged me and was like, hey, can you help out? I think he'd asked X. And I was like, sure. And it was Quartz, Yubi, Hadi, Admiral, Sir Majid. I mean, obviously the stacked roster. And these guys were like, there weren't that many other teams. Like Blackbone, Backbone, ANJ, Dynid, KSA, Shockwave, Slay. This team is pretty good, but there wasn't really a lot of. So we obviously won. I think we only dropped like 2 maps. But I mean, let's put it this way. Yazan was also on this team, actually. Yazan was also on this team, as was one in Emo. Very strange. Very strange. So I think we only scrimmed like 3 times. So we only scrimmed like 3 times. I think we did 2 VOD reviews. Me and Hadi did a little bit of scouting. We did like 1 team VOD review with everybody. It was so scuffed. And then on the actual matches, I was out of town. I wasn't even able to be there in the voice call. It was a mess. It was a total mess. I mean, we won because we were just better than everybody else, but it was bizarre. The only thing that I remember I had to talk with Yazan because he wanted to play, but the team did not want to play with him. They wanted to play hitscan comps with Quartz. And so Yazan wanted to play, and the team didn't want to play with him. Do all the players speak English well? Yeah, they all speak English well. And no, they never paid me. They never paid me. I was freaking gonna donate to my thing to the Malala Fund, but nope, I never got paid. I never got paid. I freaking put a tweet out because I got asked to help Hadi and Magic. So I'm like, there's my guys, you know? I've known these guys for forever, and Admiral, obviously. So I was like, I'm gonna go help him out. And then everyone's like, oh, Spylo's endorsing chopping homosexuals' heads off, and he hates these, and he's all for against women's rights. And I'm like, bro, I don't know what this is about. Like, I'm just there to help my guys. Like, so I'm like, all right, like, fine. I didn't know about it. So I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna it was true. I mean, Saudi Arabia is terrible. So I was like, all right, well, that's terrible. So you know what? I did my research. I even researched like good, like women's rights charities, and I was gonna donate the money. I was not going to be accepting any prize money. Now, in hindsight, I should have accepted all the prize money and then donated it all to charity. That would have been the better move. I was a bit dense there at the time. You guys patient with me. But then I didn't even get it paying at all. So, yeah, it was great. So that was a very strange experience. Yeah. Do coaches try to manage players' diet health? Not usually, no. I don't know. I just don't think that like there's just not like any. I'm like I don't know that I will never. Don't think I will ever get back into competitive coaching again. But all I can think is about how many things that I feel like needed to change with the ecosystem. The number of teams, bro. Freaking London. We talked about how we were going to work smarter and not harder. We're going to have like 2 days off and do 10 scrum blocks a week. And it inevitably ended up that we were doing like 15, 16 scrims a week in 2022. And it was just like I remember we started 5 scrims and then we did 6 scrims. And then it was like, oh, well, because there's no rank, so we have to grind ranked. And I remember asking like, well, are we going to treat that 3rd scrim block like an easier, just like a rank thing? No, we have to try hard in all 3 scrim blocks, which that went predictably, right? When you have 3 scrim blocks, surely we'll be able to try hard for 6 hours of scrims, right, guys? Surely, guys. Surely we're not going to throw maps. Surely we're not going to give half effort and coast, right? I mean, it's just, there's so many things that I think, not just London, but like, obviously London did it better than most, but like so many teams, I just have so many of those like, there's just, it's crazy. That's crazy. I'm not gonna. There's so many teams that are so like behind the curve when it comes to like coaching and leadership and managing and player management and stuff like. Yeah, it's such an unhealthy culture, right? It's not just an unhealthy culture. It's also such an unproductive culture at that point in time. Am I still helping in E-League? No. I'm not helping in E-League. That was a one-time thing, and then I'm not helping in E-League. No. I've had probably a dozen contenders or E-League offers since then. I was offered Twisted Minds. I was offered a couple of other teams in the Saudi. I was offered several contenders offers in NA and EU since London, and I've just declined. I'm just not interested. One fun offer, which I might have told you about, was I actually was offered I think it was a $2,000 or $3,000 a month salary for a contenders team, which is crazy high for contenders. And you ready for this one? I was offered a 2-week trip with me and my wife to freaking Abu Dhabi. Yeah, I got a Flash Ops offer. Actually, a team with Checkmate on, I think. I don't remember what team it was, but I was offered a Flash Ops offer. And to freaking Abu Dhabi that I turned down. I was like, dude, this guy would not leave me alone. He was like, kept like, we could negotiate more money, or we could negotiate you and your wife, we'll have a great. And I was like, oh my gosh, but no, I was not interested. You think the healthier stuff gives a competitive advantage? Yes, it does. It absolutely does. It absolutely does. It's just hard to tell people that, hey, 2 scrim blocks is better than 3, or 3 scrim blocks is not better than 2. People don't, it's easy to do more work. Brainless work, to be very clear. It's easy. I mean, Albert posted a tweet about this not too long ago where he's like, the reason why most players are mid in Overwatch League is that people don't self-VOD review enough, or they don't look at like other people's replay codes, right? And I 100% agree. It's easy to finish scrimming and just jump into ranked. It's hard to have to pull up a replay code and think, And so a lot of esports culture is just mindless grind, but like not actually accomplishing anything. The princess money, yeah. So I mean, it takes guts to be like, hey, you know what? We're gonna stop now. And we're going to really focus again in a little bit. People don't know how to do that. Especially players that all that they know is they grind 6 or 7 hours or 8 hours of rank per day. They don't know how to apply themselves hard enough, right? That's why so many of them struggle in officials, right? That's all they do. And if you guys want a hot take, you guys want to know why I think the Western players, like the Toronto players, American Tornadoes players, choke in officials? I think it's because of a lack of a basic system. It's not just the choking. I think you have when you get into an official, you need to just do things, right? And so when you have teams that have been very free flowing, you know, there's just not a structure that you could fall back into when the pressure's on. Yeah, the 2022 season was really hard due to lack of ranked. Yeah, it was hard. Self-VOD reviewing, I got a whole guide on it. YouTube, look it up. If you can't find it, let me know, and I'll link it to you. Exactly, Quinston. That's not a hot take. That's not a hot take, Quinston. It's 100% accurate. It's 100% accurate. 100% accurate. You got actually good coaches that have to basically teach players how to be human beings. And then you have tier 2 coaches and players and staff that are trying to learn and develop and work with degens, right? Was there any menaces in teams you scrimmed about? Like in terms of really good players? I mean, Proper was him, to be a corny phrase. Like Proper was phenomenal. Proper like instantly was like terrifying. Just nightmares to play against. Let's do more recent memory. Dallas was always really challenging in brawl metas, like shockingly. Proper was really good. I honestly think like it's really easy to look back and think that like Finn is like not a good player, but I think Finn. I've talked about this, but like last season, 2022, excuse me, he was a good player. He was a good player. Yeah. See, I don't even catalog. Yeah, Backbone, Sam, and Hanzo and King Zero. Sam is just a freak of nature on Hanzo. Period. Sam is just a freak of nature on Hanzo. Period. I think he has an argument at points in his career. He has been the best Hanzo in the world. I think. Are there any players that you would have loved to coach if you had the chance? Yeah. Adam, Kevster. I would have liked to have worked with Punk. I think those are the ones that immediately come to mind. Yeah. Was Violet actually good on this year? Was he horrible? He wasn't very good, but he got okay. He's good. He was fine. Blah, blah, blah. Who else could dominate? Dante and Doomfist was like a lobby taker. Pelican and Genji was also a lobby dominator. Merit on set. Like Houston, dude, Houston were actual scrim animals. I swear. I would prefer to scrimmage the Dallas Fuel and San Francisco Shock any day. Gladiators as well while we're at it. Then I would have the freaking the Houston Outlaws. I freaking hated scrimmaging them. They had so many they just had so much mechanical. They're unreal. They're unreal. So many good mechanical players. Easiest player to coach. Shax. Definitely Shax. Poco also very easy to coach. Very easy to coach. Which is impressive because they're both older. Well, I guess it makes more sense. More mature players, but sometimes older players can give you a little bit of pushback, but yeah. Now, easiest doesn't mean necessarily mean the best. I think Backbone, Hottie, Don, a lot of players, Molfig as well, I really enjoyed coaching because they always gave me a lot of pushback, right? So we always had a lot of debates and discussion, sometimes even arguments, but it made for really productive coaching. You know what I'm saying? Easier to coach isn't necessarily better to coach. Like it's good to have players that disagree with you. Landon also remarkably easy to coach, almost too easy. You know, Landon's almost too easy. I remember Landon like, we had to build that guy's confidence up. I still remember a scrim versus the San Francisco Shock and Ilios where he made Shock look absolutely silly on dive. I still remember. I wonder if he still remembers. Yeah, I coached Molf not even that terribly long ago. I coached Molf a few times after London when he was like, I helped him in Contenders. I don't remember, I don't remember what team he was playing for in Contenders. I think Mekele, people just panic and are like, Striker's like a safe mechanical floor. I don't know the Striker ping pong. I don't feel like I know enough about the situation to really call. But yeah, it was Team Paps. That's right. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going here. Kai also in certain situations could just take over the lobby. I mean, he won Circuit Royale for them so many times. It's honestly even hard to say. I think Vigilante was really good at the end of the season as well. Nothing really from Boston. Hydron was absurd on Soja early on. XC will also would take over as well. Hot take. You guys want a hot take? Not a hot take, but early on, Kariv was really freaking good at Ana and scrims in the first like month or two. Unbelievably good at Ana. And it was kind of funny seeing him, transition away and they they expand their roster and all that kind of stuff, but it was funny. Yeah, Houston was just a nightmare at all positions, really. Obviously, things got messy when their tank gap got exposed a little bit, but yeah. Gladiators, Kefser is just really good, always really good. The backline was really good. I mean, Gladiators are another just demon of a team. Yeah. Do players get influenced by casters of the game? No, not really. Not directly. Okay, so here's what happens. So casters cast a game. Their job is to make storylines and talk about stuff, right? Sometimes the casters are idiots. Sometimes. In the pursuit to make a storyline, they completely misread the situation. They don't give people the benefit of the doubt. They're ignorant or they say something really stupid. And so they create a storyline. What happens is that storyline, then I've seen this happen. It's then parroted on Reddit or Twitter, and then that affects the players and stuff. Especially, my favorite part is that people that go, well, they shouldn't just text social media. Well, do you realize who you're talking to? People who play video games for a living. You're not wrong, but it's just what happens. No, they can't hear casters. No. New York. I always felt kind of bad for Flora. I felt like Flora and Yaki were like okay players. At that, maybe not at this point in time, but they're all right. Paris was bizarre. They dumpstered their whole roster. They dropped their best players. They dropped freaking Vistola, Don. They dropped Naga. They dropped, who else did they drop? Dredro. I mean, just almost straight downgrades across the board. And just bizarre. I have no idea. Shock was whatever. Defiant were pretty good. I think Defiant were like huge underperformers. And to me, this is where like you really start to see, in my opinion, the flaws of like the KDG leadership. Well, I don't really know what happened behind the scenes, but clearly the issues with Toronto with this roster was not talent, right? Not with Hotba and Chorong and Twilight and freaking Hisu. Like, these are good players. But I just don't think this team is managed well. And from what I know about KDG, he was not a very good player manager. From what I know of KDG. Made some enemies, take some people off, which is like, if you're gonna do great things, you are gonna rub people the wrong way. But I think you also have to be able to manage people. And I just think KDG is probably one of those geniuses that needs to get more sleep. You guys get what I'm saying? Like I learned this really quickly in my coaching career back in Uprising Academy. It didn't matter how much I coached and how much I studied and how genius I was with things. If I was a tool or couldn't communicate or couldn't manage people, especially in certain situations, then it was rough. Is 9K similar? I have no idea. I highly doubt it, but I have no idea. I would assume the answer is no. Yeah, this team really underperformed in my opinion. Would be the perfect amount of coaches in a team in your opinion? Depends on the team. Depends on the team. I feel like the perfect number of coaches on the team should be 2. Personally should be 2, I think. Because the perfect team shouldn't need much coaching. You would need a good overall leader, to establish a basic philosophy, principles, all that kind of stuff. A set of vision for the macro, and then somebody to supplement, provide one-on-one value here and there. I think if you're I think if you have too many coaches, I think like that's more of a symptom. Like you shouldn't need many coaches. You shouldn't need many coaches, in my opinion. You should have players that are good enough and smart enough themselves so where they don't not need constant coaching. If you need somebody to like hold your hand, then I think then you have a developmental project. And even then, like I think too much can be difficult, you know? I don't think like, especially in 5v5, I don't think 3 coaches is necessary or more. I'm trying to think like what other, like Vancouver, obviously like that whole like train wreck, you know, goodness knows whatever happened with that. And God bless DP for turning it around, you know, at least to some extent. Give me a second. Vashosi? I'm butchering your name. Vachos, thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, anyway. Oh my gosh. Whoa, gifted subs. I didn't even know. Vash OCE. Ah, so the capitalization is removed. Thank you for the gifted subs, man. Lower Bear, Haiku, Noobzor, Lose More, Storm Petrol, Bad Pachamari, Psych, Razor, Pogswaggons, Oni. Bad Pachamari finally got the gifted sub to the best Twitch streamer of all time. What do you think of Moon as a coach? I don't know. I don't know anything about Moon. Like I honestly, even the things I'm saying about KDJ are mostly just hearsay from people that I trust, but are not even personal experience, you know? Did you agree with Houston's takes on just playing goats when they were clearly not as good? I think that argument has been pulled out so many times and beaten over the head with a sledgehammer. Here's the thing. It is a gamble to continue to play goats when you're not good at it. However, there is a chance that through practice, you're able to find that break point where you're able to actually start performing well. I've seen it happen many times. It is also a gamble to obstinately stick with something that you're clearly not good at instead of learning to adapt. The obvious argument is that you're not trying to beat the San Francisco Shock at Goats. You'll never beat the San Francisco Shock at Goats, but you might beat the other half of the teams with it if you practice versus the San Francisco Shock. So I have no idea. I think it depends on the situation. And to be honest with you, what the right decision is usually just a little bit of luck because nobody can really know what the right decision is. It's more important to pick one of those options, commit, make it happen, and just pray that you made the right decision. Cheers, Lemon Lime Tea. Thank you very much for the kind words. Do you think Glads have a chance at the end of 2022 if either Patafan or Rhino don't have health issues? Yes, I think so. 100%. I think so for sure. Glads were always a emotion-ridden team. Glads were really like the evolution of the NA Hive Mind team, where I don't think that there was anything particularly like strategic or advanced, like strategy-wise with them. I think they just showed up and they played the game. And if they felt it, they did it, and they didn't, they didn't. I think that was pretty much it. Yeah, cheers, Vash. I appreciate it. Thoughts on the London turnaround in 23? I mean, it's the same thing, right? You flop the bed with Dive for obviously many different reasons. I think the backline performed really poorly with London. I think there was a clear disconnect between frontline and DPS. I think Lethal really struggled on Tracer. I don't think Backbone did fine on Sombra, but like obviously they needed a strength to lean on, and they had no strength anywhere. And from what I'm talking with Hadi, there was a lot of very overwhelming feelings where it was like there was so much information being processed, and it was too much catch-up mode. So, who was the most overrated player? Feed me some names. Feed me some names. I don't know about Scoot. Scoot was kind of before my time in Overwatch League. Back in 2021, I think was this breakout season, and I was just getting started. Sato, don't know enough to be able to give you information. Biggest coaching or even teaching inspirations early on? Temporal. Temporal was, I think, the best coach that ever made it to Overwatch League. You guys might know him from his old macro content from way, way back in the day. I think he got scammed by the exact same coaching stuff that screwed me over later. Was not a good enough scouting procedure. and a lot of nepotism, especially early in like season 2, season 3. Gosh. And see, I don't really have a strong opinion on any of the names that you guys have said so far, sadly. I think Temporal was a huge inspiration for me in game. That's mostly it, I think. Who do I have strong opinions on? I don't know. Like, this is the thing is like I must need like writing prompts here, and I'm like having a hard time. I think everybody considers Bumper and Goats to be overrated, though. I think most people outside of the hot takers consider Bumper to be like he was a good mechanical player, but definitely a bit of a feeder. I don't think that's a hot take. Sinatra, I think, was really good, sadly, as much of a scumwipe as he is. Decay is fine. I will say Decay has been a little bit overrated recently. I think Decay has been coasting off of the easy region, to be honest with you. I don't think Decay has been in the GOAT conversation. I don't think Decay is really in the GOAT conversation for me. I think, okay, he's in the conversation, but I think Decay is a little overrated here. Cloudy, I mean, I don't think Cloudy's over or underrated. Cloudy's a freaking good Reinhardt. No, I think so. I think Super was good. I think Super was maybe not always the best mechanical player, at least at a broad spectrum. He was a ridiculously good Ryan. I think he was also really good at Orisa, and his Winston was good too. Winston and Ball. But Super was always like, he was a good communicator, good team leader from what I know. And from spending time with him a tiny bit with a World Cup, I think he's a good player. I think he deserves all the accolades that he has. I have a lot of respect for Super. I think Super is a total clown on stream, which I can respect, right? I can relate with that. You know what I'm saying? But legitimately, when it came down to competition, you know, guy was a real one. Guy was a real one. Moth, no new thoughts on Moth. Sparkle is overrated. That's not necessarily a hot take. That's more of a recency bias thing, I think, with his performance in the Korean World Cup. I think Sparkle's fine. I have, for the last 3 years, I think Pelican has always been the better DPS player, though, in my opinion. The better flex DPS player, though. American Tornado players? Gosh. Let me give you my take on the American Tornado players. I might have some hot takes here, maybe. Maybe not some hot takes, but maybe some lukewarm takes. Kevster is as good as people think he is. People have been sleeping on Kevster this season because obviously team issues, but it's a perfect example. Like, guys, someone in Merit I don't know if they lost the match, but I think they lost 2 maps to freaking Saudi Arabian nobodies today. It's so team culture and like team play. It's so important in Overwatch. I mean, come on, you guys are the people that like blame or like, well, how do we lose this game? I went 40-2 and I have a 007, right? You know how it is in ranked. It's the same thing in team play. I heard Glad's had a lot of issues, right? I think Kevster's still a great player, phenomenal player, maybe the best Western DPS player in the world. Yaki overrated? Was he a victim of bad circumstances? Probably a little bit of both. I heard some not so complimentary things about Yaki this past season, so I'm a little bit more on the fence, but yeah. Okay. American Tornado. I mean, Faust is fine. I think Hydran's fine. I think OG's fine. I think maybe just plateaued a little bit recently. I think the same thing applies to Speedily as well, to where like they just haven't made the same. Like the thing with the American Tornado roster is across the board, these players have just not evolved. That's the problem. Not all of them have not evolved. I think Hydran's evolved a little bit. I think Kaluge has definitely evolved. I think UV, even in the first half of the Toronto season, which was going really poorly, I think Ultraviolet was still one of the best flex supports in the world. And I know that's a hot take, but from what I saw of their matches, he was still performing really quite well. Even when they were losing, I still think UV was playing well. I think he was playing better than anybody else. I think everyone was like talking about, right, Hydran can't pop off anymore. And Hydran did have some pop off moments, so it was playing probably pretty well. But I do think Ultraviolet was playing consistently well. Would Reiner have evolved? I think Reiner, it wasn't even a question of whether Reiner would have evolved. I think he did evolve. I mean, I think the fact that Reiner was like able to compete as well as he did on Winston, like that's pretty weird, you know, and his Doomfist. And so I think Reiner and his ball, like I think Reiner did evolve. Would he have done it this season? I mean, I don't know. I think there's a lot of factors that go into that. But like, to me, I think a lot of the American Tornado roster was really good and just didn't continue to improve. Yeah, see, here's my hot take on that. The Edison thing. Edison was the most overrated Sojourn. He had a good match versus Proper, but was easily the weakest point of the Dallas Fuel in the grand finals. And I say this after watching his and Proper's entire POV, and the entire match. He hit some crazy shots at crucial moments, but was consistently a weak point with his rail accuracy and disruptor shot compared to Proper the rest of the match. And Shy beats both of them. Yes, Edison Z's. Monk, Linksa thoughts? I don't have enough thoughts on them, to be honest with you, sadly. How do you think tier 1 players stepping back down to a less professional tier 2 system level of play? I don't know. You got the tier 2 system is not that far behind the tier 1 system for most teams, I will say. You guys are giving tier 1 systems a little bit too much credit. It's gotten better over time, but there's some serious clown behavior that happens behind the scenes, right? It's not like it's a big it's not like this is a big professional thing. Was Shy the best Sojourn in the playoffs or Lip? I think Shy was the best mechanical Sojourn, yes. I think there wasn't enough time to really make that read, to be honest. But from what I saw, Shy was the best mechanical Sojourn in the entire playoffs. And Proper was up there. Like Proper was unbelievable for sure. Lip was better 100%. All right. From the man himself. Who do you think would have been the ideal Team USA for World Cup? I mean, I don't think there was a problem with the roster that USA picked, to be honest with you guys. I know a lot of people were second guessing like the roster they picked, but I don't think Team USA would like had an issue. I think Team USA probably had about the best roster that they had. How would Sparker Sojourn compare? Not as good. Sparker Sojourn was fine. It was good. It was on a weak point. It just wasn't as good. Like the problem with London is like London didn't really have a strong player besides like Admiral and Lucio. And so like it was a very team play oriented composition, which was why London did fairly well, right? And just coming off of Junkerqueen goats, it was like huge. But like you're playing against Fearless and like freaking Shy and like even people like Sparkle on like Reaper, right? Like, I think they just had slightly better people on a lot of the positions. How does Quartz compare to Overwatch League Sojourns? Competitive with the top. I think Quartz would be at least, I would say Quartz would be like a mid-table Overwatch League Sojourn, maybe even better. I think. Stalker or Proper for best tracer right now? Definitely Stalker. Stalker has an argument for being the best peak tracer that we've ever seen. I would be hesitant to say Stalker is the best tracer ever because it's only been one season, right? But I think Stalker's this season on Tracer was the best Tracer play that we have ever seen in the Overwatch League. And I don't think that should even be a hot take. Do you have any thoughts on Kevster trying to make Sojourn work? Not really. I mean, he in theory could do it. His mechanics are unreal. Merit is really freaking good too. Merit is phenomenal Sojourn. I think Merit this season was probably top 2 Sojourn in the world. Shy, Merit probably would be my top 2 Sojourns, I think. The best peak ball? Not sure, to be honest. Developing the macro for a brand new map from the ground up, it's not that complicated. I think it's just you find good positions, you find good angles. That's pretty much it. The rules of Overwatch don't change. And I called it too. I called it in Overwatch too, but yeah. Is Scrim Cliques form league? They always do, yeah. They always do. But they're I don't as far as I'm concerned, they weren't that big of a deal. When will Ball ever be used in the league? Not until he gets a lot of quality of life stuff. A lot of things I think need to change. Best May, definitely Backbone. I think obviously he's in the chat right now, but I don't think it's even a contest. Not just because of like the brawl, which I think Backbone is really good in the brawl, but the ability to flex outside of the brawl is not something that we've seen really any other May be able to do as well as Backbone. Kai is a bit overrated for sure, but it's because he's just so much better than all the other Western hit scans mechanically that we forget that he's still probably a good step behind a lot of the Eastern hit scans, you know? So it's like, oh, Kai's phenomenal, yes, but Lip, Proper, Shy, Merit. That Chasm is a tier above every ball player, including Al. I mean, now you're probably not wrong mechanically. I think Chasm is unbelievable. But I think that's more of like a historical question. You think Hottie listened to you too much about sleep, so he hasn't slept through his flash up games? I doubt it. Why do you think Gargoyle kind of phased out of the league? I'm not really sure. Not really sure. JP from Korea is 100,000 million times better than Chasm. I believe it. I mean, I'm not familiar with the rank system or even Korean pros. Yeah, Max Ball was quite good. I think Max Ball was good. I mean, I think he played even relatively well in the grand finals, I think. All things considered, I mean, obviously, a bit of a train wreck for them in terms of the Infernals, you know, the injury and their roster wasn't all that good, but I think his ball, I think Mag had a good season. I think Mag had a good season. Mag was one of the APAC strong points for me. Who do you think was Houston's best player this past season? Ooh. Honestly, this might be a hot take, but I don't. I don't know, honestly. I don't think Violet had that great of a year. Really good at points in time, but really kind of I think probably, yeah, Fearless, probably. Probably Fearless. Fearless has played consistently relatively well. I think his Doomfist was passable. I think probably Fearless. Night Owl, not off the top of my brain. Is Pelican overrated? I don't think so. I think Pelican's probably the best flex DPS player in the world. Best projectile player in the world. What makes Fearless the best Winston as opposed to Smurf or Gooshway? No freaking idea, bro. That's a conversation that would require a lot more analysis. It's more of a gut instinct from watching them play a long time. And obviously having Fearless bias as well, because Gooshway is not something that I was able to scrim versus for like the last 2 years. Does Vistola clear Hanbin on what? Sigma? Yes. 100%. Vistola is a great tank player. When does the risk become worth it in League for them to play conventional comps? Man, that's a long conversation to have. Is the Reaper gene real? Kind of. Better than Stalker proper? I mean, best raw projectile player, yes. Stalker is a close one, but better than proper, yes. I would take Pelican, Echo, Genji, Mei, Hanzo. I mean, I think most of the relevant projectile heroes, I think. Stalker, I think Stalker's also quite good in Genji and Echo, so it's a hard one for me. Yeah, sorry, Lemon Line to you. What? Yeah? Oh no. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to like the off meta stuff, I think it depends more on like what the players are comfortable with, you know? I think that like more meta flexibility is becoming a little bit more popular because it's been happening over and over again, but yeah, it's hard though. Yeah, I would agree. Proper is not the best at any one hero, but he is really good at all of them. He's in like top 5 contention for so many characters. Yeah, I'd agree with someone as well. Was the sim expected to be pulled out during L? When? For League? For London? It was definitely a surprise. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Do you think Alarm could have been the GOAT flex support? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think Alarm was great. Oh, the Simon Suravasa? Oh, for Overwatch World Cup. Yeah. That wasn't a surprise because that's a KSA classic. That's a UB classic. But that's more of like Yubi than the meta, you know? It is very strange. Kevster proper. I mean, the obvious answer is like, you know, Sombra. And I get proper is like, it would depend on how proper does it, like actually taking a raw hit scan role, you know? So if we get like a cast meta, we get a hard widow meta, an Ash meta, if that were to ever happen, or a Sombra meta. So there's a couple of niches where that may not be fully optimal, where you'd want something like a Merit, you know? But yeah, that, I mean, that like you're kidding yourself if you don't like that, you know? Tor meta win, yeah, exactly. Wouldn't I want Kevin his skate over proper? No. No. Kev is way more projectile oriented. Where would you compare Kevster's trace compared to the rest of the league? I mean, historically, like the last few seasons, probably top 5. I feel like top 6, you know? Definitely solid. Very like A tier, certainly. What do I do? You're in a 2-hour queue right now? Write a poem. Write a poem. For sure. That's the play. Merit, Pelican, Proper would be the best CPS trio. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty... I would agree with that statement. You take Stalker. Yeah. Merit, Pelican, Proper. Yeah, I would take Stalker. Yeah, because he's so freaking good. Yeah, so I don't really know. I think it's hard. It's a little mix and match. Stalker instead of Proper there could be. Yeah, could be. Oh, nice. Pumpkin pie or pecan pie. Pecan. Pecan pie. Pecan. Stalker instead of Proper there? I don't think it's a hot take, no. Definitely not a hot take. That is a little bit of recency bias. I do think Proper had objectively a good season. Like, not a good season in terms of results, but he was Proper. The environment around him wasn't as good, and the fact that he even continued to look good despite that is like honestly quite impressive. Like you could when a team is not performing well and a player still looks good, that's the impressive part for me. Because that's a lot harder than it looks. It's very easy to not look that good.
Ah, boy.
Glitch Post, thank you for the raid.
This is a trash can.
Is it? I appreciate it, mate. Thank you so much for the raid, mate. Is it just me or do Korean players struggle to play mid compared to Western players? I mean, I don't think it's a specific struggle, just so that it just happens to be that Western brawl metas are a little bit more popular. And that goes back to a long, long way. Floop, thank you for the sub, mate. Yeah, Stalker had a great May, I think. It's kind of snowballs, you know, like for whatever reason, Korean dive, so then Korean Tracer, and then Western Ryan, and Western May, and then, you know, it just kind of snowballs from there, you know? It's like, it's really hard to know who's at fault or what happens, but that's just how it goes, you know? That's how the game, that's how the cookie crumbles, you got me? Consistency, yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. That's a lot harder to do than it is to say, I think, is what I was saying. Well, Glitch Post, I'm doing fine, but sad news is that I actually have to call a stream. So I'm going to head out. I will be back on Saturday. I will not be here on Thursday because I'm going to be celebrating, it's going to be our freedom. Well, I guess it's not technically a freedom day. You know, I'm an American. Every day is a freedom day. So I'm going to be celebrating a Thanksgiving of Freedom Day on Thursday. And I will see you guys on Saturday. We're going to be doing a Backbone collaboration this Saturdays, which is going to be super, super juicy. So hold on to your butt cheeks for that one. And then we're going to keep working on our tank rework project. So anyway, loves and kisses. I'm going to toss a raid over Super SG. Seems like they're having a good time. So toss them a raid. And yeah, I will see you guys on Saturday. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Tuesday. Happy Wednesday. Happy Friday. And I'll see you guys on Saturday. Smile a lot.